less. I'm back in that bag again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, say less. I'm back in that. Yeah. What you doing? Yeah, yeah. I'm back in that. Hey, where you going? Hey.
Well, hey there, everyone, and welcome to the SPL Waiting Room, your one-stop shop for all things Smite Pro League. My name's Gormizer. I've got Mifflin, Trelly, and special guest Neil Ma, who's going to be joining in. Neil, I'm excited to have you on here because your set ends up being a relatively important set for y'all.
Depending,
yeah. There's there's like an asterisk on it. It's a really important set. Maybe. Yeah. But it's going to be real fun to watch, so it'll be fun to talk to you about that. But I also feel like we need to mention, because this is the last week of like the regular season, it's a huge deal. The Road to Worlds finally kind of coming to, I guess not an end, because there's still more of on this road, but we're like halfway through. But the big thing about that is that with playoffs and everything coming up, that means that we're getting closer and closer and closer and closer to the actual World Championship, which means that you at home probably would like to like have something on to wear, whether you're going to be there in venue or at home to like support maybe your favorite. Be dressed.
Wear something.
Yeah, if you're watching our stream, put on some clothes. No, you'd probably want to wear something that helps support like your favorite teams, or just to celebrate the fact that Worlds is going on. And that's where I've got some great news, which is if you can go to shop.hirezstudios.com/SWC. You can also find that at shop.smiteproleague.com and maneuver through all of the bundles and stuff. All of this merch just dropped. The biggest thing, you can see the jersey, there's a hat, there's a bag, there's a couple of shirts, there's a sweatshirt, there's a like hoodie, there's some pants. But, and this is the fun part, there are also on the website right now a few things that give some slight leaks for skins.
We did that on purpose, right?
Yes, we did that on purpose.
Oh, thank God.
But some leaks that are out there for skins that are going to be announced on Wednesday during the next patch. And so you have the potential and capability to go find that now.
Ooh.
Yeah. Shop.hirezstudios.com/SWC. Also, and I'm going to throw this one out there because I was actually talking to you, or was it Miff or was it Trelly? One of you two. We were in there and I had mentioned it. Oh, yeah, it was you, because you had said you had no Worlds merch.
Oh, I don't have any, yeah.
And I was, the baseball jersey that I love, that I have, is on there.
Yep.
And so I can at least recommend that one for sure, but also the hoodie looks really good. There's stickers, there's buttons, there's patches. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff in there. There's pants, yeah. I said pants. That. A hoodie, a lot of
hoodies,
t-shirts.
T-shirts.
He's just like saying the things.
You're just repeating Gores.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You said all that?
No, you know what? I think you did, actually.
Yeah. Did you talk about the hats?
You know what? I think I might have forgot the hat.
The hat.
There's a hat.
There's hats, yeah.
You should have hats with just your guys' faces on them, and sell them.
We should get the hoodies.
Would you buy that?
Like, have our face.
Whose hat would you buy? Whose face?
Out of all like the commentators stuff?
Yeah.
Maybe my boy Caleb over there.
Ooh.
Maybe my boy
Let's
Caleb.
go!
That's
yeah.
right.
Or like Ryan.
Choice.
Well, I mean, I'd get him.
Ryan. He's not even on the team no more.
He's just
my homeboy, though.
I was going to say, he's only on your mind. Aggro, for those of you who are wondering, the layout
Looking
of
right
the
at
studio, is literally across the hall from us right now. Like, I got to look at that dude.
He's designing the next god.
Which, by the way, for those of you who are listening to this as a podcast, that's really, really extra good, because they don't even see us.
Yeah.
True.
Yep.
We're just ethereal. But, yeah, Worlds merch. Get it now while you can. It is open, I believe. Let me double check this before I say it out loud, just to make sure. It is available now, and you want to get yours while you can. Yeah, okay. That's everything I needed to touch. Which is,
you forgot the hats.
I forgot. And get your damn hats.
There you have it.
But we can go into the current, right? Worlds is still far away. This is the last week of the regular season, though. Like,
officially.
Yeah, there's no
7
next phase that's going to be happening. What?
No.
Week 8?
There's some matches that are going to be silly, though, right? We've got the Warriors playing the Kings.
Oh, God. That's going to be a disaster.
I'm really interested in that.
That's going to be wild,
the
man.
last set of
Wait, why do you say that?
Because it's got the Warriors and their set doesn't matter?
Yeah, fair enough.
What do you mean?
But the Kings, like, gotta want a dub, right?
I think the Kings want to win.
It's not up to them.
That is true. They have no say.
Yeah, he's spitting.
We Man, to ride on that, there's also the Warriors playing the Gladiators. That's the last set of the weekend.
Yeah.
And
any big ones for that one, Neil?
The Gladiators have to win a dub, right?
I was watching Survivor right now, and contextually it makes sense. Like there's like the GOAT guy like of all time playing, and they just send like the weakest person ever like to 1v1, and they're like talking. He's like, "Don't worry, like you have a chance." It cuts to him and goes, "He does not have a chance." It's like that. Like you can say, "Yeah, they have a fine chance."
They don't have a chance.
I think my
It just depends.
my favorite predictions.
You say Warriors Glads?
Warriors Glads. Sure. My favorite predictions were, wow, we're gonna have 2 Warrior sets that go all 5 games this week, but not because the Warriors aren't good, because like they're gonna just troll pick out of the, I think I heard some accusations. Can't remember who it was from.
Okay.
It might have actually been yesterday. But I do remember some accusations being levied against Pagon for being very trolly.
100%.
Oh, that was Sauce.
I watched that guy literally troll in SBL. He's just having fun.
regularly.
Yeah.
Like he picks Raijin, I'm like, this game, like I don't, it could just end at any point.
He's just
Like if that guy walks in Raijin against me, I'm telling my team, just literally we don't just stand here, we won't do anything. Eventually he'll dash and we'll win the game.
It's like kickball when you were a kid. You're like, oh, weak hitter, everyone
Yeah,
scooch
exactly.
up. That's
Yeah,
exactly
okay.
what it is.
Jeez.
Yeah. I've got some animosity towards Pagan.
Let's
Is it
not
like in your
misconfuse. He
rankings?
is,
Like
for the
you
record,
air
he
it
is
out?
not a weak hitter, but he is prone to just dash.
Not
at
a
any
weak
given
hitter.
time.
It's just sometimes he walks up with like a celery stick instead of a baseball.
Oh, for
bat,
sure.
Right? Yeah.
Just because he wants to.
Yeah.
He's
That's-
just,
no, that's an
he's
active
just gonna get
choice.
bored. He's just gonna be bored. He'll just throw his.
The
game.
world is in his hands, and
That
he,
Yeah.
runs in the Quee family.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Bloodline
cut from the same
massive.
Are you
cloth.
accusing
I respect it though.
any of
Don't get it
them?
twisted.
Not me. That was the Oath said it. Benny said it himself. Yoma doubled down. Yeah, it happened.
Didn't we
bro.
have
Okay.
Didn't the mid laners vote on the most run it down mid laner, and they said it was Benny?
I think it was a tie between Benny and Pagon.
That checks out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Respect on those guys' names.
Yep.
I can't wait. I hope they both get like employed after they're done playing Smite the same place,
Yeah.
and to see like the workplace dynamic. What that's like? Like what's like the workplace equivalent of like running it down, or like dashing in?
And they fill out those spreadsheets so haphazardly.
There's like extra zeros in some places. They're like that is a
Nothing has
big
been
deal.
collated properly at all.
There's no wonder, like nothing makes sense, but
Yeah.
they can figure it out. They've locked it all onto them. Then the other 2 sets, by the way, because the Warrior sets are going to be probably a little bit goofy,
A little fun for
Is that
Warriors.
little fun. The first set is actually a match of the week. That's the Dragons taking on the Ferrymen, which depending on how that goes, Dragons win, and as long
It's
as it's
over.
not a 3-0, then everything that is as it is now.
The
is,
Dragons have to 3-0.
well, no, if they 3-0, we get a tiebreaker
For the Ferry.
for the Ferrymen and the Leviathans.
Leviathans, right.
Oh,
So if they win, but it's not a 3-0, everything's as is.
And if they lose,
And then if they lose, then suddenly Neil has a lot more work to do on Sunday, and he can't have any fun like the Warriors.
I'll still have fun.
Okay, well,
I like competing.
yeah. Neil's
do you
a
like
fun haver.
competing or doing goofy sets more?
Competing. I mean, Goofy said, like in the context of this, Goofy said it's like I don't know, we're just last. Like, I don't know. Like it's such
it's not silly
It's gonna be
at that
so
point.
fun showing them playing Goofy set as opposed to like competing and like
And
making a
potentially
tournament.
making it to third,
Yeah.
and getting to playoffs. Yeah, you're right. That was a dumb question that I asked.
No, but just in general, like I'd rather just compete in general.
Yeah.
You're preying on
More
the
fun.
Dragons' downfall a bit.
Of course.
That's right.
No, that's.
I mean, I love those guys, but also like I mean, I'm competing against them.
Do you think the Ferrymen, like, are they going to do it for you?
I would say there's a good chance, yeah. I'd say the Ferrymen are a team that always sticks around, hard to beat, and the Dragons are kind of a team that beat themselves.
Yeah.
Or at least this split, like like this year, it's kind of looked that way.
They just can't siege, bro. That's all it is. They just can't siege.
It's just like mental lapses, you know. Like the others week, I saw like they were just grouping up for fire. Someone gets picked and the game's over. Like 50 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like
Oh, well.
they're a good team though. I mean, they can easily win sets, but also like I said, the Ferrymen just stick around, and the Dragons tend to be beating themselves lately. But
Ferrymen are one
They're
of
both
the
really good
that
teams,
take it
though.
long. Like,
Pardon?
the Ferrymen will take every game to 50 minutes, I
Yeah.
think. Like, if they think they aren't going to win a fight, they'll sit on their feelings. And not many teams are doing that right now, and I think that is,
Yeah.
in particular, a bad matchup for the Dragons.
it could be, yeah. I think when I was on the Dragons, like on the Warriors with those guys, we
Yeah.
always thought that they were like a really easy matchup. Like the Titans, we never had problems with them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're just a lot different now than they were then, especially with Sino. So I think that's changed a lot. And I think I like also the Ferrymen. It doesn't matter what team they play. Like they can go 50 minutes against the Glads.
Yep.
And it's still just like looks like the Ferrymen playing. It's not like it's a bad game or anything.
Yeah.
They just play very systemically, and it's cool.
I don't know. I think there was definitely one of those where it's like, okay, you stepped up to Fire Giant like 3 times and just tried to do it in their face. Like you face checked them a few times, and Gladiators finally called the bluff at one point. So it's like they play, but like maybe like I'd give them like slightly looser, right?
Yeah, I can feel that.
They can play down a little bit. Yeah.
That's actually a good transition if we're thinking of like dragons and ferrymen, not only because that's something we're talking about like later, but also because the dragons, the question I think that I have for you is, when we look back at this phase, we've seen maybe it's not the most controversial that we've had this year, maybe the phase, I don't know, which was Vote getting dropped, which people were like, oh my god,
certainly not the most controversial
for not the year, but like for like the phase. Oh no, Barra happened, never mind. Yeah, you're right. No, you know what, never mind all that thing I said that was like trying to make it ominous and set up. But Vote gets dropped, Coast gets picked up. Do you think that changed any of the dragons like dynamic, or is it just a honeymoon thing?
I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I think it's gonna be one of those wait and see things. It's definitely a change I never thought was gonna happen. My jaw hit the floor and I heard that. I was like, those guys are dropping Vote. Yep. Like, no way. But I kind of felt like that roster. You looked at them, and when I was thinking about it, was like, I've thought this before they made the change. Like, who's the problem on that team? It's like, can you really point to one person? So I was kind of thinking if they made a change, they should probably make a bigger change of like 2 people, maybe even. Not because everyone's a good player, but just like the team, something about the team dynamic isn't working out.
The overall vibe was off.
Yeah, and I think getting one player change is good because you just need to change. Like, if you're the Dragons, like, from their perspective, it's like, if we keep doing this, like, are we going to win? Like, we should change something, like, probably. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, if it just brings, like, a change of attitude and vibes, something like that, like, it could be a big change. But we'll have to wait and see, I think. It's kind of like a safe answer, but I really don't see... Like, it's not like a huge change changing your ADC necessarily, but maybe it'll give them the boost they need.
It's fair.
There were, because we had so many. I mean, you're part of the roster changes that had happened, right? Like,
yeah.
So a lot of stuff that had happened. So I'll ask you two: is there like any change that like stood out as like hey, that was like the overall like absolutely great choice, no downsides that have come with it?
There's never going to be a change that has no downsides unless someone is just criminally underperforming. You know what? I take it back. There was a change that has no downsides. I think putting Snoopy in ADC and picking up Jangaro was just blanket better for the Guild of Gladiators. Snoop's a good ADC. Jangaro has come in and really has revitalized that team. He hasn't been in studio too often. I believe twice now he's coming in the studio, but having the chance to talk to that guy, true competitor, good attitude, excited and earnest to be playing here. Like, he's very eager. He's got the hunger. I hope the Guild of Gladiators can play to his standards, and then maybe they can do something, pull off like a little wild run at Worlds. I think that could be really interesting. That's not to say that they're the biggest winners off the change,
no.
But I think that was one where I couldn't look at it and say, like, yeah, you made a mistake. Like, you don't want to move this guy, or you picking this guy up's wrong. I think just better already on the Gladiators.
And I know it's I feel bad saying this, even though it's just like factual, but like outside of Sunday, we literally just won't see them for like 2 months. So it really is like something like, oh man, I wonder what this team's going to be like when we, finally get to see them. Like,
come out of the hyperbolic time chamber, just yoked up in January. Like, yo, you SEC who?
Richard looks like he's done a cycle.
Dude, for real. Dirty bulked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be sick.
What about you, Chelly? You got like a roster change in your mind that was like a...
Yeah, I mean,
winner chicken dinner.
I don't think the Warriors were even like playing for the regular season. This was obviously a Worlds change. Like, that was their idea. It's going to take some time before we see the full grasp of what that genetics change did. But yeah, later on down the line, I think it's going to be even better than it was now. It's just still taking some time. You can tell when we do get the very few listen-ins, Genetics is still frustrated. He is still like, guys, you're not quite listening to me yet. Like,
yeah, they're literally trolling at SPL sometimes.
You are actively not listening to me again,
sabotaging my game.
So they're either going to start listening to him, or it's just going to be a similar performance.
We'll see if they can turn it off.
Yeah, we'll see if they can turn it off when it's time. Playoffs time.
Let's say who it is. It's Sot Pagon.
Of course.
It's Sot Pagon.
For sure.
Everyone else is kind of being pretty for real.
We even called him out like during a cast at one point because they were like, I can't remember what they had done. It was the genetic support game where he's playing on her.
Yep.
And they were winning, and then we saw Pagon wander over to solo and hang out with Sot. And the next 5 minutes, they were dying constantly, and that kept up until literally we watched them separate on the map. Like they got put in timeout, bro.
If you go back and watch that VOD, so Sot and Pagon take turns dying on right side Phoenix, enemy Phoenix, alone, while the rest of the team's pushing Gold Fury. At one point, if you're watching the player cams, Genetics knife hands at them. All you see is him Japanese and just knife hand, and then all of a sudden everybody's playing the game normal. So, maybe that team needs that. I don't know.
I mean, they definitely do need that. I just don't know if that's enough. You know what I mean? I don't know if Genetics reeling them in once every so often is going to be enough. I need a little bit more.
Now the question is like, does he? So this weekend, when they don't have to stress too much, right?
Oh no, they're going buck wild this weekend.
He's going to lean in it with them, and it's going to get even worse because no one's
game.
Trying to pull them back.
That's a good point. We're going to see the most troll Genetics we get to see this weekend, and then it might regress their training a bit. Like it might just dial them back a few stages.
We can troll Genetics, or you think he's going to be serious guy?
Dude, what do you mean? Like those guys are all just going to be clowns. Like it's gonna be fun to watch. Don't get me wrong; they're not gonna be trying, but they're just gonna be locking in like whatever and just running around like role swap. Who knows?
And they might like be mechanical enough of players that like it doesn't.
Well, some of the stuff that is like troll like can work. To be fair, like some of the stuff I see on Gen X streams, like it's strong. It's not like conventional, but it can work.
Okay.
Yeah, well, like the honor support, honestly, like you saw in SPL the honor support, like he played it really well and it was really impressive.
God, the pillars were so sick.
They were really nice.
I was actually a little like, I enjoyed it, but I was also like, part of my brain was a little upset that it worked as well as it did because I was like, damn, like, when you just think about it, this guy's got kind of everything you want. He's got the knock up, he's got a slow, he's got a stun.
He's not everything.
yeah, he doesn't live super long, but when you've got players like Payon behind you, you can kind of get away with it.
In the back line a little bit, so your aura defense.
If you get a lead, like you can make it work, right?
Yeah.
And he did.
No, he did.
Oh boy, they did. And you know what, Shelly? That was a great team to let us zone in on, because the next question literally is
what I do.
The Warriors are still like, are they still like the best? Are they the ones that are like, hey, if you can beat the Warriors, you've got a world championship? Or they're like, Ferryman, it feels like, is in that conversation. Leviathans are in that conversation. Depending on how y'all do this weekend, we'll put you in the conversation.
Okay.
Can't count me out.
1 weekend.
Can't count me out, though, no?
1 week.
Can you really count me out?
Look,
I'm not going to count you out.
Neil's waiting for another 2 months, and then his passive is there, baby. 5 gamers.
Put me in those qualities. See what happens, bro.
I'll say this.
See what happens.
I talked to Hindu Man recently, and he said that he's got the Hounds as dark horse for Worlds, and that guy writes the scripts. So I think that's probably the conversation around the Hounds.
I see two lightning bolts just sneaking out of his jacket there. Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, I would say the Warriors, though. I'd say they're the team with like the highest like potential. Like when you watch them play, well, they play really unorthodox and weird and aggressive, and I think they're the team that puts the most pressure on other teams. And those teams kind of inherently are like the old rivals, so like the teams to beat in that way, and they just play really loose and they make you make mistakes kind of more than other teams, I'd say. But like, I don't know, like you can't just like, they don't have like very good system though. They play just kind of free, and I think that when you get to the world stage and whatnot, it's hard to be that consistent. Like say someone has a bad game, you fall behind, that style doesn't work so well, and you don't have like these consistent things to fall back on. I could be wrong, of course. That's just how it looks from the outside in. We're the team like the Ferrymen, like you watch their games, they go like the same way like very often, right? So teams like that. It seems like that. I mean, when there's pressure on you and when things aren't going well, like they always have this kind of style that they can fall back on regardless of someone's having a bad game. Like, the drafts and the way they play are just very consistent. So I'd say the Warriors are definitely like one of those teams to beat, but I don't know necessarily if it's like uncontested, because I could see teams like the Ferrymen or the Levi's doing really well as well.
The play style of the Oni Warriors is that they are playing assuming that their enemies are going to make mistakes. Every single time they're gonna heat check you. I'm gonna jump on you. It's like in an on her 1v1, right? You're like, I'm gonna jump on you if your jump's up, but if you're not playing smart and you're not playing fast right now, you're gonna die to me. They're gonna check and see if you've got that reaction time. Not a lot of teams are willing to do that. At Worlds, everybody is usually just hyper amped, jittery, like they're playing their absolute best. Everybody's playing safe. Nobody wants to be first blooded. I can see the Warriors play style struggling a little bit there too, because as you said, they don't have that regimented style that they can lean back on like the Ferrymen.
And to go on that too, like their style works is everyone's foot's on the gas. Like if you hesitate, like because there's high stakes, the style doesn't work so well, right? Yeah. Like everyone has to be in, everyone has to be like doing all these aggressive plays, and that's what makes it work. So
Well, we'll see. I guess not uncontested top, so it's just the question.
No, they're not. I don't think so. I mean,
just a bit volatile to be like.
The top three is a little back and forth.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I might have the Ferryman at number 1. Warriors, Levi's tied at 2.
I could see that.
I don't think a lot of people would argue either. Like, I feel like that's.
I think some people would put Warriors 1 and then have its definitive top 3. I think it's definitive 1 Ferryman, top 2 tie.
Okay. Shelly, do you want to argue?
Yeah, I haven't put
You got
the
an argumentative look on your face.
I haven't put the Ferryman under anyone so far this year. Every time we have a waiting room, just because it feels like they have a grasp on the meta they like to play. As Neil was saying, they've got their own style. They know how to fall back. They know how to play it slow. They can slow down any game, which really hurts some teams like the Oni Warriors in particular. They like to play fast paced. So yeah, I would definitely have them as still that team to beat at the moment, but does not. As we've seen many times, it means very little once you get to that world stage. Everything just gets tossed up.
I'm really curious to see like playoffs in a couple weeks.
Oh yeah,
what that ends up, because it's going to be the top 6 teams, double elim. Like, admittedly, you're just playing to hit into the top 4 because you're just looking for seeding. If you want number 1 seed, you get choice of like opponent at Worlds. There is like a lot then that you can choose, because you can just be like, hey, we've got a terrible matchup into those guys. I don't want to play them. We're going to choose any of the other 3 teams. But it's definitely going to be fun, I think, to see how that ends up shaking out. The second question, if you had kind of leaned into on this a little bit early, but dark horses, like, do you have a team that is not Levi's, Ferryman, Warriors? I'm maybe going to throw Ravens into that column, but I'm not sure.
Ravens made a pretty good argument for themselves in that last best of 5. But I think if anyone's going to surprise us at Worlds, I probably would go Hounds as like maybe some pretty wild run. I think if you guys on the Hounds make it to finals, I got you in finals for sure, just because you guys seem like such a momentum-based team. I don't have you make it to the finals. If I'm being
what? That's messed up, bro.
So I would say big surprise factor.
Bet the house.
You're supposed to do it the other way around, right? He's like supposed to like bring you down and then build you back up. But
yeah, I'll say Hounds and Ravens have potential to surprise me. I think I am big down on the Kings right now. I do not have high expectations of the Gladiators, obviously. So those are the 2 that I'll be keeping my eyes on.
Yeah.
And if I'm going like Babe Ruth, call my shot, like long shot odds, I could see the Warriors going out in round 1.
Same.
I really could.
Depending
on who they run into.
Yep.
Shelly?
I think my dark horse squad's the Dragons at the moment. They are definitely not a.
I forgot about them. I didn't even talk about them.
Yeah, they are not a like top 4 team, but they've shown peaks of being like in that area. So that if I had to look at a team that was like, you're counting them out of any of those individual top 4 matchups, but they have the ability to go the distance. That's my
punch up.
yeah. That's
because they're the biggest underperformers
Yep.
in terms of standing versus like what you'd expect them to be, right?
exactly.
I think that's fair.
That's my dark horse squad.
Yeah, I'd say, other than ourselves, I do think we are like huge dark horses. I do think like I've played on a lot of teams like SK and stuff, and this team reminds me a lot of that. It's just about like
stuff.
Wait,
you have like
wait, hold on. Can I change my vote?
you got like the pieces. You got like the pieces, right? Like when I first joined the team, I can like see the vision. I'm like, okay, everyone is capable of playing. It's just like, can you make it so everyone is like on the same page all the time, and we're like getting good drafts and finding our own style. So I think if we can do that, I think we're definitely contenders to some degree, dark horse rather, more so than like a favorite or anything.
Yeah.
But I also kind of agreed maybe the Dragons, because I think all the other teams don't really fit the bill.
Yeah.
Like the Warrior, Sticks, Levi's, you wouldn't call them dark horse.
Yep.
Glads, I wouldn't really put them in there. And then
It's like
Ravens, Dragons, us,
Dragons,
something like that.
Yeah.
I would say probably the Dragons are more like dark horses than the Ravens, I would say.
Yeah.
Hard to say, though. I don't know. Like, both have, like, potential to just pop off randomly. I would say
Which
maybe
one do
the
you not
Ravens
wanna
have more, like, pop-off potential.
But also, I think, like, depending on what happens tomorrow, like, if Sticks win, then I think it really does come down to I think what you said, Neil, is perfect, because it's like the dark horse scalability, right? Like, Ravens could maybe be in that conversation, but they're the least dark horsey of all the dark horses. Dragons might be like right in the middle, and like Hounds are, yes, you're a dark horse, but like you could still get it done.
Most feasible dark horse,
Yeah.
I think. Or the darkest horse that
The
is
darkest
The darkest
yeah.
horse. Well, and then like the true dark horse would be like if you went for the Glads, right? But you have
I think
to,
you're
like,
going off the...
that goes
You're off
They
the
could,
track.
though. They could, though.
like they are a
everyone
dark horse,
can.
but there's that compatibility of like capability.
Just have a good
to believe
just
in.
have one good weekend, bro.
We're talking about Worlds runs, and I think we should be talking about, are the Glads even guaranteed going to Worlds?
Maybe
right?
when Kana shows up, then maybe
point.
a flip switches.
Yeah, that's a big difference maker for me. Is your mindset on how you're getting to the World Finals, or am I going to Worlds? Right, I think that's a difference maker for the Glads.
And I think that is a significant difference, right? Like, let's say the Hounds lose out this week and have to play through qualifiers. I trust them to make it to Worlds.
Yeah,
I'm not even gonna think about it. Glads, I don't know. Hex Mambo kind of exists, you know.
Yeah.
Like
there was 2 SEC teams last year, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like they could. I think they can. I think they are likely to make it if the Glads or when the Glads have to play through that. But they could lose, and I don't think I would say that about the Hounds if they're in that position.
Yeah, well, I think the Glads too. You always look at nerves and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you look at it on paper, better team. You don't always see them in those situations where they're playing like a lesser team for intents and purposes, and you see them do weird stuff and play sloppy and things like
worse,
that.
yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I think if they just handle their nerves, I don't think they'll miss out.
They just got to go in and be big dog on campus, and so often we see teams in the SEL
simple.
that play in, they play down.
Yeah, just don't do anything too risky, and just make sure your game's consistent.
Yep.
Don't do anything crazy.
I think it's going to give us a lot to root for, I guess, when it comes down to that's the week before Worlds, right? Like that. All I know is that the 6th is in that area because that's Katie's birthday, so it's always overlapped with Worlds games. But 5, 6, 7, somewhere like that. Man, wow, we really it will straight up be 2 months before we get to see them after Sunday. Which brings us to this week, because that still exists, right? We're looking a lot towards the future. Match of the week, which I would posit there's 2 match of the weeks. It's just one's conditional on the other. So there's a match of the week, and then a second match of the week, assuming that one happens a certain way. But it's the Dragons and the Ferrymen. These 2 teams playing each other. Again, it's a big deal. Depending on if the Dragons win, that seals Neil's fate instantly. But depending on how they win, if they win, they've 3-0'd Leviathans. So if they can channel whatever that energy was up against the Ferrymen, then suddenly we're having to figure out a tiebreaker between the Ferrymen and the Leviathans for first seed going for playoffs. But if they lose at all, suddenly Sunday, that's the conditional second match of the week where all of a sudden if you guys win, you get knocked up into third. If you guys lose, you stay at the bottom. So a lot of pressure, I think, on that one.
That just needs to happen now. That'd be wild.
That would be cool.
I'm excited. Just the fact that we're going into the last 4 sets and there's still at least potentially 2 that matter is a huge deal, because sometimes we get to the end of the year. This is season 7
of just nothing.
We were in week 14 of phase 2, and it was literally not a scene. Yeah, do you remember that?
I guess not.
We did 2 phases in the whole year, and each one was 14 weeks.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was
broke my brain.
It was
too.
a lot of Smite. You won that.
Was that on the? Is that the PK year?
Yeah, that would have been PK year.
That's crazy. I feel like the last year felt way longer. When I was on the Warriors, that second phase felt like it was forever.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember last year.
We had we literally went a 5-game winning streak and then 5-game losing streak, and the split's not over. We're what is going on?
Let it end.
It was we're up here and then we're down here, and I was I don't know how many more swings we can be taking here.
That started. It was the dodgy.
Fred would walk in the studio every day. Don't give me dodgy today. It's banned, first ban every time. Good job, Fred. Good job. Everyone was gonna ban anyways. It was so funny. He'd come in this just every time.
They knew.
That's Fred. That guy's a character.
He's awesome. That guy.
He's a good dude. Unfortunately for him, for Kivo Fred, this is just the weird way my brain is going to connect these. Kivo Fred makes me think of Cherio just because those 2 faced against each other often. Cherio makes me think of the Dragons because he's involved in their coaching. And that's how I got us back on track. The Dragons.
7 ways to bake.
The Dragons make you think of the Roman Empire, and then you go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah,
Dragons make you think of the Roman Empire.
And you go down the rabbit hole.
We're always thinking about the Roman Empire.
They always had it.
I guess the question is, Dragons and Ferrymen, how do you... I'm going to start with you.
3-1 Ferryman.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Those cats are going to come to play, even though it doesn't really matter.
Aurora
Kinda
and
matters.
Cyclone Spin hate
Yeah,
losing.
They will not be having any.
much.
I don't think they like
sets.
trolling either.
No.
They don't like trolling.
Yep.
I
They
remember
do,
there-
but they don't at the same time.
They'll troll, but they got to be in the mood for it, and it can't be like
Yeah.
a troll
I love
set. It's
the
just
sentence.
Sino will
They
be
don't like
raging if they're
trolling,
trolling.
Yes.
but Sino will play like all around jungle.
He will be whipping them into shape if they're trolling.
And
That's not even trolling his eyes.
That's not,
No, they
he
take
thinks
it
that's good.
serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume that is a set that the Ferrymen are going to take pretty seriously just to get their dub, get out.
Guy's just a bunch of beans and he wins games. Like, is that allowed?
And he's the only one winning games on the beans.
He's just beans.
Yeah, he got his first death on the beans, and then he got 3 more deaths in one game, and I was like dumbfounded.
KD by 30.
Yeah, I was dumbfounded, but I still lean towards the Ferrymen, as you kind of have to in a matchup like this, because they just don't troll. They simply don't.
And they don't seem to miss too much either. That's the other issue to try and tackle.
Yeah, they're prone to losing like a game or two a set. Like we beat the Ferrymen both games once. Like felt pretty comfortable, and then we don't talk about the rest of the set. It's fine.
Yeah.
Something weird happened. Like my PC was broken,
remember.
or like maybe I think like they started doing some funky stuff. You know, like the games were kind of fixed in a way. If you ask me, I don't know who they're paying, but someone's on payroll. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's messed up.
We already talked about who writes the scripts. We know exactly where it went wrong. Like, we can go address this right afterward. But Neil, for you, this set has a very, again, like a different meaning because it kind of controls whether or not, like, if Sunday matters for y'all, which I think as of right now the consensus is it's still probably going to be a very heavy set. And so while this is match of the week, you get a different question, which is just, assuming that, your set versus the Dragons has that weight on it. How are you feeling that's going to go?
I don't really know, honestly. It's hard to say. Like that's just such a team. Like there's like this all the time. The Dragons just like what is going on, and even with their picks and stuff, like it's hard to game plan for them because they just do random stuff as well. And even with us, like we're not the most consistent team either. Like we'll have like game ones, the Ferrymen look super clean, and then we'll have like games. It's like what is going on. So I think it's just gonna. I genuinely don't know how that set's gonna go, but I always feel confident coming to game day. Like I said, like when you're on a team and you know everyone on your team is good and can play the game and are talented and you have the potential to win. So we never come in like thinking we're underdogs. I just always come in, let's just play, and we're kind of looking the long game ever since I came back to. For me, I told the team like I don't care what our win loss is. I don't care if we're losing every scrim, as long as we're trending up and we're getting better and we're working on things like. Everything else will just come. It's just about enjoying the process and making sure that you're just weathering the storm if you're losing and just making sure you're focusing on the improvement.
I was going to ask like how you prepare for a set when you aren't sure, I guess like it's going to have that to it, but I guess the reality is you treat it like normal and then tomorrow you're glued to the screen the entire time the Dragons are playing. Yeah,
it's not in my control, so I mean I'm not really going to pay too much attention. Like if it matters, it matters. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It is what it is. And like if we're missing the playoffs, you have to go play play-ins, like whatever. That's all good with me. I'd rather play playoffs, obviously. I think that the tournament reps are like really important and really good, especially for a team that's not so experienced. But I also just know if you do play-ins, like it helps a lot tremendously with that as well. You get like some nice reps just to get rid of nerves and just get in that flow and just be like vibing with your team. So
I remember that was something I had asked Zap, I think last year. Was just like, hey, do you care like if you qualify direct to or like how big of a difference? He's like, I love playing in play-ins. He's like, that gave us the warm up for the last few years. Like that's why we were able to win.
Seriously, I think if we auto qualified, I don't think we would have won. Like genuinely,
I remember correctly. They got world stage last year with none of the play-in and got first rounded. So like. It showcases at least from the last 4 years of Smite that does actually make a pretty big difference.
Playing more Smite makes you better at Smite. What?
I also think the PK year too. Like Paul wouldn't even have played Scylla. We played it in Space Station randomly, and I think if you auto qualified, you went to the semis, and we wouldn't even like whip that out, and that was an integral pick for us.
Yeah.
He played it in one scrim, and we're like, yeah, it was okay, and then we're like down 0-2, like let's just play Scylla, like whatever, bro.
Run it.
Yeah.
That's how the world has changed. That's
for real.
These small things.
These small things. And so the other interesting note about that, which is like there's 2 teams that are going to play at playoffs that still also have to play at play-ins, right? Like 4 teams from the SPL are going to go straight to Worlds. And their seeding is going to determine like the choice of opponent from those play-ins. But the 2 teams on Sundays, the Glads plus whoever it ends up being, sent to play-ins, and then 2 more teams sent to play-ins, then SCC teams thrown to play-ins. And then we'll have to figure that all out in a whole big old weekend at the beginning of January, right before Worlds. There's a lot going on, guys. Again, like for grand scheme, I'll start short term, which is this weekend. If Ferrymen win just a single game tomorrow, they're first seed. If they lose 3-0, there's a tiebreaker with the Leviathans to see who's first seed. If they win Sunday, Dragons versus Hounds determines third seed, which determines playoffs or not. 2 weeks later, playoffs is going to happen. 4 teams straight to Worlds, 2 teams to play-ins with whoever's left on Sunday. 3 weeks after that, I think, because there's Thanksgiving week off. Maybe, the third week after that, Road to Worlds for an SCC. Week after, Road to Worlds for an SCC. Take 2 weeks off, play-ins, Worlds. Boom. I think we had the number up 70 days until Worlds, which is absolutely bonkers to me. And I'm trying to think if there's one last question I have for anybody. It's thoughts on this weekend and the rest of the year. That's a good one.
It's going to be a great time, Just like
Some Smite.
life is what you make it, and
let's make it rock.
Just have a nice positive attitude as best you can, and just do your best in whatever you're doing. It's going to be a great time.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to ask y'all anymore because that's such a heartwarming. Well, if you think you have a good one, then Trelly, your thoughts on this weekend and the rest of the year?
I finished this Hannah Montana quote. I thought that was good enough.
That was Hannah Montana?
Life's
Not
what
to
you
my
make
knowledge. I don't know. I never watched Hannah Montana.
Life is what you make it, so let's make it rock.
I'm pretty
That's a Hannah
sure I'm the
Montana
first
quote.
one ever to say life is what you make it.
That is
Yeah.
verbatim.
No, I've
Hannah
never heard
Montana
anyone else
quote.
say that.
You're confused, bro.
Gore's about to have it up.
Why are you trying to misattribute his quote?
For real. Can't I just say things and it's like my words?
It turns out there's I think that one was a direct Neil quote. There's like
There you go.
20,000 life is what you
Dude,
make.
no way. I'm pretty sure I'm the first one.
Good morning and happy Saturday, Smite fans. It is the final week of the regular season here in the Road to Worlds phase of the SPL. I'm J-Mac. I've got Inbound joining me here on the desk as we kick off our final weekend of the Road to Worlds. And we've got some great sets and some very important matchups this weekend still to be had. I hope you tune into the waiting room to get all the information. But if you didn't, we can give you a little bit of the TLDR here in just a moment. But we can go ahead and show you guys the schedule for this weekend. It's a doubleheader for both the Dragons and the Warriors, playing both today and tomorrow. Today, it's Dragons and Ferrymen and Warriors versus Kings. Tomorrow, Dragons and Hounds, Warriors and Gladiators. So you're probably asking, okay, well, what sets are important right now? The only Warriors sets, well, the entire Chaos Division is locked in. Their seeding can't change anything. Even with the Kings win, plus-minus affects things, and the Ravens have locked second seed at that point. Only Warriors already at the first. So Chaos side is locked. So the important sets, especially right now, is this very first one, because this first one determines if tomorrow's Dragon set is also going to be an equally important one, because what needs to happen today is the Jade Dragons need to win. If they win, then the division is locked. But also, depending on how the Jade Dragons win, can affect the rest of the standings. If Jade Dragons win 3-0 against the Ferrymen, Dragons lock third, fourth seed is locked in, but we have a tiebreaker between the Ferrymen and the Leviathans. They have to play in a best-of-one tiebreaker to see who gets first seed. If the Ferrymen win at least one game of today's set, but still lose to the Dragons, then what you see on your screen there on the left side would be how everything is locked in. However, if the Jade Dragons lose this set, they have to win tomorrow's set against the Hounds, because so far the Hounds have the better head-to-head matchup against them. So if the Dragons lose today, they have to beat the Hounds, or the Dragons are the ones who drop into the fourth seed.
TLDR, Dragons want to win this set.
Yes.
Ferrymen need to win at least one game, and the Hounds want the Dragons to drop this set. And I mean, this is a great one to start out with. We're jumping right into the final weekend of SPL with this great set. As you said, this one is the one that kind of shows what the rest of the sets mean. Are the rest of the sets going to be important, or the other order division game going to be important? I mean, it's a good one to start. Dragons, Ferryman, both on the upswing, both looking really good.
Yeah, I think that's the important part, is that this is, at the moment, the most important set of the weekend. And then depending on the results, tomorrow's first set could be the most important set of the weekend if you're a Dragons or a Hounds player. So if you're a Dragons fan, you want to see a win today. If not, you got to see a win tomorrow. It just needs to be one of the 2 sets that the Dragons win and they make the 3rd seed. They move on to playoffs. Because remember, it's only the top 3 teams that go to the playoffs. That takes place in just a couple of weeks. We'll have next weekend off, no SPL at that. And then after that is when we come back and we have the playoffs with our top 6 teams. And as mentioned, we now qualify 4 of those teams of the 6 to Worlds from that playoff. So very important to get into the top 3 seed on both of those divisions. That way you can make your way into those playoffs to go that way. So I think a lot of pressure now on the J-Dragons to find their win in this matchup. Again, for the 6 Ferrymen, they just need to win a single game of this match in order to guarantee their 1st seed. We'll see if the J-Dragons have a little bit of their magic with them. And speaking of the J-Dragons, we've got their mid laner, Dardes, who's standing by for our pregame interview with Gore.
That's right, I've got Dardes here, and up front, going to talk about what the desk was mentioning. This set, relatively important to you guys. Do you feel a lot of pressure coming into this, or are you trying to treat it as normal as possible? Because it really does affect the standings.
Yeah, it's a really important match, but I mean, we're not like under pressure of anything. We still have tomorrow if we lose today, you know. So we're just, treating it like just a normal game.
The small safety net giving a little bit of extra comfort. We were just talking about it, and to the fact that the Ferrymen are going to take this as seriously as possible as well, so it's going to be challenging. The good news, maybe, is Paul and Sino, they won't be in the booth. They're going to be playing from home, just feeling a little ill. And so I'm wondering, does that affect much of how you approach this game?
I don't think it's going to affect us in particular. Like, we're just going to play like they were in the booth, you know. It's not going to change anything.
You're just not going to stand up and see Paul like gamer leaning. That's the only real. That's the true difference right now. The Ferrymen, though, it's a hard matchup. As they had mentioned on the desk, if you guys win this, depending on how you win it, it changes some things for them. But realistically, winning it for you solidifies 3rd. So how do you tackle a team like the Ferrymen? Like, where's the win condition here?
I mean, it's a weird one because I think they're the best team right now, but we usually do well against them. Like, we don't get stomped ever. We usually do 5 games against them. We get reverse swept, unlucky, But we're still showing that we can win against them. So I think we actually have a good matchup against them, and we'll see how it goes today.
All the Dragons fans out there right now are just like, all right, just give us a 1-1, then you can win from there, but don't go up too low, a little nervous. Hey man, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Good luck in your games. Thanks for your time, and we'll go back to the desk.
I'm excited from a little bit of the confidence that Dardes gives us on a set like this. Mentioning in scrims, it does go to 5, and well, that's a lot of what the J-Dragons have been talking about for the phase, whether it be a little bit joking or whether Mike was serious at the beginning, said he wanted to have a perfect season, play all 50 games of their 10 sets. Haven't seen that quite come to fruition. Have been a couple of 3-0s for this squad, a couple of 0-3s as well, but really ever since, I would say the addition of Coast to this roster really feels like it's kind of reignited a bit of the flame for the J-Dragons. The duo lane in particular has really kind of been able to step up there. As long as Coast is able to get kind of one of his power picks out there. We've been seeing a lot of teams, though, start to ban the On-Her away from the J-Dragons, and we've also been seeing bans of things like the Aphrodite from Mike, just to kind of keep this power duo down.
Yeah, and this set kind of showed a little bit of a recipe of almost how to deal with this Dragons team. This was a 3-0 in pretty good fashion by the Warriors. The Warriors took it to them from start to finish, and it was really kind of all Warriors for the most part through this set. Exactly how you said, that's how you deal with it. They banned away the On-Her. They kind of kept Coast onto something like this Hachiman, which is it's a fine pick. There's nothing wrong with the Hachiman, but you compare Coast on the On-Her to the Hachiman, and it's night and day. The On-Her he exudes so much more confidence. The Hachiman, while still confident, there's just a limit to what you can do aggression-wise with the Hachiman, so I think that has something to do with it. But it's not really just Coast on the Hachiman is the problem. This Dragons team doesn't have a lane to play through when Coast is not trying to dominate that lane.
I will say some of the kind of adjustments that we saw from the Dragons, maybe some of the picks that came out, especially during this set, and this game in particular, you see it there, the Tsukiyomi from Dardes. Really loved what we saw from this double assassin kind of comp that the Dragons had. Love what the Tsukiyomi brought to the team, kind of acts as that pseudo mage, has some decent range on the god, so it's not like you gotta play directly up in front. And it kind of gave the Dragons a little bit of extra dive potential for their team. So curious to see what we see from the remainder of the Dragons coming into this week, especially against what I imagine to be one of their most consistent and maybe even one of their more difficult scrim partners.
Yeah, and before we look at the other side, look at the Ferryman, I want to touch on just one more thing with the Warrior, or with the Dragons, and it's Mike with this Aphrodite. It's kind of came back into a pick that he's willing to play. It didn't look all too good against the Warriors team, but before then, it's looked fantastic. And I'm confident if they go towards this Aphrodite again, it is a pick that will look very good. I think they just need to make sure they pair it with something that has aggression in that dual lane. If they do that, I'm 100% down with this Aphrodite. I know the community is really split on what they feel about Aphrodite and Mike on Aphrodite in general, but I'm a fan of it if they can pair it with something aggressive.
Yeah, I've been turned into a bit of a believer now with Mike and the Aphrodite pick, along with Coach kind of jumping onto this team. But up against them is going to be the Styx Ferryman, your current #1 seeded team, but need to win one game this set. Doesn't need to even win the entire set, just a single game, and the Styx Ferryman will guarantee their lock on the first seed. And I think it's very doable. I mean, you already heard from Dardis, this is a team that when they're scrimming, it's very often that these guys go to a full 5. It's never really a blowout between these two teams, so could be seeing that opportunity now for this team. But I think a couple of the people to really mention for this Ferryman team, and maybe to an easier winning formula for the Dragons, is to take away that pick right there on screen. Paul on Baba Yaga, now no longer the undying, unkillable Baba, but over the course of his 7 games has only died 4 times, and all of those deaths came in a single game.
And they won this game even though he died 4 times, so he's still 7-0 on this Baba. So yes, you can kill him, but you're probably not winning the game even if you do kill him a few times. And the crazy thing is, it was 20 minutes into that game before he actually had his first death, and he basically inted for that fire, and he ended up getting it for his first death. So even while dying, he was still doing a bunch. But I agree 100%. Get rid of this Baba Yaga. I do not want to see it. It's too strong. What Paul can do on this character and into that late game is insane. Or on the other side, I'm also fine with taking it away. I don't want to make it seem like Dardes can't or won't play it. Dardes can 100% play it. Yes, it's not like the go-to god by him, but it has to be something that you'd have to take away from Paul by picking or by banning.
I think the one thing I'm excited to see is maybe what new mages jump in the solo lane. And as split as everybody is on seeing the mage solos, seeing some of the new ones that have like jumped in, even if it's only for a game or two, it's always fun seeing, what new ones come in there, because, going into like week 4, we were starting to just kind of see, the Raijin, the Morgan, Hades, maybe a Morgan Le Fay. Then week 5 is when we started seeing a bunch of the mages jump over. Saw a little bit less of the diversity last week, but still could see something as we jump in to picks and bans for game #1. I'd like to see what new mages maybe jump over into that soul lane, see if anything extra kind of jumps up into the roster. But already the Jade Dragons have made probably the best ban that they can, taking Baba Yaga away from Paul.
Perfect. Great start to the bans phase. Also taking away Auror's Sobek. It's another god that he's looked really good on. It's kind of his go-to after those top 2 supports are banned. And the Ferryman opting for the Ratatasker and the Chernobog ban. So far, nothing kind of sticking out too much. Bans of either something that the enemy team likes to play a lot or just a top-tier character in general. Raijin still up, as you talked about. Mages in solo lane is kind of the meta right now. I'm curious if Alma, if Herc, if Wukong are going to be banned, are they going to be picked? Or is it just going to be Morgan, Raijin, Hades? What is that solo lane going to look like? Because we've now had another 4 days of scrims. Has the meta in solo changed even more? Guardian, something like that. Alma still strong enough, so she's taking the ban by the Dragon side. One more ban for the Ferryman before the Dragons get their first pick.
Still a couple of top supports left open, though. Yamoja and Athena, notably, both still up. If they want to go towards it, the Aphrodite for Mike. If he doesn't want to go towards either of those Guardians, or if one of them gets banned out and he doesn't want to pick up the other one. So still a lot on the table for these two teams to draft up. Also, notably, the Onher for Porsche Coast still open against them. Styx Ferryman will ban away the Yamoja, so that does open up Athena if the Jade Dragons want to go to it. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a snap lock of that god, currently sitting at 95% pick ban rate, but not going to be a first pick. Instead, it's an opwash, kind of a double ban away from the Styx Ferryman. Both Paul and Baskin have been playing this pick.
And probably something we should have touched on, because this character is kind of flown up to this top tier pick ban area, and it's because solo lane it's dominated, and then Ferryman really the only team that's playing this opwash mid. But as you said, this is a double hit to both solo and mid, so that's a good first pick by the Jade Dragons. Ferryman opting for the Raijin, most likely going solo lane, but We have seen a little bit of it flexing more towards mid. Usually it's with I think it's Shinto played at mid, and then maybe there was another one that I'm missing, but Raijin mostly played in solo. Athena locked in by the Ferryman, also locked in Jade Dragons. Talking about that dual lane a lot. Aphrodite locked in. This is what we kind of wanted to see, this pressure dual lane with that Aphrodite, because they've looked fantastic in this duo.
Yeah, when they played up against the Warriors, this was the double ban that the Dragons ate. Just about every pick ban phase was no Ahri, no Aphrodite. Gets taken away in the top 3. Now, given the opportunity to play it, the Jade Dragons will snap that one in, along with the Op Wash. In response, though, Morgan Le Fay for the Styx Ferryman, and given that both of these gods have been going over to solo, both have also had flex towards mid. But knowing that this is Paul on the Ferryman, Paul has really been a big fan of the Morgan Le Fay recently. Do you think this one might be going mid his direction?
Yeah, I think Paul's a fan of this MLF, and I do think Baskin is also a little bit more of a fan of this Raijin, so I would agree. Morgan mid, Raijin solo lane. Kama banned out, Dragons trying to ban either a jungle and ADC. Do you really worry about ADC when you have a duo lane like this? Like, this is a very strong fighting comp. Yes, you could lose clear potential, and we've actually not seen any of these mage ADCs banned yet. Ola runs up, Freya's up. Could be a possible ban there, especially because you do have this Afro and this on her. You kind of want to win lane, so you kind of want to ensure that, so maybe that's where they take the hit here.
Maybe the only downside I could see towards that, though, is that the Ferryman already have 3 magic, so if you do get a magic ADC,
True.
you're now stuck with a lot of magic defense. We'll see where the Ferryman go with the rest of their draft. Bans throughout, as you mentioned, Camazotz against the Ferryman. That's Lazarus' most played god so far this phase. And then Hera, which is just a Dardes ban. Did get some buffs as of recent. Would be surprised if Dardes didn't try to go back towards one of his most picked gods. So the Ferryman going to ban that one away. Dragons take away Nemesis, which has been one of Sino's recent picks. And one that's not necessarily been an overbearing god against some teams, but Sino's really been making this god that isn't really a meta pick look pretty strong.
Yeah, and it's not really his go-to. Usually he goes for that Erlang Shen, which we still left open, but as you said, he does go for that Nem when there's a few more things banned, like that Rat also. So there is a few picks left up for Sino, but I do like the Nem little throwaway ban. I guess I'm a little curious where the Dragons are going to put this Op Wash. Do you think teams have experimented with that Op Wash in mid like the Ferryman? Or do you think it's mostly shifting towards solo? Because we've seen it dominate over there.
I think so far this phase we've also seen Benny Q take it for the Eldritch Hounds in mid. I know in the past we've seen players like Venenu be able to play this god. I think Dardes also played this at one point whenever he was playing back on the Oni Warriors team of seasons of past. So is some flexibility with this pick. So I'd be curious to see where the Jade Dragons do lock this one down.
So you're the stats guy, you know like this stuff, and you remember like Op Wash being played in mid. I don't remember that stuff, so I was kind of throwing it to you. Like, did you expect it? Does Dardes play it really?
We could.
And he could play it, and they will be playing this Ishtar. And I just want to take a look at the last ban by the Jade Dragons, a Bastet ban. We have not seen maybe more than one Bastet this entire phase, and it's usually like a Scream pick or a Scream ban. Little weird seeing that. Maybe something talking about with scrims that they've been playing. Maybe there's been rumblings of a Bastet. But Ferryman locking in this Ishtar does give them some decent fight potential over in duo. Athena, Ishtar, strong, clear, decent fight. Is it a better fight than on her Aphrodite? No, absolutely not. But there's clear potential there.
I'm going to try and pull up the stats on it right now, but we've actually seen one Bastet so far this phase.
Scream?
Cure Me. And he went 7-2 on the pick.
God's broken.
He made it look really good. Now Zhonghui Pele. So Pele for Lasbra in the jungle. And then Zhonghui.
Wow.
That's where I think my question mark comes in is where do we see the Zhonghui go? Now that we know that we have Zhonghui and Op Wash as our mages, do you have a preference on which one goes to the solo lane now?
I'm curious. Basically, I think it leans towards both of these mages on the Jade Dragon side should be able to outlane the Raijin in solo. I think it comes down to which one is safer over there. And I think I would lean a little bit towards the Zhonghui. Slightly more tankiness, has good enough sustain that he can, live the poke of the Raijin. Op Wash, if he gets, dashed on, if he starts getting beat on by this Raijin, there's very little things he can do to survive. He can try to just run away, heal, pick up the corpses, toss them down again, heal some more. Zhonghui has true fight back potential if you dash onto him. even without like his team there. So it's always going to have to be something safe by this Ryzen, and that's if this Ryzen even goes over to solo lane. There is still potential of maybe the Morgan goes over there. Yes, we have seen Paul play the Morgan a little bit more. Yes, we've seen Baskin play this Ryzen, but there's a little bit of flex potential in mid and solo on both sides.
So trying to figure out, looking at some of the past history of the players, just to kind of see maybe if one of those can kind of glean where we'd see the Opwash versus the Zhang Kui go. Well, for Dardes, neither have looked very strong for him. Hasn't had very many games, I think 4 and 3 apiece on those with a fairly low win rate. Or if you go to the opposite side for Nika, he's been playing both of those gods, and they've both been really good for him. So I guess maybe given the matchup, what we can maybe say would be a Raijin solo for the Six Ferryman, just because we've been seeing a lot of Raijin solo primarily. Paul does like the Morgan Le Fay. Is there a better matchup for one of these two to go up against that Raijin?
Yeah, I think both are fine. I just think Zhang has that slightly better fight back, survivability, also from the protections from his passive. I think I would look more towards mid, because I do think both play fine into this Raijin and solo lane. And which one do you want in your core 3v3 fight? If you're playing Pele, Afro, and then either Zhang or Opwash, I think Zhang makes a little bit more sense in mid with this Aphrodite. That is not a god you want to dive with this Athena. If Athena dash taunts, Afro's there, Zhang's there, Pele's there. That's a whole lot of damage, whole lot of survivability, and it's healing you have to get through also. So expect a lot of healing also on this Ferryman side, or anti-healing.
I think that also brings up an old conversation we used to have about Zhang Kui. It feels like the best time that you can have as Zhang Kui is when you can build Blink and Aegis, because you can blink, pop your ultimate, pop the Aegis right after so you don't take damage, you're dealing a whole bunch to it. Now you maybe don't have to worry about either a Blink or an Aegis in this case, because you just have the Aphrodite, gives you the free Aegis, and you don't even have to worry about stopping to channel the rest of your kit during that time. So you might be honest about that, I think, with that combination.
I'm also nearly positive that when they've done this comp before, Dardes has gone builds with no beads. And he's only done it when Mike's played Aphrodite. So that is a really good point to point out there. Beads Aegis on the Zhang, potential all in. Also, if he just wants to go more of like a super safe backline build, he could go something like Aegis Shell. But I do think that Blink Aegis does make a lot more sense. Both comps very interesting. The Zhang kind of coming out of nowhere. I think we've seen it maybe once, twice this phase. But I think we have to highlight Erlang last pick by the Ferryman. Kind of Sino's bread and butter this phase almost. He's looked very good on it. A lot of their wins, he is playing it, and a lot of games that they are in, it's banned. So it's interesting to see that they get this so low.
Yeah, it ends up being one of his most played and one of his most winning gods so far this phase. 8 games, only a single one dropped on the Erlang Shen. Right behind that is the Ratatosker as well. 8 games played, only one of them dropped. So seeing one banned, but also not the other along with it, maybe a bit of question. But I guess my question comes to you for the Jade Dragons comp. Look over, at least for the Styx Ferryman, very easy style of play. Let's see how the comps actually play out as we get ready to jump into game number 1. Jade Dragons versus Styx Ferryman playoffs on the line for these teams. How do we see it? Let's jump into game 1.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Inbound. It's going to be Gore, Myth, and of course Doug giving us the views into the game as we jump into this one, Myth. Dragons, Ferryman. If the Ferryman can just win one game, they're solidified in first place, and that's maybe all that matters to them. The Dragons, though, need this set to make sure they stay in third. And if they don't get this one, they have a whole lot of work to do tomorrow. But it all starts here, and it is going to be the Zhang Kui in mid. And much like the desk had kind of touched on, we typically see this. If it gets levied with an Aphrodite, maybe you can skip the beads. Immediately goes into it. And a lot of people aren't showing faith in the Dragons right now. 73-27 in favor of the Ferryman. You agree with Twitch chat?
I'm a big Ferryman stan. I mean, if you watch the waiting room, I've got these guys at top of the league, so I think fair odds there. But speaking of the beads for Dardes, I think for the most part, the desk is correct. You do generally want to just go ahead, pick up Blink, and then Aegis as well. But considering how much CC the Styx Ferryman have, it's a lot, and it's frequent, and it's confirmable CC. Athena dash taunt on cooldown, Sino blink taunt whenever that's available, Tycho drums, even Paul to a certain extent of this Morgan Le Fay can get involved with that range CC. It's a must beats game. There's just going to be way too much you have to deal with. So much pick potential on the Ferryman.
And a lot of it early on probably starts with that guy Sino. Paul, as you mentioned, I think a big threat. Till we see the supports roll over, though, maybe it's going to be an easier, quote-unquote, game for Dardes. The real thing I was thinking the minute I saw this Zhang Kui locked in And it's something that we've been seeing in solo a lot, and it's actually maybe the reason solo lane mages are the thing. I feel like that new breastplate looks real good on a Zhang Kui.
Looks real good on literally everybody. Leap
my
in,
God.
Cyclone in some trouble, and Polar Bear Mike picks it up with the birds.
And now Lasmer's here as well to help clean up. No, Aurora gets the dash, not going to get away this time, though. A couple autos, first and second blood over to the Dragons.
Sino at least able to grab a little bit of that neutral farm before disengaging fully. That is the Lasbra Classic. We'll call it the Jade Dragon Special, those early duo lane ganks, but all facilitated, and make no mistake, by Vaporish Coast himself. That leap in just hits every target you need it to, separates the fight, and completely dominates in that poke potential. Cyclone Spin and Aurora will have fight back eventually, but you gotta stack up gooseberries. You need a few more points in that taunt. Until then, the Jade Dragon's gonna control duo, and even until that, now with a lead, I'm thinking the Jade Dragon's gonna control duo.
And I saw some rumbling, some conversation about Coast specifically because he's got back to this on her so often. And he's looked really good on this on her every single time. And you can throw it out there. Oh, Coast, he's just a one trick. He's playing only on her. If he's good at it, first off, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But then on top of that, he's proven beyond that. But this on her, I will say, and agree with some of the rumblings, has just been above and beyond. It feels like when he gets onto it, it gives him so much more pressure. And is that just, I mean, I've even talked to you about it. Like, on her is just like the essential kit. And it feels like, is it just because of where he's at right now? Like, what makes this on her so powerful?
In a world where it's a pressure meta in the duo, where you really want to control that side of the map and you want to look towards Gold Fury, where all the fighting's going to happen on that shield buff. There's so much farm there. You always want someone that can fight, and Onher's that guy at just about every facet of the game. The only weakness of Onher, and this has been his weakness forever, is that compared to other hunters, he does fall off a bit in the absolute latest portions of the game. The trade-off being, you really don't want to fight him right now.
Well, they're going to try to fight him. Not find a lot of success. Shield buff over to Coast, which is going to be just, again, a nice little cozy position for him. They don't even lose any minions to the tower. Good control on left from the Dragons, and like you said, a lead, and then some. Both level 5 as compared to level 4 for Aurora and Cyclone. So the pressure is on. And I feel like Mifflin, again, getting a little ahead of myself, and I'll admit it now, but Ferryman, you only need one game this set, but you really need that one game just to make sure that you can avoid a tiebreaker with the Leviathans. And so feeling a little bit of the pressure now, still under 1,000 gold, 4 minutes in. The Dragons, I'm not even going to say have slowed their roll. Realistically, it's just they've gone back to farming. They're not looking for active fights. And luckily for a lot of them, they're relatively safe. Ghost is alone in lane, but no big deal. We haven't looked over towards solo in a while, and admittedly, maybe it's just because we've gotten used to this scene, right? The Raijin versus an Opwash. Raijin versus usually a Morgan Le Fay, sometimes thrown over here, but both of those are on the Ferryman. Opwash for Nika, it's a pick that's worked out really well. Is there anything really stellar in lane that we can expect, or are we just waiting for the rotations?
There's really not a whole lot of boxing potential. It's because of the first item we're seeing in both of these builds. Every mage in solo has enough sustain that they should be able to hold their own. Nika will have advantage in sustain, but Bastion's got advantage in poke, so should equalize a little bit as far as like just pure boxing is concerned. I don't really expect either side to fall down, barring perhaps some rotations from these junglers. There's interesting interactions in that Taiko Drums does slow you down, so it's easy to line up like a triple corpse explosion, but how often are you going to be in a position where that's kill pressure?
What a killer! Oh my god, but the taunt, I don't know that they're going for it. It doesn't go for the stun. It's a buff invade. Honestly, Miff, I'm going to be real with you. I thought there was about to be some bloodshed.
I thought Aurora was dead. He had ult. Vaporish Coast could have just pillar stun right into ult. Maybe would have worked. I mean, Aurora's got a little bit of defense for now, but I think certainly some pressure potential there. Maybe Coast is waiting out the kiss stun from PBM, didn't quite get it, wanted to get that passive for additional power. Just didn't get the opportunity.
Well, Sino now aggressive on the Nika, forces the beads immediately, and there comes a roar, and there's Baskin's damage. It becomes a little bit more than poke when you've got assistance from two of your teammates and that global presence from the Athena, giving the Ferryman their first of the game. And it's just a classic, clean rotation in from Sino.
That's what makes Athena the highest value Guardian in the game, as far as I'm concerned. The ability to just gank solo lane, especially in a solo mage meta. The majority of the mages getting tossed over there don't have escapes for that. Raijin can do it. He's got a leap away, but even then, pretty slow, and Athena will chase you down. Opwash? Yeah, there's really nothing he can do. He peels for himself with damage. Athena's dunking in, and whoever's chasing you down is now taking less damage. So your self-peel, a little bit worse. I mean, he emptied the crypts. It looked good. Nika put out a lot there. Just not enough.
Now, it creates, again, it's such an interesting dynamic to watch with these games lately because we have a distinct advantage for the duo lane. Level 8-7 for Coast over Cyclone Spin, and 7-6 for Mike over Aurora, even with that assist going to Aurora. But then you start to see Baskin pull ahead, and it just becomes who's going to have the bigger impact play. You've already highlighted on her. Tends to fall off a little harder than other hunters towards late.
Still a hunter, though.
But
He's
it's still
bad.
a hunter, and also it's still Coast. So, but then the other half of that conversation is it's still Raijin and it's still Baskin playing him, so it creates something interesting. Lasber trying to get something interesting in mid. Good damage onto Paul, unable to really chase him down, though. And I think it's going to showcase this three-piece core for the Dragons and how powerful it can be.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage to play between them. The Des did a great job highlighting that. But what they are lacking on the Jade Dragons is confirmable CC. If you're waiting on knock-up from Lasbra for every single initiation, if it's got to be a point-blank stun from Dardes, maybe Mike's got it single target, that's not really massive threat on Relics. So we can see that reflected already in build for Paul. He said, well, I'm not really worried about the CC. I'm worried about the damage coming my way. Aegis in first slot.
Ghost needs to be worried about a little bit of both. Beats popped instantly. I thought he was for sure going to go there. And unfortunately for the Ferryman, those beads and that leap, just enough to get him away. Sino had taunt. They maybe could have chased. But Mike's nearby. Just not going to be worthwhile. We do see, though, and I think this has been refreshing for the Dragons as a play style. And maybe refreshing for Dragons fans out there as well, which is that Coast has kind of breathed in an air of aggression to the duo lane that just wasn't there before, or at least not to the same level, right? Him and Mike seem to be much more on the same page of jumping in, playing aggressive, getting in their face. And Coast is going for invades whenever he gets the opportunity, even if it doesn't go well. And so it's just very revitalizing, I think. You know, we talk about the honeymoon period. I feel like that's kind of ended for the Dragons, and this might be one of their most true tests for what this roster swap will do.
What Vaporish Coast has brought, legitimately, is just a lane that you can play through consistently. And the Jade Dragons were lacking for that previously. At times, Dardes would have had it when he was playing his more aggressive picks, when he would take the on-her into mid or play the Assassins. The Jade Dragons would play there. But you really don't want to camp Nika's lane because solo lane is overall low value compared to duo. And then we compare Vaporish Coast playstyle directly to Vote. Vote was a late game scaler. He'd always say it. I'm just hanging out until level 18, and I'm gonna blast towers and I'll hit tanks and it'll look good. Coast doesn't want to hang out. Guy's got no chill. Wants to play right now. Loads in. Makes his stamp known on the map immediately, and already you can see him pushing that lead pretty significantly. Cyclone Spin, I'm not sure gonna have any fight back, not for a while. Sino's gonna have to make multiple rotations. It would take maybe 2 kills on Coast before we see Cyclone caught back up.
And you know, honestly, I can't even blame Coast. Like, that kid got like a pentakill competitively when he was like 12. Like, I would be chasing that consistently from that point forward. I didn't say against who.
Yeah. It's implied.
It's implied. It's in the undertone. Baskin goes in. Tycho drums thrown out. Connects on Dardes. Roar uses his ult to rotate in. But the main target, Lasbra, low health, able to escape, stays alive this time around. Ferryman, big rotation over to right, but no Pyromancer. It's only 10:30, so there's no way they're going for a Fire Giant. In-game, very specifically. So instead, it's just going to be a little bit of an invade, right? Go look for the shield buff. Go look for, the cooldown buff. Look for some blue buffs. Get whatever farm you can for the massive rotation.
Yeah, we'll see. Jade Dragon slowing down on extending their lead, the majority of it, or maybe the entirety of it, held by Vaporish Coast as of now. And the Styx Ferryman, unperturbed, doesn't it seem like? We haven't seen too many rotations over to try and prevent this aggression. Cyclone Spin's hanging out in the tower, just farming up.
Lasbra, a lot of damage. Oh my god, is he eating
Goodness.
so much from Paul in the long-range shots. Oh, that's all you need. And the Beacon's going to be coming in soon. Early this season, Beacon fights. Massive rotations. Now, with Lasbra gone for 10 more seconds, might be able to come back in time, but This feels like mid-control. Shifts over to the Ferryman for the 4th kill of the game. And their second. Throwing that on to Paul has to feel great.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Lazarus' build. Interesting. Brawler's Beat Stick in first slot, a little bit of anti-heal, a little bit more damage. And then Breastplate of Valor. Not exactly useful against the Athena-Morgan Le Fay combo. Once it's Breastplate of Determination, then you get a little bit of that defense rolling. Mostly for the CDR. Got to slot it somewhere if you're not going Jotuns in first. So he'll get a bit of it. It's going to be a while until he's allowed to be that hyper-aggressive pick on this Pele. Once you learn that one ability rotation from MLF is just going to knock you down, you got to start showing some respect.
Yeah, things change, and you might have to show that respect here. Great taunt onto 2 from Aurora. Mike in trouble now, and he's CC'd, locked down the healing. It's doing so much. Dardes tries his best, but is unable to peel for his support.
Can't
now
move.
Mike caused some trouble himself. A dash forward from Baskin and a double kill for the solo laner. Beautiful plays from the Ferryman, and then the beacon to boot.
Man, Baskin is just so much more involved on map, isn't he? Has higher rotation potential just because of the leap and kit, but also it's that early rotation we saw from Aurora. Put him in a real good position to start leaving that lane early on. Nika doesn't even consider it as Paul considers yet another solo kill onto Lazra, nearly able to lock that one down. Fortunately for Lazra, doesn't cost him anything, except for his entire HP bar. Does at least maintain both relics as well as the ultimate, so can get involved in the fight pretty soon. And will want to do so soon while Paul is still lacking for the ultimate.
Yeah, that's the major opening.
Major, air quotes. Still has Beads Aegis.
Yeah, good point. And as you like to put it, unreactable CC for somebody who
And
gets really, really close. And guess what Pele likes to do? Get really, really close. And so maybe it's, major with some massive quotation marks on it. Plus it's Paul as well.
He plays safe.
Dangerous territory, maybe for Lasbra to try and go into. But they need it, right? 2 kills. We looked at it early gank. Lasbra duo lane gets that pressure. And since those 2 kills, it has been 4 unanswered for the Ferryman in the last 10 minutes, maybe even longer, 12 minutes since then. Breastplate of Determination locked in for 2 now members of the Dragons. For Lasbra, though, we talk about Pele. We've seen pretty high burst levels from a Pele, right, when you get the ult online.
Yep.
This build allows Lasbra to survive, but does it let him get those kills?
Man, there's like 3 Pele builds that we've seen. We've seen, 4 really. The mid lane build. We've seen the full assassin jungle build. We've seen the Sino, I'm going to go every utility item in the book build. And now we're seeing this like bruiser hybrid from Lasbra. It's more damage than the Sino one, but less damage than any of the other builds. It will allow him to get a little bit more involved. But, I mean, looking at his damage, Aurora's not exactly under threat.
Now, Aurora actually turns around, looks for the taunt, has Baskin here. And that might be enough. Frenzy popped, dash in, but Dardes is the one who loses his life in mid. Now Mike, Lasbra, Coast turn around. And they have to run away. They're just going for mid camps. Not too much you can do. Sino manages to maintain his life, even though he's low. And it looks like the Ferryman, despite the action on left, find their kill in mid and force the Dragons to rethink their engage.
Yeah, love that. Sino rotates through mid, make sure that Dardes is pulled out of control. Damage output from Paul, still incredibly high. Jean-Qui's got defense in kit, but going to be a little while. I'm going to stack it up from that passive, so Paul certainly still a massive threat. And even looking at the build from Dardes, not exactly what you'd expect to see from Jean-Qui. Book of Thoth, Divine Ruin, he's going full mage.
Yeah, I was expecting, like you said, maybe some hybrids. The Pythax, honestly, the solo lane build would look great for him. Dragons, yeah, barely. But do get the Gold Fury. Despite Cyclone Spin's best attempts, that corpse explosion from the op wash that helps things out. And that's going to help level things out overall. Gold lead still slightly in favor of the Dragons right now. But slight
for how long?
The right word. 500 gold. And if this Pyromancer goes the way of the Ferryman, and based on the minimap, it will. It is going to only be in their favor for a minute.
Cyclone. That was dangerous. He had no idea Vapor's Coast is there. Cyclone does have Beats Aegis, so likelihood of dying, real low. Likelihood of using every single thing to survive if Impale hits, real high. We saw, what was that, 3 auto attacks from Coast, 30%, 40% of Cyclone Spin's HP. Coast is trying his best to make some pressure.
Needs something. Finds a stun onto Sino, but isn't going to be able to do too much with that. Did not quite steal away the purple either, which is half of what his goal had been there. Aggressive on the left-hand side. He's still got the 2-level lead. He's looking great. Unfortunately, it's balanced out elsewhere on the map. A level lead for Paul, 2 up for Baskin. And Miff, the thing that's blowing me away, and Nika's matched a lot of these rotations, but Baskin, with no teleport, just seems to show up in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Nika try and match those rotations. He made his way towards mid. I'm not sure if he's made a similar splash to Baskin. I'd argue Baskin doing the lion's share of the work right now for the Styx Ferryman, and his rotations have just been phenomenal. It's that early lead. If you're allowed to leave lane and you're not really concerned about missing out on too much wave farm, do it every single time, and that's Baskin's MO. We've seen him around that Gold Fury. We've seen him make rotations towards Coast. We've seen him in mid as well. So I'm loving what I've seen from the Raijin so far. And in next slot, we're going to see a lot more damage from him. Typhon's Fang, such a massive power spike for any of these mage solos. He's essentially got no damage right now. Pythag's Piece, I mean, yeah, it's got some power, but it's not why you build it.
Dardes in trouble in mid, has to go for a little bit of self-sustain, but Paul was looking for the damage. Instead, they just turn it. Nika eats a little bit of poke. Coast on left is the one in trouble. Has to beads out an ult from Cyclone Spin.
Ooh.
Looks like the Dragons right now safe all around, but Aurora might be coming in to change that. Dash taunt available. Lasbra forced to use his blink and his ult, all for the disengage. They all managed to stay alive right now. Big deal for the Dragons. 5 unanswered kills in favor of the Ferryman. And this time they managed to slip through.
They do. They survive. And they maintain healthy. But this could be a big taunt. Good stun, but still connects with 2.
He pulls in the 2, locks him down with a pin from Sino afterward. You've got the crypts. They're emptied. They're giving you the zone. But not quite a full control point capture yet for the beacon. That's going to get reset. Ferryman, 4 standing on this, a 5th on the way. In the form of Cyclone. Aurora relatively low. Lasbra walks forward. Knockup's good. No ults for the Dragons. Only the one, the Taiko drums available for the Ferryman. Aurora, dash taunt off the mark. Coast with a good jump gets him just out of there. Now maybe able to get something done, but the sustain game for the Dragons right now is the one putting in more of the work. Stun onto Cyclone Spin from Mike, but now the damage seems to be there. Taiko drums come out. They're looking to pull him in. Lasbra gets his ult back, spreads some damage out there, but Mike is the one who falls down. It's Paul. The damage is good, but Lasbra at least picks up 1 to find an answer. Unfortunately, it's for 3 on their side. And you lose that mid-core, and you lose the beacon as well.
I mean, Paul just found infinite value on that ultimate. The Jade Dragons, they funnel in, they see Sino drop low, and not a single person has eyes on the Styx Ferryman's mid laner, who just cuts the Jade Dragons in half with that ultimate. And look at the timing of it, Gore. It's just perfect. They grab the beacon. They probably got this gold as well. Coast, he can't do it on his own, and if he dies, tough stuff. That's almost the entirety of the Jade Dragon's lead eliminated should he have fallen. We'll at least maintain some of that XP advantage, but as far as the team's concerned, Styx Ferryman, they're in a good spot.
Now they're feeling confident. Miffin, almost literally every role except where Cyclone's at. Not Cyclone team fight wise.
Does he seem pressed? I don't think
Does
Cyclone
not feel
cares.
like he's under. Yeah, he's not even that far. Like that was 3 levels, now 2 levels.
And you only hit 20 once.
And well, I was gonna say Cyclone, like you said, like nonplussed in team fight. Like he just walked in and did the Hunter thing anyway.
Yeah, I'll just clothesline him with the ultimate. That's the stun. That's my impact. Pyromancer pulled and confirmed by the Jade Dragons. Can they make it out alive?
They're going in for the fight basket. Taiko drum's gone. Uses the dash to disengage. And it seems like that's all the commanding presence the Dragons need. Pulls back some of the gold, but not enough to give them the lead. If it is enough to make sure that this stays relatively close. Overall, map state, Cyclone, he's going to do something that hasn't happened all game. First tower, 20.5 minutes in.
The irony.
It's him, yeah, of him finding it. It's pretty massive. Cyclone has had these good rotations. The only thing on the board right now in terms of massive objectives is that Fire Giant. I'm watching the right side of the map. Vision control in favor of the Dragons. Tower control now in favor of the Ferryman, and by a wide margin.
Yeah, but side lane tier 1's not exactly valuable. It's that mid tier 1 tower the Styx Ferryman really want to knock down to open up the map. Helps out around those Fire Giant fights, helps out around Gold Fury 2. And you can see it now. 4 stack, half HP. I don't know if the Jade Dragons can defend this.
Now with mid tier 1 gone, it opens up that map. You've got everything that you need in mid. You've got right safe havens for the Dragons stripped away. Now the pressure's going to be on. Looking down, I'm going back towards the builds. We are going to get some defense from Dardes here, but it's relatively late. I think we're relying pretty heavily on Mike here. But it's Lazarus, again, that catches my eye, and Oni Hunters, which is not something I'm used to seeing on a Pele.
He's tanky. It's a variation now of what we've seen from Sino in the past. Just a very tanky frontline Pele. I wonder, though, if that's going to be useful, considering how survivable the Styx Ferrymen have proven to be now with their disengage potential, with their heavy CC output. I mean, if Lazarus gets grabbed by taunt, it's fear, taunt again, slow, taunt again, maybe 3 more times from Tycho Drum, into a stun from Cyclone Spin. There's so much CC, so much chain CC potential that amount of survivability may not be enough for Lazarus. I think I'd almost just prefer to see him go for the full assassin build so they could try and isolate Paul. We haven't seen an answer for Paul just yet. The Jade Dragons are playing as a 5-man unit, and that's great, and it'll work out. But the 5-man unit is not stacking up against the 6 Ferrymen.
The 5-man unit has to do something quick. Fire Giant, half health, Ferryman started up, a roar goes in, taunts on Nika. Pressure is going to be there. Great
oh my God.
Stun coming out from Cyclone. The lockdown is good, and they need some damage to follow it up. Dardes goes in, massive ult, but he's the one who's losing his health. Same for Lasper. Tries to make it to the back, gets some poke on the Cyclone, but he is 1 hit away. Sino will chase him to the ends of the world if he has to. Blink gets Lasper away, keeps him alive. Dardes the only one who's lost, but Relic Graveyard and Ult Graveyard for the Dragons. Fire Giant, one more time, started by the Ferryman, Mike and Coast. Gonna see this. Are they gonna step up is the question.
Stay back.
Got some damage. They are not going to even try. Taunt good on the Mike from Aurora. You've got the follow through from Baskin. Slow, like you said, is there. Aurora eats a lot, though, thanks to Nika on the side. That stops the Ferryman from pushing, but Miv, it does not stop their control. Right now, 5,000 gold and 5 Fire Giants.
Nika considers stepping up just to peel out for Mike, loses his beads in trade. Sino able to strip that one away off of him. And the 6 Ferrymen once more win out cleanly on a team fight and take the largest neutral objective. The Jade Dragons are lacking for damage. That's all I'm seeing. The initiations have been good. I thought the CC would be an issue. I thought engage would be hard to come by. The Jade Dragons are finding their targets. It's just that they can't kill them. Sino's just tanky enough. Baskin is incredibly tanky and has off-tank stats thanks to all that lifesteal. The Cyclone Spin's playing so far back in the team fight that if you're diving onto him, you're probably just going to get collapsed on anyway. Aurora has just been dash taunting with zero regard for his own life because who's threatening him? It's just Vaporish Coast, and Coast doesn't exactly have AoE damage, and Athena literally has block stacks. The Jade Dragons, they got to figure out where this damage is going to come from. I'm looking at build from Coast. Maybe sell Gooseberries, get like Odibo, and then you've got a little bit of AoE. That could help out. But I think it really begins and ends the conversation with Dardes. This Zhongqi has just found zero value so far. I mean, hasn't been allowed to survive in the team fights. Every time he steps up with his ultimate, gets sent back by Paul immediately, or by Baskin just poking him from range. The Jade Dragons, they just can't figure out how to finish off these kills. So often it's one target on the Styx Ferryman walking out at 20%, and that target's usually Aurora. He goes back to base, and he doesn't even need teleport because he's got it built into the kit. Just ults back in, reinitiates again. Maybe if Lazra could isolate Paul or Cyclone, could create some space for Nika to start playing a little bit more aggressively, get Vaporish Coast involved. You want Mike on Coast. That's what I've learned so far. But even then, it just has not worked out.
You keep him alive, you keep him safe. 002 for Coast, but what has it amounted to is maybe the question to follow up. Titans, by the way, running down mid. Well, Titan, Chaos Titan, the last one standing as the Ferryman knocked down the Order Titan, no problem. A lot of goose eggs for the Ferryman in the death column. You had mentioned it, but unable to deal with Baskin, unable to deal with Paul, unable to deal with Sino.
Lazarus not here.
Now the Ferryman, yeah, are stepping up. Lazarus in mid between the tier 1 and tier 2.
It's gone too fast.
Right side Phoenix, step in, knock down. Simple for the Ferryman.
I mean, and there's the lack of initiation right there. If it's a Yamoja, you're sending the walls up or rip-tiding somebody. If it's Athena, it's a dash taunt. You got Aphrodite, and you got Aphrodite from behind. She's really good at attacking, really bad at defending. So that single target kiss, it's not really going to slow anyone down.
Well, now pressure up on mid. You've got the Titan to help you out if you're the Ferryman. Sino eats a lot of poke. Lasber had gone in. Paul clone killed off in mid. Tycho jumps over the walls. The Chaos Titan gets sent back, but the Phoenix, well, it's going to follow it. One gets knocked down, followed by the other, and the Ferryman, 40 seconds left on this Fire Giant, might not need it to do too much. They get so much out of that push myth. They are now 10,000 gold in the lead with 3 carries untouched and unkilled so far.
The Jade Dragons had a lead in exactly 1 lane, and it happened so quickly, didn't it? It was about a minute 30 in. We're already 2 levels up for Vaporish Coast. Did you see any more rotations towards duo? Did we see the Jade Dragons try and leverage that lead at all? I saw Coast solo invading purple on cooldown. I saw Coast controlling the shield buff and pressuring the tower.
Hell, he pulled Sino over there a few times.
He pulled Sino over there a few times. I didn't see Lazar make that rotation. I didn't see Mike trying to facilitate that aggression to maybe leverage a Gold Fury. And by the time it's team fight phase, let's take a peek at Cyclone Spin. He's level 20, and he's got his crit stacked up, and he's already finished his Deathbringer. He's already leveled up his starter. The lead that Coast had was so significant for so long, it's almost criminal that he isn't allowed to do anything with it. By the time team fight started, Cyclone Spin had already caught up.
And to make matters, I'm not going to say like worse, but it's only like 1,000 damage separating. With crit online, that, like he hits 2 autos, he's jumped over what Coast has been able to do. So definitely, I mean, I have to agree with you, right? It's just a lot of pressure the Dragons could have had. They lost. Coast lost his tower first.
Coast did lose his tower first. Criminal.
Criminal.
Ironic. Really, it was. Now the Jade Dragons caught in a difficult position of, well, our base defense is doggy, so we will not be letting this Fire Giant go down. They have to fight here.
And they're going to try. Roar, though, is the one who steps up. You have to be careful. The taunt onto Mike is good. Mike has the ult if needed.
Right.
Goes for the healing. Oh, my God, the damage is there. He's going to have to use it, but it's not going to get him out of here. No, he's alive just a little longer. Sino, Paul chase him down, but finally they get to Cyclone. They get to the back. Paul, he's only 1 hit. Somebody's got to clear him out, but nobody can lock him down. Instead, the mid laner for the Ferryman not only stays alive, but finds a double, and the chase is on. Coast falls down. Nika comes in. Paul loses his life. But the chase just too strong from the Ferryman. All of that for a deicide and a triple over to Baskin. They're going to march on down mid. They've got fire minions. And Myth, they seem to think they have the damage to do it. 1 game is all the Ferrymen need to seal themselves as first seed. And they're not going to waste any time. They're going to do it here right off the bat in game 1.
Man, that was looking so good for the Jade Dragons too. Mike survives for a criminal amount of time, killing an Aphrodite, not the easiest thing on the planet, clearly. Baits forward the entirety of the Styx Ferryman, and I thought to myself, wait, hold on. Paul's using his ultimate on Mike. He's in the front line, where it's easy. Dardas is going to roll through, hit a card. We're going to go into the Jean-Qui ultimate, and everybody's just going to die from there because all the Ferrymen were stacked up. And then I remembered exactly what was going on. Oh, wait, 2 Phoenixes down, 10,000 gold. Everybody's got more items. Even with a perfect initiation, you're so far behind. Still did not quite have the damage necessary. Good stuff to the Ferryman. Legacy game for Baskin, though. That guy turned the entire match on its head.
His Raijin, well, it's Baskin. His insert god name here. It's just really, really good. And we're going to do this so that way we can just hit the soundboard in the future. It's clean play from him. I mean, he triple killed to close it out. Undying. Didn't feel any pressure in late. In fact, if anything, that one gank from Sino over on Nika very early on gave him the massive advantage, made those rotations. Baskin a huge impact. Paul doesn't die at the end there, which is well, he does end up dying.
Paul kind of dog-walked him too. I'll give it to him.
40 seconds after he should have died. It was just good play from everywhere where Coast wasn't.
Yep. I mean, and Coast got so much of that pressure, but a 2-level lead that gets you literally nothing might as well not exist. Cyclone Spin's just sitting in tower rolling his eyes like, all right, bro, I'll see you at 25, you know? Yep. And that's exactly what happened. By the time team fight started, it's just dash taunt, dash taunt, dash taunt, and I did not see any level of initiation that's going to match that from the Jade Dragons. The counter initiation wasn't quite there either. That Jade Dragons draft screamed to me, we need to be ahead, and they were for 3 minutes.
Those were great 3 minutes, though. Unfortunately, it was 2 kills in duo, matched by, I think it was 5, maybe I actually think got a little bit higher than 5 before they find their 3rd kill. And from there, it takes them up until that last fight to find anything else. But unfortunately for them, that means they're now 1 in the hole. Ferrymen secure themselves first. Dragons still fighting for that 3rd seed. We'll see if they can do it right after this.
Now you
That's right. The Smite World Championships is just around the corner. If you watched the waiting room yesterday, it was 70 days away until the SWC, which, if my math serves me correctly, that means we are now only 69 days away from the SWC, which means that you should go on now because we have official SWC merch over at shop.hirezstudios.com/SWC. We got all kinds of great merch that you can pick up. As you can see just immediately from on your screen, a couple of jerseys, official SWC jerseys, some new t-shirts, a hat, a bag. There's a whole jumpsuit you can get on there, stickers, pins. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. So make sure you go over to shop.hirezstudios.com/SWC and pick up your merch before the World Championship now. Pick up all the great collections out there. Thank you so much to Skullsters for helping us out throughout the regular portion of the season and now moving in to the SWC. It's going to be a great time, and we had a great start to game number 1 here for the Jade Dragons inbound. Dual lane immediately. First double kill that goes through. But outside of that, this just became Six Fairman team fight control. The Dragons were winning out in farm, but the Fairmen were just taking every single fight beyond that first double kill.
Yeah, and I think it was a little bit to do with, and we talked about this a little in the back, you need to have a mid laner that can live when you play this on her, this Aphrodite. The Aphro's not peeling for your mid laner. She's peeling for one person. Who does she choose? Most of the time, it's Coast on her. So you need a mid laner that is able to survive. They had a lot of AoE damage. This is actually the one play that they made early that was actually kind of bringing them back into this game because other than that one gank, the Dragons had a 2-level lead in ADC, a level lead in support. Mid was even, yes. Jungle was even, yes. But duo was getting out of control. It was Coast was walking up, getting deep vision. He was not scared of anything. If that play doesn't happen in solo, maybe we're talking about a different game. In this mid game, maybe even goes differently. But that play there, and then, as you said, team fights. It was all Ferryman.
I mean, Paul, up until like the very last team fight, goes undying throughout the game, a 6-1, or 6-0, I should say, before he eventually goes down. But this man right here, also Baskin, 6-0 going into the final little bits of the game, and this double mage, at least for the Ferryman, working out really well for this Ferryman comp. Just two of the meta gods at this time. Baskin gets a double and eventually able to pick up a triple at the end of this one, and that pretty much sealed the deal on the game because after that, the Ferrymen are able to run it down, win out in game number 1, and now have guaranteed themselves the first seed. So the 6 Ferrymen, they're good. They got their job done. They got the 1 game win that they need. But now, for the Jade Dragons on the opposite side of the coin, they need to get their wins. They need to win game 2, 3, 4. If it goes to 5 at some point, need to find a win throughout this set so they can guarantee themselves that 3rd seed.
And now when we move into game 2, as you said, every game is now important because they need to put together enough wins to actually take this set so they can actually guarantee that top 6. But actually looking at the P's and B's of last game, they first picked this Opwash. This is a god that they valued over anything else. Athena, Raijin, Morgan. Obviously, Morgan went down to the 3rd pick, but this is the god that they put all their kind of, eggs into that basket of Opwash, and it didn't look as good as this Raijin did, so maybe we switch it up. Maybe we prile that Athena, get that in support, because the rotations this god provides, the ability to back after a team fight and then ult back in full health, I mean, it was fully exploited by the Ferryman.
Now we will see what adjustments the Dragons and the Ferrymen make as we jump into game number 2. So far, will be the same first 2 bans. The one difference,
good touch.
Probably
Good
being
touch
one of the big problems that the Dragons had to deal with. Don't show the priority towards Raijin, so instead we'll just ban that one away. But immediately in response, the 6 Ferrymen are doing just the same thing, while obviously the Camazotz and the Rat weren't played in the previous game. Focusing down Lasbra in the jungle seems to be the key for the Ferrymen here in these bans.
And now with Chernobog making it through, I think that is something we have to talk about. Yemoja now. There is, I would say, 3 very, very strong gods at this point. Yemoja, Athena, Chernobog, all 3 cannot be banned here with only 2 available. The Dragons kind of have the opportunity to say, this god will not be played in this game. Curious to see if they want to, take a shot at one of those supports, or if they want to take a shot at this Chernobog and just look to trade elsewhere. They're leaving everything open. So now the Ferrymen actually have an opportunity to give up the trade that they want. Which god do they not want to play against? Is it the Bog, the Athena, the Yemoja? Last game, we saw no Yemoja, we saw no Chernobog. That's changing. We're going to see one of them at least here.
We're seeing actually 2 of them now. Opwash ban by the Jade Dragons. Will the Ferrymen ban away one of those top 3 picks, or we're going to have one of the rare first moments where all 3 of them potentially get left open? We've had, I believe, at most 2, but I think only a single game so far this phase where Chernobog has not been drafted at all.
Yep.
Outside of that, has seen his way in the pick or the ban column. We'll see Emoji banned away by the Ferryman. So now the option goes over to the Dragons. Do we see Chernobog, Athena as a potential top pick? Does Mike still feel confident on the Aphrodite, coast with the on her? I think those are solid picks, but there's probably a reason why Cherno, Yemoja, Athena are the top 3 definitive picks at this point. And it's, I'm not going to say not close, because Amaterasu's right back there at 85%, but that's a 10% gap between the two of them, so no surprise Jade Dragons take the #1 god right now.
And I like this first pick of this bog, because this ability to now fill out the rest of the P's and B's with the Dragons, they can kind of shift back to what they went last game, and they have a safer mid laner. They can go this dual lane of Aphrodite and the dual lane of On Her, and then you just have a mage and solo lane, and their comp feels better in this game too, if that's what they opt for. On the other side of things, the Ferryman, after that bog is locked in by the Dragons, the Athena, you can match the global pressure. It makes sense. She's dominating. You said 95% pick ban rate, I think is what you said.
Yeah, for the Athena.
Yeah, the crazy amount. And then Amaterasu, which was banned game 1, picked in this game. We've seen it kind of flex a little bit out of being picked highly and kind of banned in that second slot. No surprise it's locked in here. It's still a very valuable god, the global priority here. And now with that Herc locked in, we're having a warrior matchup in solo.
That's unheard of in this day and age, seeing 2 warriors
Season
over
10.
in the solo lane.
Season X bringing warriors?
You're telling me Season 10, Road to Worlds phase, last week we're getting a double warrior matchup in solo lane? Well, to answer, Paul's going to go back to something that he's played over the course of his career. I believe brought back out a couple of times during this phase, especially I think one of the more recent ones was against the Warriors in their set a couple of weeks ago. How do you feel about the Hell right now, especially given how prevalent Sustain has been for solo lane, with how strong things like Pythags has been, Typhon's kind of rising up, and the amount of anti-heal to go up against it? How do you kind of feel about Hell in the current meta?
I think she looks great with the build that Paul's done. Breastplate is... That's like the Paul item. When you think of Paul, you think of literally breastplate, even though he is a mid lane player. And that's in a fantastic spot. But this Sans Thoth breastplate build that he opts for when he plays this Hell, it's so strong. It's very good early. It's very good mid. Like the mid to late portion, I think it falls off a little bit. But then when you go to that late portion, she does so much damage again. I think Hell's a fantastic pick. And most of all, I think Paul on this Hell is insanely good. Pairing with that ban phase, Hunbot's banned by the Ferryman. A lot of junglers getting hit out here, so we're going to be going to that almost even next tier, not even that second tier, that third tier amount of junglers, because Erlang on the other side, already 4 assassin bans, and we have 2 bans left.
We'll see another assassin join that column, Nemesis now, from the Styx Ferryman. And couple in with that Erlang Shen, that's now 5 jungle bans that's been targeted away from really both of these junglers out here. But we know that Cyno's prone to running some strange stuff in the past. Lasber, I think, is the bigger question as to where he goes for his jungle pick. Because now with Bologna taken away, that's another shot.
That's a jungle ban.
Only at Cyno, because only
Jungle
Cyno
ban.
is really playing that pick. I think outside of Cyno, we've seen it a couple of times in solo by, I want to say, Nika.
Yep,
but
Nika.
already have the Hercules, so probably not going to be seeing that one. Would have gone his way anyway. So now, where does 6 Ferryman go? Most likely leaving Cyno's pick for last. So I guess the question is, what does Cyclone Spin want to play? Ishtar's still available. That's been one of his go-to picks over in that dual lane as of recent. Still plenty of options, too. I mean, you can even take the On Her away. Well, I mean, with the Freya Chernobog locked in, not necessarily taking it away, but you can pick it up for yourself if you feel confident there. Or maybe we just see the mages go over to the dual lane this time. We saw no mage ADCs last time. Now no mage solos this time. Maybe we see the swap and we see it go over there. Oh, never mind. I'll stop that there. It'll be Uller instead.
And Uller going to Cyclone in a weird matchup. Uller versus Freya is both characters want to 1v1, and both characters can win just about any 1v1, and it really comes down to, does the axe hit? Are you able to pull relics? Can you kind of like alt immune the axe and chase down? It's going to be a really interesting 1v1 to watch. And with that lock-in, the Atlas in dual lane probably going to Mike. I mean, there is some potential of a Herc support, but we're going to say the Atlas is going to Mike, and Lancelot, last pick by the Dragons. A complete shift of their game 1 P's and B's, where they went for this hyper team fight style with really strong 2v2. This one is almost very good pick potential with good global. And the Ferryman last pick, Poseidon?
I think we got bamboozled. I think that's Alma Jungle.
We forgot about Sino.
Sino played it before, so it's not his first time playing it. I think we even had a couple of highlights on the first death segment that did show Sino's Alma Jungle. So Poseidon potentially now over for Baskin. So maybe we'll be seeing the Mage versus Warrior. So if we do end up seeing Poseidon versus Hercules, how does that matchup kind of go over in that lane?
Poseidon just hyper clears. It's not something that Herc can really match. I mean, level 3 Poseidon, that wave is dead as soon as the abilities hit the field. Herc on the other side kind of wants to play for relics. You'll see it a little bit in solo lane when you play this Herc is you're kind of just fishing for that mage relic, trying to just find it, force it, and then beg your jungler to come over to help you get the kill because you're not killing this guy. This guy is not dying in a 1v1 unless he completely misplays. But you are able to pull relics, and if those relics are down, it opens up the gank a lot easier because if you think about how much chase potential a Herc has, Poseidon's a fast god, but I don't think even he's outrunning this Lancelot.
Yeah, if you look back at the history for Sino on this god, the one time that he has played, it was a 6-0-13 game that he played for the Amaterasu. So we could be seeing that one go back his way. So let's just also, theorize in case that we were wrong and this Alma is actually just going to the solo. How does this now change for the Poseidon jungle? I mean, we had a meta where it was like Poseidon Hebo, kind of a jungle for your mages over in that spot. Haven't really seen that in a long time. How does the current style of play kind of fit for Poseidon if this one does go into jungle instead?
When you play these mages in jungle, they're kind of just hyper farmers, hyper clears, and they just want to play for like these objectives. As long as their name's not Hebo. Hebo obviously wants to fight. When he goes to those fights, he's very powerful even in the early game, and he scales to the late game. But Poseidon's just trying to farm. He wants to get to level 20 as quick as possible. He wants to farm Pyro as soon as he's up, mid camps, Gold Furies, and there's kind of forced 50-50s because Poseidon is okay in 3v3s. He's not great by any means because he has no engage. He doesn't have hard CC, but he's got okay gank potential. He can kind of walk over. He's got good movement speed buff, his 2, and then he's got a little bit of lockdown with the 3 into Kraken. But it just, in the current meta, I don't think it makes a ton of sense to shift that Poseidon into jungle. I think it makes a lot more sense for it to be in solo lane. It's also just I think a better build currently. Think about like the I build in jungle with mages. I don't think it's very strong, but the Vamp, Pythags, Breastplate build that we see in solo lane, that build is insane.
Now we do have game number 2 between the Jade Dragons and the Styx Ferryman. Will the Ferryman push this to 2-0, or will we see the Jade Dragons tie things up? Let's jump over with Gore and Mifflin.
Well, the Ferrymen have done what they needed to do today. They secure themselves first seed. And Mifflin, they give us something interesting here in game 2 as well. Baskin going for the solo Poseidon, Ama in the jungle. It is definitely... The best way to describe it is it's just very Ferryman feeling, right? 75-25 split. Little more in favor of the Ferryman this time than last game. But Poseidon always comes, and it feels like he's in dangerous territory. Sometimes things just fall apart when he's in the game. But it's also Baskin. So how do you feel about it?
I mean, I trust Baskin. I don't trust Poseidon, though. I feel like Poseidon, maybe more than any other character, is completely contingent on his ultimate landing. There are a lot of gods in the game that can play even without their ult, and then there are gods like Poseidon and Hunbots who are ult machines. So if Kraken's on point, Baskin's going to be looking good. What Poseidon does do incredibly well, though, and it's something that I think we sleep on with this pick, is his ability to just shred objectives. Poseidon is so good at slamming Pyromancer. He is so good at slamming Gold Fury. He's going to have best confirmation on map. And also, it plays well into Baskin's playstyle. We saw it last game. Hyper-rotation focus. Gets a half level to 1 level lead in lane. Says, all right, I'm done with my lane. I got my lead. I'm trying to play everywhere else. I'm going to make it someone else's problem. Poseidon's also very fast. He can do exactly that, thanks to his passive. So keep your eyes on him. I'll be excited to see how Baskin pilots this one. And it's worth noting, sure, the Styx Ferrymen accomplished their goal. They get their 1. Now they're fighting for the Hounds, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe the power of friendship shines through.
Also, and just as a thumb note, right? Some of the other teams, we will anticipate maybe some silly compositions, silly playstyles from.
You can say it. The Warriors are going to go crazy.
Yeah, the Warriors are going to do their thing. Aurora and Cyclone just don't like to lose.
They hate it.
They maybe more than anyone I've ever met.
Close.
And Nika, yeah, if that knockup finds its mark, maybe is going to be. It could be a big deal. I mean, Poseidon's not real good at escaping something like a Hercules.
Has beads though.
Ghost, a little bit of aggression thrown onto him, half health, but he's going to be able to walk back to the tower, no problem. Taunts, good. They've got a jungle over here. Sino's not paying attention, at least not to the lane. Doesn't care about diving a tier 1 2 minutes in. Instead, it's shield buff for the Ferryman. But Myth, when I look over, again, towards right, and if I'm looking at Poseidon, the biggest deal that I see stand out is if you can match, you had just mentioned the move speed. You're talking about the rotation power that the Raijin just had. It could be insane. Lasbra.
He's okay.
Yeah, it's not going to get too much done here. Despite some aggression, and Baskin again narrowly avoids getting bullied by Nika.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential. I don't think we're going to see too much out of the Soul Lane. Once Sino hits 5, though, that's your Kraken hit every single time. Even with CC immunity and Nika's kit, it makes them stand still. So you won't get the knockup from Kraken, but you'll at least get the damage. Nika should just be fine here. Neither one of Baskin or Sino quite level 5. And Nika, not 5 yet either. It means that he doesn't exactly pose a threat, so beads will be maintained by Baskin in that trade. I wonder, though, does Sino try and pressure out Nika? You still do have Aurora on the Athena, so the ability of just having a third guy over in the Soul Lane, always going to be a pretty significant threat. Small difference in the lane now is that Nika has passively accumulated a lead thanks to that rotation from Sino coming up empty. So maybe a small opportunity now for Nika to try and get some pressure.
Hell is in mid. Right now, actually, Beads. You had just mentioned Nika, formerly level 4, not posing a threat. Now, level 5, poses a threat.
Can kill.
And Baskin plays it safe the first time. Now he's half. No beads. So now that the knockup's down, maybe he can feel a little safer, a little better about farming this up. Hell, though, in mid. Paul. It feels like, man, it's kind of hard because Paul and the words signature pick go hand in hand with like 10 different gods that it really makes it hard to figure out.
Like Hell's the one.
Hell is the one that comes back to it and just always looks good, though.
Yeah, he's always been real apt to go towards this pick the second it's even on fringe meta level, right? Like if someone in the world, anywhere on the planet, Reddit, Twitch comments, whatever, says, yo, Hell might be okay, Paul's right there with them saying, yeah, you're right. I want it. Give me the Hell. So an opportunity to flex whether or not it will work out here. The Sixth Ferryman, of course, could just be using this set now to heat check, to limit test, if you would, considering they've already accomplished their goal. We have seen the Hell previously, though, and it looked real good for Paul. Damage output going to be very high, especially considering Dardez's build. Sorry, I got stun-locked by that. My man wants to stack, that's all I know. We just got to figure out what he wants to stack.
And first, I guess, overall. I do want to ask, though, and this is just because, maybe it's because of Neil's comments yesterday on Waiting Room, which, by the way, if you missed it yesterday when it was live or earlier this morning when we played it right before the broadcast, you can go to youtube.com/SmitePro. Check that out. Maybe I have to hold the thought on what I was going to ask you because Sino's in trouble. Good jousting fields from Lasbra, but a great ult from Aurora. The mitigations, the move speed, it's all enough.
Paul might
and
want
it gets
this.
Sino out of there. And like you said, Paul maybe wants more. Hell, deceptive amount of damage early on. Lasbra's on a horse, though. And he's going to be just fine. Which Myth means I can hesitantly, theoretically, with the boulder off the mark.
Hit Baskin.
And is it giving him pressure over on right? Maybe I won't be able to ask you the question I want to ask.
Just do it quick.
Is Hell, like when you think of Paul, is Hell the iconic god?
It's hard to say. For me,
because that's Scylla's.
It's
in
the
my
Scylla,
mind,
right? For me, it's that Scylla. I also think of like his the Morrigan performances.
So good.
I would still argue.
His Hebo's real good.
Yeah, but Hebo's so in and out.
He's kind of diluted.
Yeah, Look, I'll say Scylla, the Morrigan, and Hell for Paul,
and
the
just
Morrigan.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, whatever you need. The Morrigan, he's just the best base stance Morrigan I think we've ever seen. a lot of the times we see like other players play the Morgan, it's what are they going to transform into? You know, is it a double Vamana draft? Is it a double Cthulhu draft? When I see Plow play the Morgan, I'm like, who's he going to one-shot and then transform into to get out? So a little bit different there. But that Paul Hell pick, I think, is just so iconic. I've had the displeasure of having to play against it a few times myself, and let me tell you, it's miserable. Because his cleanses, I think, just bar none the best. He makes great use of that ability. And it's a similar level of frustration to like playing against a Geb or a Capri.
Roar, some pressure, has that Paul behind him. There's a cleanse for you. Sino looking for a stun, not going to find it. Dardes was in the wall, turns around, some damage onto Sino. They trade it back in kind. But Myth, I think what you just highlighted is maybe the big difference. Like, you know, you load into, let's just say, like a random general assault game. Some guy, never seen his name before.
Yeah, Joe
never
Schmo from down the block ain't cleansing me.
He's gonna heal you, right?
Yeah.
Like, that much. Well, you can hope is true. I can't believe Paul stayed through for that. Eats a couple tower shots and some damage from Lasbra.
He's hit so hard.
Dardes manages to get out of there. Lasbra forced to ult to get out of there. Paul is not letting him breathe and coast. The one saving grace for the Dragons in game one. Chased down, forced under his tower. Now Dardes comes in, uses the ult for the engage, dabs forward. The Ferryman want nothing but kills, but they're just unable to find it, unfortunately for the Dragons. The same can be said towards them. Lasbra goes in towards Paul. It's non-stop fight in mid, left, mid again, and Paul this time in trouble. Paul this time taken down, and Lasbra gets first blood 8 minutes in.
Yeah, Paul has to hold on to some of his damage there to knock Lasbra off the horse. That slow essentially seals his fate, and for all the praise we put on the cleanse, a little late there to avoid the slow, but a difficult situation nonetheless. Aegis just ever so slightly too early as well, and Lasbra able to make something happen in one of the strongest points of the game for Lancelot, too. We talk a lot about Lancelot. I've said real good at 100 to 5, right? It's that last 5% where he struggles. Not in the mid game, not right now. Lancelot has a lot of damage to play with, and so keep your eyes on Lasbra and maybe put some of that threat towards Paul. Paul, though, in a different position to Lasbra last game, where Lasbra built breastplate second slot and was playing against double magical. This time, Paul at least is playing against double physical, which means his breastplate is going to look real good. And it's not just his, it's Sino's, it's Baskin's. That's a triple breastplate lock-in, certainly, for the Styx Ferryman. A lot of value to be had.
Mike and Sino. Right side of the map, Sino.
He knows, right? Yeah, he knows.
Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, you can see him, spots him. And everything that I thought was about to build
Paul
up
took tower?
dissipates in a little bit. Yeah, Paul had knocked down that tier 1. He didn't necessarily knock it down right as Lasbra killed him, but he had so much pressure on it, it was just a few hits away. And so as opposed to last game where we waited 20 minutes before we saw the first tower, this time around, fast and quick for the Ferryman. Paul in a little bit of trouble. They recognize the target. They know exactly what they want to do, and they're going to rotate all 5 to kill off Paul, all 5 to kill off Aurora. With all 5, surely you're going for a Fury with that big of a rotation, but a 2-man kill, the Dragons are going to be happy with that as well.
Yeah, have to go for the Gold Fury here. Cyclone Spin, not behind this time around, has a few points in Hail of Arrows, might have threat of steal. If only he could get there in time.
Might go for a kill instead, but unable to find the steal. Leap up, leap down. Just unable to find it. Atlas as well, someone we haven't seen too often. And Mike playing him pretty clean so far. But that gold Fury Mifflin, important overall. 900 gold for the Ferryman. It was starting to spiral. It was starting to get a little frightening. And they've been playing aggressively despite the aggression, though. Down 3 in kills. And they did something, at least the Dragons, that is, something they weren't able to do last game, which was put a kill onto Paul's belt. And then they did it twice. Just make sure the Hell cannot survive.
Quadruple breastplate.
But they do still kind of get to late game in 4 breastplates. Oh my god. Myth, I'll say it. maybe a little ridiculous, but it's going to get the job done for him right here in mid, or at least they're going to hope that it does. Cooldown's going to be important. Paul, low, Paul chased down. Lasber's looking for him, jukes out in the fields, but it's not enough to get away. Lasber chases him down anyway. Aurora, couple more hits, and another kill. This one on the mic, the support for the Dragons. 2-0-2 in the Dragons with a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, Paul is feeling the pressure now. Might just elect to go towards another defense item in third slot. Find a little bit more of that survivability. He is nearly able to survive the combo, but Lasbra so far ahead right now. Poses such a massive threat. Jotun's, Brawler's Beatstick, maybe a Crusher in next slot. Titan's Bane if it feels like it. Plenty of damage to play with there. One more defense item. Get Sino involved in these fights a little bit sooner. We've seen Sino a bit late on each of these rotations, maybe. Could peel out for Paul in the back. Aurora struggling to keep him alive as well. And now the Jade Dragons really starting to play with a bit of momentum. Haven't seen a Baskin rotation just yet, so things could switch up a bit once he's there. Should be able to run down at least Dardez, or maybe even leverage that cripple field in the Whirlpool to stop Lasbra from just full channeling his damage. But it does feel like we're still on a bit of a time ticker, right? If the Styx Ferryman can make it to 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and not fall too much further behind, and I say further behind, they're actually ahead in gold globally. They'll be just fine by nature of scaling. We'll see, though. Jade Dragons, they're going to have an opportunity to force a fight pretty soon. Pyromancer, not far off.
Dardez taunted in mid. I don't think anything's coming out of that. In fact, if anything, Lasber's in the jungle. This might be a good fight for the Dragons. Mike's going to go in, pulls into, doesn't have the full lockdown yet, but the damage, oh my god, the damage numbers onto Paul are more than enough. 0-4-0 on the mid laner, the Ferryman. They just cannot have this hell survive. The Dragons are doing a great job to shut it down.
A little late on the cleanse, pulled back in, damage is there, Darda's in range, 5 assists, my heart goes out to him. And even through the damage mitigation of Aurora's ultimate, just could not keep Paul alive. Quietly, though, the left side of the map a little bit different. Vaporish Coast in some trouble.
Damage onto Cyclone. Shots from the ult on Coast. Not enough to find it. Coast gets out. Lasbra, like you said, cleans up the kill. Comes in with the broom. Sweeps him down. 7-0. The Ferrymen are just unable to attain the damage and keep up the pace the Dragons have decided to set.
Yeah, fortunately for Cyclone Spin, even in dying there, because Coast doesn't pick up the kill, should be able to maintain his own lead. And Lasbra, playing a bit selfish, clears out that wave. So Coast 2 levels down, gets to rotate to a lane that no longer has a wave in it. Unfortunate for that Freya, but Freya will spool up just the same way as Cyclone Spin did in Game 1. Doesn't seem to me that Vaporish Coast is overly pressed about being this far behind. Up against Uhl, you'd almost just expect it. Small grouping on the right-hand side. Styx Ferryman, we talked about it a little bit earlier, have high potential to just shred an objective with the help of Baskin, but need Baskin to be there, and it seems to me that Nika doing a great job of just following him around the map, playing his own pressure. Keep my eyes on builds. Paul's going a little bit more towards defense, standard for him. I think might benefit from just going ahead to upgrade that breastplate, though. You want that breastplate of determination for the passive. Don't want to slow that one down too much. Well, excuse me, it was not. Utility for Paul. I was looking at Sino's build. So many breastplates there, I got confused.
Yeah, hard to just track which one's which at a glance. Ferryman, step up to the Fury, take that one no problem. They tried the same heat check on the Pyromancer and found the Dragons pretty quickly. And it's exactly what you said, which is if Baskin rotates over, they can absolutely melt through some of these objectives. Also has the best secure in the game right now, that Kraken. Could step up. Pyromancer goes to the Dragons, though it is close. Aurora tries to get in. Taunt's not going to be good. Or at least it's not going to find anything here. And then Aurora will back away. Stays alive. No kills for the Ferryman, but the gold, it's only 1,000 in favor of the Dragons as of right now, despite all this experience. 3,600 now. A 1v1. Dardez, Cyclone Spin. Looks like Cyclone doesn't want anything to do with it, especially since Coast is rotating in. And ruining the sanctity of the 1v1.
So disrespectful, isn't it?
Absolutely. We could have seen who's the better hunter, the guy who does it all the time or Dardez, who does it part-time in mid. Sino picked up by Mike. Get thrown around here. But it's up to Lasbra. What can he do with his damage? Has his ult. Aurora going to go for the ult onto Sino to give him some mitigations and some move speed. Jousting Field's used for Lasbra to disengage. if the Ferrymen, they want to fight, but they also want to back up. Dragons want to fight, but also want to back up. Feels a little non-committal from both teams, and instead, we see a little bit of a wash there in mid.
Yeah, the issue is, even if you want to fight there, what are you fighting for? The Gold Fury's down, Pyromancer's off the map, Tier 1 Tower's gone too, buffs already cleared. You're fighting to kill, and that's about it in that small exchange. It seems to me Jade Dragons maybe a little bit more right to force out that engagement, try and keep Paul down. But Paul has just hit a significant power spike. Divine Ruin finished up, now has a little bit more damage behind him, might be able to just peel out by doing his own damage, or has enough to just use Impulse to knock Lasbra off of the horse. Small interactions like that could be the difference maker. Jade Dragons, though, certainly playing with a whole lot of momentum. And even with all that defense, I'd failed to bring this up, there is a lot of defense shred on the Jade Dragons. Keep your eyes on that Atlas. Those ultimates can be very disruptive.
Well, the Dragons here. Kill lead, experience lead was 3,500. And so definitely a position for them to find control. That gold has not really spiraled out of control, but we didn't really get to see that until late last game either. The issue, and what you had kind of highlighted, is that right now you're up 7-0. You're doing great in terms of the fights and the presence on the map. But then late game, they still have Hell. They still have like an Amaterasu,
Athena,
Poseidon that we haven't gotten to see too much of. So, that ticking time bomb conversation, I think, for the Ferrymen, how much of it, I'm going to just look at the guy closest to the screen, how much of it depends on Baskin?
It's a fair bit, because he's going to be primary follow-up on Athena Taunt. He's going to be the one with the most consistent AoE damage. Paul, for the most part, is going to play a little bit further back in the team fight. Fire Giant pulled him down to half.
No
and the Jade Dragons, they're all the way across the map.
Nika's here. Boulder thrown out a little early. Ferryman going to pick that one up. They didn't have the Kraken for secure, but they get it no problem. And now they're going to step back a little bit. Nika, oh man, an unfortunate position to be in. Had to kind of watch as that all happens. And is unable to get anything for his trouble. Now you've got the Ferryman in a better position.
Are they 0-7 with a Fire Giant right now? They've got to kill, surely. No, I don't think so. Yeah, no.
Let's think like flash position at the very end there.
Yep.
A lot of the Dragons are rotating in, but they are around, red buff, actually relatively close to the pit for at least Dardes. Blue buff is where Lasber's at, mid for Coast, tier 2 on right for Mike. They could turn to burn Nika to get one on the board.
They could.
That's like the only real position they're in.
Yeah, but that would really open up the 6 Ferryman to a re-engage, right? And you don't want to do that. I think from here, you just say, back it up. We accomplish what we want. If Nika continues his chase, perhaps just taunt into immediate burn, but Nika also does have beads available to himself, so it wouldn't exactly be a great position for him. For now, I think it's just get out, get back to base, group up, start playing around your healing, be it from composition or just from having a Hell on your side, and start knocking down some of these towers. And there are plenty of towers to knock down still. Jade Dragon's state of the game recap, still have 5 towers standing, only losing the tier 1 and mid, with Fire Giant on all 5 of the Ferrymen, and considering they also have an Amaterasu, I think fair to assume they'll be able to disengage relatively easily thanks to that aura movement speed she affords to her team. It's now on the Jade Dragons to really hunt them down. If Nika can just grab one, knock Fire Giant off of one, that would be big. Nope, can't do it. Not fast enough.
Neither the turnaround from the Ferryman, which, as you said, was probably a bad idea anyway, or Nika getting maybe a knock-up, pull back into the rest of his team. Rotation from the Dragons, just a bit late there, and like you said, 0 kills, but 5 Fire Giants. There for the Ferryman, 0-4-0, unfortunately there for Paul.
I don't think he cares all that much.
Yeah, I mean, you hit level 20 eventually.
And he upgraded his breastplate, so he's actually incredibly tanky now. That item is so good.
He said, no one kills me 5 times.
Not 5 times in a row. He's going to get 1 assist or kill before he dies again. That's my prediction. Imagine we see the Ferryman just go ahead, stack up, try and collect whatever farm they can on map, and then group up on left and start working a swath across the map. What was it that they had called it? The windshield wiper?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the plan here. You don't necessarily need to knock down a Phoenix, but if you find a pick, of course, could try to. The Jade Dragon's base defense, not exactly the greatest here. No true AoE means keeping minion waves out going to be pretty difficult. Vaporish Coast has decent damage output, but nature of initiation being a roar dash taunting with block stacks might make it difficult, I mean, for Coast.
Oh my god, Sino just deleted. He gets pushed back. I didn't think he was in that much danger. But he's killed off instantly. Taunt's good, but the jousting field's maybe a little stronger. Get Lasbra into the back. He's looking for the carries.
Didn't want to be there.
Are looking at him. The damage is good.
He's not out.
Now you've got the Frenzy, maybe some damage to turn around. Baskin, Cyclone, and Paul, the 3 big names here for the Ferryman. And low health bars on the Dragons. Aggression goes forward with a Whirlpool.
Big
but a
banish.
Good move, good knock up, good push
Wow.
back, and a great play for defense here on the Dragons. Yeah, Baskin pulls back 1, but oh my god, what a double combo play.
I promise you, the base defense is not that good from the Jade Dragons. I promise you. It is just miracle plays into a free pick on a Cyclone. Maybe considering chasing that one out. Realizes Nika still has those beads, so will be walking himself out of there. There goes the power play. Unfortunately for the Styx Ferryman. Maintain Fire Giant on 1. Maybe can knock down this Gold Fury, but the Jade Dragons not done with them just yet. I'll keep my eyes on Lasbra, who is considering a rotation behind instead. Goes ahead and resets. That is phenomenal from the Jade Dragons. Double whoop into double pull, double punch from Nika, after Nika had also hit the pull punch on a Sino just previously. It seemed to me the Styx Ferryman wanted to play it a bit faster than they needed to. Had they just elected to slow things down, play on wave, just knock down the tower, back up, resustain, they would have been just fine. But because Sino puts himself so far out of position, the Jade Dragons tear apart the Ferryman piecemeal, and now have essentially bought themselves another 4 or so minutes where not a whole lot's going to happen on map.
It's crazy to think about. They're normally the slow it down guys. Now we're waiting. 2 levels down for Paul. Not something we get to say too often. Those words feel weird in my mouth.
What about 0-5 on Paul?
That also feels weird to say.
It's
like,
Photoshop, don't worry.
Some of it, like, you almost, like, you can't get your lips to form the letters. 0-5 comes out fine, and then
Paul.
Yeah, it just dries up. You can do them both. Like, I can say Paul's name. I can say 0-5. They just feel like they don't belong in the same sentence. How long, though, for the hell? I mean, you know, you're level 17. Admittedly, he got us 2 assists. He did get an assist before his death. Your prediction was solid. Going for damage, do you like, you know, where he's at, considering the way the game has gone? He's been, you know, a lightning rod. He's the primary target.
Yeah, I do like this build, just having anything that can threaten Lasbra, who has isolated himself pretty consistently in these team fights. Grand Joust, big value, all of a sudden alone in the back line, pretty easy to turn on him, especially if you're stacking up this much damage on the Hell. I would like to see one more dedicated defense item, though, because it's not just Lasbra that's going to be a threat going forward. It's now Vaporish Coast. We're in Coast World now. Level 19, 1-0-5, 6 out of 11 affected. Has the rings already finished up. Typhon's Fang for that 20% penetration as well as additional lifesteal. This Freya is an issue. And looking at the draft from the Styx Ferryman, there is not any one member that says, I will control Freya. Like, if there's a boxing match anywhere on map that Vaporish Coast is involved in a 1v1, he's going to win it. So a lot of this is going to come down to, does Aurora have dash taunt, and is he strong and tanky enough to do it twice? First one's going to get beads. Yeah. Second one might get Valkyrie's Discretion, so it might have to be 3 attempted taunts on the Vaporish Coast before you can actually knock him down.
I see gaps in his build, like 2 front teeth that are missing. He's only got the breastplate and nothing else after. So it is questionable in terms of tankiness as to what Aurora is going to be bringing. Fire Giant kind of heat checked by the Ferryman there. They walk in. They're going to do it one more time. Control of the pit is what they're after. Taunt's going to be good. Separated are the Dragons. Kraken off the mark, though. Beads good from Nika. And he's able to avoid that no problem. Mike throws out his ult. smacks a few of the ferrymen in the face. Now you've got time to rotate in and specifically get your teammates over here.
Ouch.
Ghost, oh my god, the damage. You got to be careful if you're him. The beads are good, though, and he's getting a lot of damage out there up into the sky, and it should be putting a roar down into the ground. Lasbra goes in deep, pays for it with his life, though. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the ferrymen. They're going to pick up the fire giant one more time. No massive secure. Instead, they're just going to go for it the old-fashioned way. Kill it off. Get the FG. Cyclone, no health, jumps in anyway, and is looking for a kill. Push from Nika onto Sino. Maybe an isolation on to Coast, but damage being thrown out. Too much from the Dragons, even with just 3. The ferrymen thank their lucky stars that Paul's on a healer, keep them topped off, and they're going to keep on moving forward.
Full HP.
Aurora has ult.
Yeah, Aurora will get there pretty quickly too. Dardes doesn't have his own ultimate. Vaporish Coast has just shown himself on right. 6 Ferrymen, no, they've got a chance here.
Now going in, here comes Aurora, but no dash taunt. Instead, it's tier 2. The question is, can they threaten the Phoenix? Last time, remember, defense goes incredibly well for
50%.
the Dragons. Boulder, good
Coast.
damage there. Coast deleted thanks to Baskin, and Kraken finally hits, and it hits hard. Lasbra goes in deep. He wants some damage. He wants a kill, but he pays for it with his life. Low health bars all around on the ferryman, but the healing from Paul and the fire giant keep him going and keep him knocking the Dragons down like it's dominoes from 7 to 0, 12 to 7 now. Ferryman knocking on the door of the Phoenix.
The target selection from Aurora. He walked past 2 frontliners and said, Coast, I saw you use your beads earlier. You're done. Kraken knocks him down, and the 6 Ferryman walking in.
All they needed was time, and that's exactly what they got. Nika taken off the board.
Like that?
And 1 left standing, and it's not going to be for long. The Titan stands in their way. The Ferryman, despite losing every fight until this point, come in and win game 2 in a flash of a siege.
I mean, it really was just flash in the pan, wasn't it? 1 second, it's all Jade Dragons all the way into a 6 Ferryman Fire Giant pool, just macro play. You're not ready on the map. Jade Dragons lose out on that one. Into a Miracle defense, into another just, we're going to pull Fire Giant. You better be ready. and the Jade Dragons just were not. Taken apart, Lasbra dives too far into that back line, isolates himself, loses his own life. I don't know if you noticed, we talked about Aurora's build, didn't have a whole lot of it.
Yeah.
Mike had similar amounts of items, but his were even less defense. Likes to pick up the Magi, so gets knocked down just by the combo from Cyclone Spin, and then from there it's a conveyor belt. Vaporish Coast tries its best to do damage, lose out on all of his safety, rotates through Phoenix, dies immediately, and without Coast, there's just not enough damage on the Jade Dragons to stop the Ferryman.
Someone in the Ferryman just Googled the phrase Blitzkrieg and said, wait, let's like do that.
Yeah, that's
let's
good.
just like
that's
fight,
good.
but fast. Do exactly what they need. Now they're up 2-0. Dragons have to sweat a little bit, right? We've talked about it a lot, but coming into this, a win means third. And so far, they haven't been able to put a win on the board just yet. We'll see what they're able to do, or if the Ferrymen are going to surprise us, close this out in a nice 3-0 right after this.
He got it out for me, you know. He's such a lion searching prey. Sweet talking dirty on the floor. Look like an honest copy paste. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no, so spit it out to my face. It's okay, I've been busy working late, unrehearsed in my face, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay, there is no one else to blame. I'm busy loving myself. I've been prioritizing, and you don't make it on that list. Don't get offended, baby. It's just a self-reviving thrift. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no, so spit it out to my face. It's okay, I've been busy working late, unrehearsed in my face, like you adore me, adore me. Go ahead now, adore me, adore me. Little did I know she wanted you alone. I thought she was over you, but I guess I was wrong. I came to the party, I laughed at the jokes she made. I wish that I hadn't, 'cause now the joke's on me. I didn't come here just so I could watch you make a mess. I didn't come here to ugly cry in my favorite dress. She thought she could tear us apart when she kissed your lips. Oh, what a plot twist. 'Cause now you adore me, adore me. Go ahead now, adore me, adore me. Oh, so cruel. Oh, so
Game number 2 ended so quickly, we didn't even get a chance to see the Titans march down. The Styx Ferrymen completely dominating the team fighting portion of this game, or maybe more than anything, dominating the farm, because Bobby, the entire first half of this game, look up, I see, okay, Dragons got another kill, Dragons got another kill, Dragons are up 12-4, that's really cool. I look over, Paul's died 4 or 5 times, Aurora's died 4 or 5 times, but the Gold League just kept going over to the Ferrymen at every point of the game. Even when the Dragons got a Gold Fury, they were still 1,000 gold down by that point. It just feels like the farm game over anything else was just completely lopsided in the Ferryman's favor.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to the Dragons are just forcing a lot, not getting much from it. Yes, they're getting kills, but as we know, as F. said before, you got to get the stuff after the stuff. What are we getting with these kills? We're not just getting, buffs. We're not getting Gold Furies. We're not getting Pyros, anything like that. It's just those kills like you mentioned. And they're onto the same targets. Usually if you're spreading out kills across the entire map, you're slowing across, or you're winning across everywhere. But it's really just Paul. It's just Aurora you're killing. Killing Paul is obviously a good thing to do, but he's still able to farm just as well as the rest of the team is. Like you said, not getting enough farm. Ferrymen are down 3-12 up in gold. Like, it is just a farming differential.
And also, it wasn't even like the farm was just getting out of control either. It wasn't like we were looking at Ferrymen 4,000 or 5,000 gold up and then keep going. It was still sitting within this 1,000 to 3,000 point. It really wasn't until the siege fail, at least by the Ferrymen, that we really started to see that gold league go up a little bit. You see about 4 or 5K at this point in the game after that fire giant goes down. But this is just a case of Dragons getting a whole lot of kills. You look up, it was 8-0 before the Ferrymen get their first kill, but Dragons just not able to do anything with those kills beyond there. And we see a push in 24 minutes and the game is over, and now the Ferrymen are up 2-0. So I guess my question to you is, what do the Dragons have to do differently in game number 3? I mean, they're getting kills. They're able to take team fights. Clearly, they're showing that they're able to fight and get kills. What do they got to do differently for game 3, though?
They just have to start looking for stuff. I don't want to say it again, but you got to get stuff after the stuff. You got to, get deep wards. You got to get the timers on that purple buff, the back camps, stuff like that, so you can actually go and invade the enemy jungle. Because when it comes down to it, if you're getting kills just in lane, nothing's happening. A lot of the times you're getting the kills, you're backing up. But if you're getting kills in the enemy's jungle when their buffs are up, that is the time when you can actually start exploiting stuff. And as we saw, just getting kills is not enough. You need to be able to get more stuff. And realistically, I don't think it's the end of the world to be like somewhat even if you're up a bunch of kills. I think it's fine if your comp scales. Their comp just doesn't scale evenly with the Ferryman, so they have to push their lead a little bit faster, a little bit better. And I was going to say maybe the Bog didn't look all too great, but I mean, he did 20,000 damage. He was rotating. He was a part of a good amount of kills, so I guess I would look elsewhere than the Bog as the problem. I mean, I guess a big point would be maybe the Athena. You've lost 2 games against it. Aurora's had very good engages, very easy engages, and the global potential from that character is, yes, matched by Bog, or Bog has that potential too, but being able to do it with a frontliner, a support that can also just CC, get relics, and just rotate like that, I think it's just a big difference.
Yeah, well, let's see what adaptation the Dragons have now. Picks and bans for game number 3. Ferryman up 2-0. We do have the Jade Dragons going over to that second pick spot, so maybe we see them try and go for this Athena if possible, but the Dragons in their first pick slots, the last couple, still didn't go towards that god when it was available. Found things to be of a bit higher priority to them. The first few bans roll through. Still targeted bans over to Lasbra from the Ferryman, Camazotz, and Ratatosker. Jade Dragons will ban away Opwash and Chernobog, so still the 2 top supports in Umoja and Athena both left open. I don't think the Jade Dragons want to maybe take one of those away if they can get one of the other ones. If they're not going to go to the Athena, maybe they go for Umoja, try and leave them both open, but going 3 games in a row against Athena doesn't seem like a great time.
And you know, with how they've done their P's and B's, there's another god up that Paul is very good on, the Baba Yaga.
Ooh.
So there is a spot that the Dragons are in. Obviously, they have to wait for this ban by the Ferryman. If the Ferryman opt for like an Athena ban, you're going to have to trade. But I think if I'm the Ferryman here, I think just throwing away a ban here is just a good opportunity to be in, because then you're just forcing the enemy to ban one of the supports. They banned the Hera. It's a good throwaway ban. Yes, we don't see it very much, but it's against Dardes. We've said it a billion times. Dardes is a very good Hera player. And little surprise also, Athena ban opted over Baba, over Umoja. I mean, Ferryman have looked fantastic on this, so it's going to be switching up. But now, do the Ferryman prio the Baba, or do they prio this Umoja?
I think that is a great question that we'll have
And
answered.
neither. I should have known.
Not now.
Should have known.
Clearly, Raijin's just the better of them. Everybody knows that every single player on the Ferryman wants to play Raijin right now, as opposed to Baba Yaga. I mean, that god's washed up. Just throw that one out the window at this point. Umoja, who cares? Doesn't matter that Aurora has like a really sick slash line on Umoja. You know, he played 12 games of it. He's got an 83% win rate. Who cares about those numbers? Instead, it's Raijin for the Ferryman, Amaterasu and Umoja for the Dragons instead. So, still an option for the Ferryman to go to the Baba. It was left open for maybe Dardes to take away, but now we could just be seeing that couple alongside the Raijin.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think bringing up this Baba is a very good point. Also, they could look for... I think getting this Sobek is also something that Aurora really likes in the top 3. He likes it into this Umoja, so I would not be surprised at all. I would be surprised with a Guan Yu, though. That is very surprising to me, but I would not be surprised with either the Sobek or the Baba here. Baba. And I think I've talked about this on desk a lot when I see this Guan Yu, because usually it goes to Aurora. Yes, there's potential in solo lane. It's a warrior. Yes. But when the Ferryman play this Guan Yu, they put it in support. And personally, from what I see, the lack of hard engage, the lack of being this is how I want to play the game. I'm just going to stun this character, taunt this character, whatever, and that's the character we're going to go on to. It makes team fights look harder, and they are harder, and I think this is when the Ferryman kind of look the worst when they play this Guan Yu, and I'm not really a fan of it, but obviously they're still winning a lot, so they're getting a lot of victories. They're going to go back to the Guan Yu, but I think I would have preferred the Sobek.
Opposite side, the Dragons go to Agni for their mid lane. Now we jump into the next wave of bans and see what junglers inevitably get banned away this time, because that seems to be at least the calling card for both these two teams. You're not going to pick your jungler in the top 3, might as well throw another wave of bans, another 4 dedicated that way. There's Erlong Shen and Bologna from the Dragons last time to pull that away from Sino. And still continued bans against Lasbra as well from the Ferryman, so we'll see if it will be another round of Assassins / Warriors banned away. Try and keep these two teams down, or if we see something change up here. Maybe we see a Hunter banned away. Nope, won't see that. Instead, it'll be Naja banned away from Sino.
You think Laz will play the Alma?
I don't think Laz plays the
You don't think he
Yama.
will?
I think Sino's like the only person in this league besides
Scream,
who's
yep.
going to play a warrior jungle.
Scream was the first one that came to mind for me, and it's because you'll see them play the asserters. I mean, we've seen Sino play Nike too, so they'll definitely play those warriors. Yeah, but I agree. I don't think Laz is a big Ama player, but you know, there's potential there. Maybe they've seen it a little bit. They like it. But on the other side, bots ban looks like the Nasha a little bit of a weirder ban. It leaves open one of the bans from last game open, either the Nem, Erlang, or Bologna. Obviously, a lot of those more towards Sino than to Lasbra, but it was the Nem ban by the Ferryman, thinking that maybe Laz will play this Nem and will happily play the Nem, so that's always something kind of got to look out for. And last ban by the Dragons is an Ares. Maybe they're thinking Guan solo.
Maybe they're thinking Guan jungle? I don't know.
It is a warrior and it is Sino.
It is a warrior, it's Sino, so there is possibility. Maybe they thought that Sino was cooking up like an Ares jungle or something like that at some point. Not sure where the Dragons are going with their ban there, but we do know that they will be picking up an Ul to go into their roster. Throw that one over now for Vaporish Coast. Now, when I think of gods that want to get aggressive, that want to box, that want to go man mode against you, Uller and On Her are like the two that immediately come to mind for me. So do you feel like with the Emoja Uller lane that this is kind of that dynamic duo that we've been waiting for from the Dragons?
Well, Uller's not as early game as he used to be. I think you kind of need to get that trans online, and then usually even you need your second item to be very powerful. But I do agree, it's still an aggressive character in that earlier portion of the game, and so I like it. This is also a very safe lane for him with the Emoja, healing, peeling, also a little bit of setup. So I like this little duo by the Dragons. I think if this Dragons comp can fill out this jungle spot with a very good engaged character that can also pull beads, they've got a very easy way to play the game. Pull beads, punish whoever doesn't have beads. Agni's good setup, Uller good setup. I mean, Yemoja, very good setup. So I think that is the type of spot that the Dragon should go through, something like, I mean, even the Erlang, if it's not picked here by the Ferryman, but that is something we've seen Sino play. That's something I'll happily play. But there's also that Nemesis that we've seen Sino go back to.
You look like fun.
Okay.
Didn't think,
Play.
I don't know. Bastet.
Only one Bastet so far the phase. It was banned away last game by the Dragons. We'll now see it banned or picked up by the Ferryman this time. So a Bastet Hachiman, bottom two from the Ferryman, does put that Guan Yu over to the support role. So I think that likely our theory was correct on where this Guan Yu is going for the Ferryman. So Guan Yu Hachiman, pretty safe, pretty easy clearing lane over on the dual lane side. But Bastet, just this god in general, it feels like Bastet is either really good, really strong in the meta, gotta ban, gotta pick it, or you just don't ever touch this god and you just kind of leave her off to the side of the picks you wish you never even thought of having in your mind. Where do you kind of sit with Bastet right now? Does she feel strong? Does she feel like kind of weak right now? What's your stance on the Bastet?
I think she feels closer to weak than to strong, but when there's so many warriors kind of banned, or junglers, sorry, warriors, I think of Sino in the jungle, I instantly think of warriors, but there's a lot of junglers banned. I think Bastet's a fine, second to last pick. I don't think she is going to do nearly as much as that Erlang. I think I prefer that Erlang a little bit, but I think it still is fine. And then the last pick by the Dragons, this Nemesis. So I assume we were right that this Alma's going to be played in solo lane, Nem in jungle. A little lacking on CC now that they have abilities to pull it, but they don't really have great ways of punishing it outside of an Uller Axe, somebody kind of playing up too far, getting Uller Axed, or Agni Stun. I think having just a very good and easy engage character in the jungle would have made their comp feel a lot better. I'm not a huge fan of them right now. I don't know what you think. I think she's a fine character. I think she does kind of what she needs to do, but I think she needs a lot or really easy openings to get going, and I don't know if the Jade Dragon's comp really sets it up that easily, especially into how much kind of just area damage and CC the Ferrymen have.
Nemesis over the course of at least this phase so far, it's kind of been a little wish-wash. 60% on the win rate out of the 5 games that have been played. I believe primarily most, if not all of those, under at least Sino's belt. So seeing it over for Lasbra, maybe a bit of a different pace. I've always kind of been a fan of Nemesis. I think that she in general is a fun character to play. Watch might not be quite the spectacle that some of the other assassins are, but good at killing tanks. But I look over at the side of the Ferryman, and there's not really a whole lot of tanks on that side. We know what the Ryzen is going to build. He's going to build 2 defensive items and go full damage beyond there. So maybe you go that way. Is the early game of Nemesis good enough to try and gank some of these mage solos that we so often see over here?
Not really. I mean, that's not what Nem is really played for. She's played for, as you said, the ability to either 1v1 somebody on the enemy team, which, I mean, she does. She'll be able to 1v1 just about anyone on the Ferryman side, but that's late game. So early portion, she's not going to be really doing too much. Does she have the damage? Not really. Does she have the CC? Not really. I think it's going to be a tough task to ask her to kill in solo lane. But the positive it is an Amma in solo lane who gives you a lot of extra damage. So even if Nem doesn't have enough, maybe Amma can make up for it. But then you're trying to kill a breastplate Raijin, which is he's going to be dashing away on a 7-second cooldown. He's also going to be very tanky. Yeah, I mean, I don't really love the pick.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a tough one for Lazaro over there. Now remember the implications of this set. Ferryman, they've already gotten their one win. They've got their first seed. They're good to go. Jade Dragons, though, they've got to win out this set, meaning they've got to now reverse sweep the Styx Ferryman if they want to guarantee their third seed, or if they drop in this one, they have to win in their matchup against the Hounds tomorrow to get their third seed, or the Jade Dragons will miss out on the playoffs, so they'll have to wait until the play-ins all the way in January for World Championships. So for the Jade Dragons, a big game here to see if they can start up that momentum for the reverse sweep, or is this one going to be going over to the Styx Ferryman? Let's jump right into game number 3 with the casters.
So much JMac and Inbound as we jump into game 3. Ferryman, Dragons, Gore, Myth, Doug. Everything this set could culminate to might end here, Myth. Depends on how the Dragons play. And you know, something to just kind of touch grand scheme on what JMac had said, which, by the way, to maybe facilitate actually this game specifically, 62% still in favor of the Ferryman, but that is a drastic drop from the over 70% believers we have had up to this point. Maybe it's some people gaming the system trying to get some points, maybe. There's a little less faith in the Ferryman, but right now, the Ferryman, you know, if you're looking at the long term, Gladiators are already guaranteed not going to showcase outside of tomorrow until the play-ins in January. One team, TBD, from the Order division. Could be the Dragons, could be the Hounds. Depends on how the rest of this set goes. If the Dragons can find a reverse sweep, that'll solidify them in third, send the Hounds in the same direction. Otherwise, tomorrow we'll find out. And then in a couple weeks, we find out 2 more teams that are going to play there. While we qualified 4 teams from the SPL, well, the playoffs at least, straight to Worlds. And so over the next couple of weeks, we're going to have a pretty good glimpse as to how the rest of the year is going to shake out, who maybe is quote-unquote standing on top. Right now, you give it to the Ferryman. And so Myth to jump into this game specifically, Basket as well, relatively low. Should be fine, though. Sino on Bastet. Aurora, Guan Yu support. How are you feeling about the Ferryman's draft for this game 3?
Yeah, Aurora's win rate on Guan Yu support, not exactly the most impressive of his god pool. And Bastet, to borrow from Inbound, maybe on the weaker side of good, right? Maybe closer to bad than he is good. I think high potential in the late, low potential in the early, exemplified perfectly here. Paul just slammed by an early rotation by PBM. Lazra and Dardes getting aggressive as well. And that Baba Yaga KD that had already been tarnished just earlier on, it's a little bit worse now. Falls down for first blood just a minute in. That's not what you want to see from a stacking god like Baba Yaga. Fortunately for Baba Yaga, stacking not hard for her anyway.
That passive works like wonders when it comes to it. Good damage from Sino, at least this time around. I was going to ask, do you think that the Paul on Baba Yaga can outweigh the Bastet and the Guan Yu, I'm going to say dislikes, that are maybe weighing on the analysts here? But then it got answered with the first blood. So we'll have to find out what Paul can do. I do want to ask about the Dragons draft as well, though, especially if they're going to give us a moment to breathe. Agni feels like he's relatively standard, right? Always works out. Yamoja's great. Uul, we just saw. Amma, who's been kind of present in the meta, if I remember correctly, actually, one of the most first-picked gods.
Yep.
And just one of the most-picked gods, period, this phase. Nemesis we don't see too often, but there's not really like a huge detriment to it. It just kind of feels like the Dragons have gone for standard, but like just a couple tiers down from what is quote-unquote the best.
I actually don't hate Nemesis into this draft in particular from the Ferryman. You've got really good matchup into the Bastet. Bastet doesn't have great ways to deal with your shield outside the ultimate. You've got okay matchup into Aurora. If he starts channeling Talu, just hit the shield, and the only way Aurora's going to stop you is by instant canceling ultimate on you as well. So otherwise, you're really just looking at Baskin with that leap to break the shield. There it is. Hard to use a leap, so shield's still available for Lasbra. Or maybe if Paul gets lucky, and I mean real lucky, with like a silence on his first ability, could deal with that shield too. So we'll have to see as the game develops. Lasbra might find himself in some real opportune positions, could find himself falling down to some lucky pickups from Paul. Otherwise, though, I think still has good ability to dive, does have the ability to all in on these mages that will make themselves easy targets once they do decide to go into the ultimate. Home Sweet Home, a little bit more difficult to lock down, but shredding some defense, going to be pretty valuable. Baskin, I think, really the one that's going to suffer. Go into that Tycho drum, get an M ultimate on your head, and then trust that Vaporishkos and Dardes have the long-range damage to secure the kill.
Cyclone's been looked for the EI Jutsu stun, but won't find it. Senika over on right, gets the damage done on Baskin and knocks him down under the tier 1. And right after, Baskin was looking for a blue buff invade and maybe trying to turn that on its head. Now, Dragons 2 kills to 0, though Mifflin, I will say...
We've been here.
Yeah, we've been here. We've seen 7 to 0 get changed real fast. But the Ferryman, you know what? This is way too early to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do they have that kind of late game potential like they had last game? Like if we end up in a 7-0, gold lead, experience lead for the Dragons, is it the same kind of okay late game though for the Ferryman to bolster up and just turn things around?
I mean, just a Raijin and a Baba Yaga on its own might be enough for me to say, yeah, they got a lot of late game. Otherwise, Bastet is also a late-game scaler. You're not picking Bastet for her first 3-item power spike. You're picking her for when Pounce does 800 damage and Claws does 800 damage, and you're just going back and forth over walls. So the only issue I could see for the Ferryman, and it's something I've been bringing up with a lot of these drafts, especially since the Mage solo meta has developed, is ease of initiation and whether or not the Styx Ferryman have got it. Up until this point, they've had it just because Athena existed.
Yeah.
Dash Taunt was going to do it for you every single time. Now, Roar are going to have a much harder time starting off the fight, which means you're going to look a little bit more so at Basket himself with those Tycho drums, or even Cyno, if he could displace some of these targets without CC immunity available. I'm keeping my eyes on Mike as a decent target for Cyno. Could try and punish him early on with that Huntress of Bast. Cyno in some trouble.
Yeah, stunned out. Dardes was here. Lasbra dropped the ult, so the damage is going to be good, but the pickup is a little bit better, and the turnaround is there. They're going to go 1 for 1, jungle for jungle, but Dardes in a bad spot. Dash forward from Baskin. Picks up a second kill here for the Ferryman. And they're not going to get goose-egged for much longer. 3-2 now, still in favor of the Dragons. But a good 2-man swing for the Ferryman.
Yeah, Dragons got the kills. Ferryman got just about everything else, doesn't it seem like? Experience all of a sudden. Baskin soloed in lane. Ahead, by the way. Somehow half a level up. Cyno killed out there, still even with Lasbra and does have scaling advantage. Paul falls down early for first blood. 2 kills over to Dardes. Paul's not behind either. Styx Ferryman doing a great job farming up on map. And Jade Dragons get a bit over-aggressive on the right-hand side, punished by a nice rotation. Love what we saw from Cyno there. Well, I'm dead, but I'm going to bring you down with me. Pulls Lasbra in, and Lasbra, having elected to pick up Blink in first slot, going to have to think about that until he ticks over to level 12. 6 levels until he's going to have CC immunity available at all to him. And that's only if he decides to pick up the beads. Good stuff so far from the Styx Ferryman. And I think the onus probably does belong to the Jade Dragons. The more I look at these compositions, I'm really thinking the strong points of the Styx Ferryman are going to outweigh some of the strong points of the Dragons themselves. Like, if we're just looking at tier list priority picks, you got highest priority in Soul Lane and in support for the Jade Dragons. It's not going to get a whole lot done. Speaking of not getting a whole lot done, Aurora gets Riptide for his ultimate. Feels bad, man. So when I look at the priority picks for the Ferryman, though, I'm seeing a Raijin Baba Yaga. There's your damage output, there's decent initiation, whereas the front line of the Jade Dragons, to me, going to have to do a whole lot of work here.
I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to give a shout-out to our own Graphics 16, who yesterday on Bastet looked phenomenal in that one arena game we were playing. We were hanging with the Hounds Also getting flashbacks to that every time I hear a Yamoja Riptide for other reasons. Now Fight breaks out over on left. Mike throws up the walls. That's not going to lock down Aurora as heavily as they would have liked. Stun, great! Oh my god, the damage on the Cyclone as well is there, and I can't believe the Ferrymen step up for an engage. They're looking for a little bit. Cyno's leading the way. But the ult, this time around, not going to be enough. Forces the beads out of Coast. Shield buff. Stripped away by Lasbra. And so a good little back and forth, all in favor of the Dragons.
It is, and the Dragons keeping up their presence. Cyclone spin. And Aurora struggling to maintain some presence here. Paul avoids the damage from Dardes' dash and returns plenty through the ultimate.
Wants this.
He's got it.
But
Hasn't got it.
Oh, the cooldowns, man. The dash good from Dardes. I'm keeping my eyes. No, Paul goes for mid camps. Now Fight is on stun. Good from Aurora. Coast is the target. Cyno's here. Leap forward. Not going to connect. Great Riptide from Mike, but they have the dash. They've got the damage. And they've got the job done. It's a kill on the Coast.
Man, great damage output from the 6 Ferrymen there. Just know their spots perfectly. Aurora goes in, and I thought Coast had secured his life. Trades stun. The second Aurora cancels Cavalry Charge. Vaporish Coast lands the Axe stun on a Cyno, preventing a lot of that damage follow-up. But has to leap away, and Cyno played around that perfectly. Holds on to his own leap, chases him down, connects the claws, and Cyclone Spin hops on Epona himself, turns that corner. Makes it look easy, and the 6 Ferrymen fighting back much earlier here in Game 3. And I am failing you as an analyst. I could not tell you exactly where this massive gold lead has come from for the Ferrymen. They've just solidified it. It reminds me of Season 9 Camelot Kings, where you just look up and you're like, when did that happen? Especially considering most of that neutral farm has been either trading even or going over the Jade Dragons. Shield buff was just stolen recently. Maybe it's this overemphasis on PvP from the Jade Dragons. We're seeing them spend a lot of time hovering in the jungle, spending a lot of time forcing these fights. The 6 Ferrymen are like, okay, I mean, we got a wave while we were waiting on you.
And so far, saw a little bit, I think, mid-camps as well has been dominated mostly by Paul. Level parity seems to be there. Actually, advantage for Aurora, advantage for Cyno as of right now. Speaking of which, both on the left side of the map. Lasbra going to be here as well. Bastet in a little scuffle with the Nemesis. And with the damage over time, ends up trading about the same amount of damage each way. Aurora, ult available, could go in. And it's just a matter of whether or not they want to fight. Shield buff was secured, scooped up, and locked down by the Dragons on Lasbra's belt. If maybe, just maybe, they're going to take a small relaxant and go back to farming.
Okay, I see where the lead is. It's Baskin again. Just 1,000 gold up on Nika.
Oh, wow.
I mean, a lot of those waves going into tower. Dardes forced back to his own tower. Taunt's good. Forces out the beads from that Agni. So now Cyno might just be able to grab him if he's got the long-range ultimate. Instead, considers a disengaged PBM and Lasbra nearby, enough to dissuade him from keeping up his own aggression. And that's just what Baskin does, isn't it? Rotates out, burns your resource, heads back. Oh no, I lost 1 minion to my tower. Not exactly a massive deal.
Wipes his tears with 1,000 gold ahead that he
has. With his drachmas.
Yeah, and is then just, oh man, sad, so sad. I guess I'll have to go buy an item. Oh no. He's got the breastplate online, which in terms of mage versus warrior, for the most part in this lane has been more or less the nail in the coffin for the warrior's solo capabilities. Not necessarily been the end-all be-all, but
yeah, Nika already got his one.
Yeah, should be all that Baskin needed. 1-1-1. It's those rotations more than anything, man. Baskin just there's no reason. Like, I saw him at the mid camps, and it's like, okay, yeah, you're just like you're getting some extra farm. That's nice, like solid. And then to just immediately get aggressive in mid, it's something that you're just not seeing. And Nika with teleport, it's weird to say this, might still be the one who struggles to keep up with Baskin's presence on the map, knowing how well he rotates on this. Speaking of presence on the map, Aurora, real deep in the Dragon's jungle, will use his ult and disengage, but maybe a little questionable as to how deep in the jungle he was to begin with. The Ferrymen, though, Myth, as you mentioned, have manifested 15-ish, 100 gold, 13, maybe on a sunny day for the Dragons. Now it's going to be a fight over the beacon. Capture for Aurora and Cyno, pretty easy. And fight is the wrong term. It is a neutral staring contest in favor of the Ferrymen over the beacon. And now they've got a small lead. But we've seen what they can do with just a small inch.
Yeah, Baskin still on the left side of the map. Has not rotated back towards his own lane. Instead, tries to keep up his pressure here. Wonder if the Ferryman elect to go for that Gold Fury pull because Nika has not made his way over yet. So it will be a Gold Fury pull. Oracle Vision to the Ferryman. Gold Fury dropped real low. Jade Dragons just going to have to let this one go. That's tough stuff once more. Baskin, just by showing presence, is what enforces that staring contest. The Jade Dragons say, well, our guy isn't here, so we're outnumbered, and the guy that is here, Baskin, is on Raijin. I don't want to fight into that. and I hesitate to say it because of, Warrior stats and how they apply. Baskin might just be tankier than Nika right now with Breastplate of Determination. Vital Amp in first slot's going to help Nika out a whole lot in boxing, but who's he fighting? Baskin's not there.
Well, Sino right now is fighting Coast, and he's doing a whole lot of winning. Forces the ult, though. And I'm going to throw this out there. As Nika teleports in. Actually, Nika looking for a little bit more. Stun. Going to get beads out by Cyclone Spin. Dash for the disengage. Sino stunned by Mike. Nothing big happening in the fight after that. And if I apologize if this pulls us out a little bit, but the sound effects on the Bastet ultimate, when it's, I'm going to assume just when it's missed, but that like whiz, it sounds so circusy, so celebratory for something that's not happening.
Right.
Unfortunately for Sino, he missed it.
And you know what? And everyone heard it with that little circus sound effect. He's looking like a clown, I suppose you could say.
Oh, man. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it to you. I gave you a nothing burger and you turned it into something.
Hey, you know me, love burgers. Pyromancer up on map. Baskin already there. Could go ahead and pull that one out himself. Don't know why he would, so he does not. And it is a return to neutral once more. Jade Dragons really struggling to figure out where they want to put some of that aggression. I mean, even there, outnumbered in mid, Paul says, okay, I will simply drop dart as the half. With all that, though, it's the Jade Dragons on Pyromancer first.
And a slow burn at that. Paul steps up.
No.
Gets stunned out.
No,
wait, what? He takes that?
Uh-huh, yeah.
No! He's stunned! No!
Yeah, it was probably like a 5 red pot potion. Here's the thing, RNG, Paul's got it.
I'm at a loss for words. Now Sino, with that root, is going to get out of there. Paul and his house, guess what?
Back.
He's going to get out of there. And even though it's 3-3, no crazy kills happen. A steal on the Pyromancer for the Ferryman.
Goodness, you guys wouldn't, right?
It's topsy-turvy day already. And unfortunately for the Dragons, everything they do gets
where
flipped
is
on its head.
Cyclone?
Aggressive, playing at their tier 2 when he can. The Ferrymen have no respect for any line of scrimmage right now. They're just playing where they want.
And you're allowed to do it because Paul's now, 13 stacks and a prophetic, full stacked on Book of Thought. He's actually tanky right now. Nika wants to stop the back, successful in doing so. Has prevented Paul from resetting, but take a peek at it. It is astounding what Baskin has been able to accomplish considering how little time he has spent in his own lane. Still 2 levels up after getting soloed, by the way, at the 3-minute mark by Nika. This Raijin is just infinite value. It's astounding to me that the Jade Dragons have played into Baskin's Raijin 3 times now, or twice previously, and said, yeah, give me a third. Like, we could beat that. That's something he got lucky. It's not true. It's just not true. The Raijin pick is just doing too much.
And you know what? It's going to get even more done.
Right.
If it rotates over. Speaking of which, the Ferryman, Paul, and Aurora, really, it's just the 2, walk forward and just decide that the mid-tier 1 is theirs. The Dragons have no way to answer it. Myth, I'm not even going to call them coin flips. They just aren't going well for the Dragons, and it's decided factors by the Ferryman. Beacon's going to come up soon. And Sino's out for blood in the jungle. Goes for the ult, gets a pull onto Mike.
All the good that's going to do him.
Doesn't have a lot of damage, and I don't think his team really cares either. So it's just going to be a small zone. Oncon line for Mike, as well as that med. We're going to be talking capture point And maybe capture point alone here in favor of the Order team. Dragons in the neighborhood. Do they want to get aggressive? Do they want to fight this? And if so, who is the target? The answer to the first part is no. The second part is no one. Now the Ferrymen are going to bring it straight to the Dragon's doorstep. Try to pick a fight. Not able to find what they want. Instead, back away.
Could go ahead and pull the Gold Fury. Jade Dragon's vision in the pit, but 6 Ferrymen. So much advantage in intangibles, golden experience, that they might just be willing to force the engagement regardless. 2-3 split. Keep my eyes on Baskin. Generally, soul laners don't lie about the intentions of their team. So having not made rotation to Gold Fury's side indicates to me the 6 Ferrymen content with just taking the Stygian Beacon themselves. And looking at builds as they stand for the Jade Dragons, not exactly the most threat on objectives. Vaporish Coast has gone full ability, so will one-shot squishier targets. If he's able to connect that combo. Doesn't exactly slam objectives. Lasbra maybe even has a little bit more DPS on objective than his ADC does, but can't exactly tank it up either. And so it is a return back to neutral. Pyromancer spawning up very shortly. Would create an opportunity for the 6 Ferrymen or the Jade Dragons to go ahead and split objectives if both are going to play a little bit more so a passive play style. I think it would be in the best interest of the 6 Ferrymen to take any fight they can find right now. So group up on gold, see if the Jade Dragons respond. If they don't, rotate over the Pyromancer, catch them while they're still trying to farm. Or go ahead and knock down the easier of the two. Pretty easy for the 6 Ferrymen to defend the Gold Fury should the Dragons go for that one. Won't be a pull, just Lasbra on left. The Pyromancer goes down with very little fanfare. Jade Dragons everywhere and nowhere on the map.
And they're going to get aggressive. EI Jutsu stuns out on Lasbra. Lasbra used the ult on the Cyclone. In a 2v1, Cyclone reconsiders the fight. Loses the purple buff as well, so great play from Lasbra. And in terms of getting a small pull back, but it's 4,000, almost 5,000 gold. Still no Fire Giant pulled up, and pretty much the same amount of experience. 5,000 in their favor. 2 of those levels are sitting right there in the long lane. Cyclone over Coast, with Aurora leading the way. Even with Mike coming in, they might be able to take this fight and look good doing it. It's just, can they close the gap? Shield buff will be the call, and Myth. Small reset. Neutral camps, Primal Fury. Those are upstanding. We're past the 20-minute mark, though, so Fire Giant, that's something the Ferrymen have looked at pretty regularly around this time.
Could be, but ADC on left has gone for a slightly slower build too. Fail not as opposed to the Demon Blade Deathbringer. Means that his objective DPS a little bit lower, Cyclone Spins that is, than it was in the previous game. Will be pulling the Primal Fury regardless. Just Mike in range to defend, but Yamoja's pretty threatening. The 6 Ferrymen see no reason to leave it up to risk. Reset the Gold Fury themselves, all the while Nika, Lasbra, able to knock down a tower on right. That's the downside of having a roaming Baskin. Baskin on tour, Woon Young Kim. Revenge tour here in Season 10.
Oh,
He's
man.
not there to defend the tower, so an easy knockdown for the Jade Dragons.
Well, Paul, oh man, avoids the River's Rebuke as well.
Why is he using it before the leap? That's just not right.
Yeah, pretty easy for Paul to get on out of that one. And it looks great, too, in the process. Myth, I'm going to tell you right now, I need a Baskin on Tour shirt that has, like, your blue buff as one of the tour destinations. Fire Giant Pit behind your Tier 2.
Are you listening, merch team? We're cooking.
It's going to be fantastic. I'd wear that to Worlds if I was a Ferryman fan. Fire Giant started up, halfway down already. Ferryman in charge of the pit. That's going to change as the Dragons get aggressive. Nika comes in, eats half his health, and now the aggression seems to be there. Lasbra looking around, tries to go for Cyclone, finds him, and Coast is going to get the last hit in the middle of it all. Damage, Tycho drums, good, low health bars on the Dragons. Paul's going to clean up 1, but it is a far cry from a kill on a carry, the way the Dragons were able to pick up. Mike's gone, Nika could be part 2, Sino unable to find the root, doesn't have the damage. Fire Giant stays standing, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Cyclone looked like he wanted to just pepper in some damage with that ultimate, then retreat to the right side. Didn't quite realize how many enemies were there. Lasbra hovering on the edge. Able to knock him down. Do so easily. Doesn't utilize the blink or the beads. So full strength for the next round of objective fight. Should the Jade Dragons get there, but Lasbra's on left, and it's just Dardes.
Fire Giant getting burned. Aurora, half health. Dardes is right here. Nobody's stopping him, but he's dancing. right next to the Fire Giant pit. Bomb comes out, unable to find the stun. Looking for some damage, has a little bit of help now with Nika. Coast joining the fray. Fire Giant is low. If you step away as the Ferryman, the Dragons are just going to hold on to it. They keep it. Rivers Rebuke comes up. Tycho drums over the wall. And Baskin's able to make sure that one's secured. Now the surge forward from the Ferryman, chasing down the Dragons any avenue they can find. They're looking for the fast lane. Unfortunately, the Dragon's a little bit speedier. Baskin, Thunder Crash forward, is trying to find the poke. Lasbra coming into the equation a little bit late. Might be able to find Cyclone again, but oh my god. That Deathbringer's been finished for Cyclone Spin, and the crits are ringing true.
Yeah, Vaporish Coast got hit from outside of his range for 600 and thought to himself, I thought I was the long-range one. Hail of Arrows is supposed to be the threat. Simply not the case. Mid Phoenix taking damage down to 50, but if they bit off more, they could chew.
Aurora has to heal up and focus on it heavily here. Lasbra takes a lot of poke, able to back away. Oval thrown out by Paul,
So
creates
just going
a small
down,
gap.
Okay.
And it's just going down. As simple as that. The Dragons fall back to Fountain, heal up. They'll lose mid Phoenix in the process. Ferrymen get a perfect opportunity to reset and reconfigure their approach.
I'm just thinking to myself that whole time, Donde está Lasbra? You know, where is he? Why is he on the left side when that Fire Giant is under threat? 4 members of the Jade Dragons in the pit. And I'm not saying Lasbra changes things. He's not the confirmation, but you got to think it would have been better.
Aurora finds a stun. 5 Dragons on him and Baskin. Paul.
The peel.
And now here comes Cyclone. They've got the damage. They've got the Resurgence.
Caught the dash.
But they don't have the numbers. Nika is the target for Baskin. The rest being chased out by the carries of the Fairy.
Spinner?
Low health bars, and that's been enough. Cyclone Spin was in the midst of them. Forces out Coast, forces out the rest, kills off Nika with the help of his team. 5-5. Another 1-for-1 trade, but the Fury this time is what the Ferrymen pick up.
That right there, what we saw, what happened to Nika, is one of the primary frustration points of playing against Baba Yaga. I tried to dash, it just so happened she split the fight with a silence. Uh-oh. Right into the stopper. Makes it all of 3 in-game units before he falls down. Immediately afterward, Styx Ferrymen take themselves a small win, trading out Aurora's Fire Giant for the Fury, as well as the Beacon will spawn up those Titans on the left-hand side of the map, and, well, that's exactly where you want to push if you're the Styx Ferrymen. About a minute and a half to play with on this Fire Giant. We'll see whether or not they think that's enough time to knock down another bird here. Keep my eyes on Cyclone Spin, too. He's gone unchecked in a lot of these team fights, and damage output is just ridiculous. Haven't seen the same level from Vaporish Coast. Coast, of course, near the top of the damage charts, but it just feels like the impact Cyclone Spin has had in the last few team fights just much higher. Jade Dragons grouped up on right, trying to catch any stragglers. I don't think they're going to find any there. This is notable, though. Paul did not reveal himself on map, so Jade Dragon's not aware exactly of where he is. Might be able to leverage something here. That does reveal now Vaporish Coast on right. They don't know Nika's nearby. Styx Ferrymen might not send anyone back to defend. This could be a Phoenix trade.
Well,
yeah, they got it.
Yeah, right side, guaranteed for the Dragons. Win condition open and available to them.
Good stun.
They're able to find it. They need one more auto. Now left side,
Baskin's
Phoenix is going to be pressured out. Baskin looking for a kill, needs a hit, finds it onto Dardez. Creates some space for him, and they kill off Lasbra in the meantime as well. 3v5. Baskin still surviving, still kicking, still thriving in these instances. Mike throws up the River's Rebuke, walks through the walls, gets on out of there. Left side Phoenix traded out for right, but with mid already gone, Ferryman, massive favorable position and a numbers advantage for 30 more seconds. Fire minions in mid.
Are they going to go for it?
Ferrymen are marching in. Can they
Titan's pretty far.
Kill them off? They also have to get through the front line of the Dragons.
They're considering it. 20 seconds?
Dancing around, Aurora goes in, looks for some shred onto Nika. Oh my god, the damage
is
there! And then some. They pull the Titan, and they might just pull themselves the win right here and right now. Paul Baskin doing exactly what they like to do. Menace in the back lane. Meanwhile, the team gets the Titan, wins this set 3-0.
Styx Ferrymen were favored going into this set, for sure. Jade Dragons have it all stacked against them, seeding just throughout the entirety of the year. The stakes much higher for the Jade Dragons there, so I think notable. But I was not expecting the set to look like this, Gore. No. I really was not. Fast, concise games, consistency in theming, too. I mean, you could tell they were all written, all scripted. It's the Jade Dragons up early each individual match until eventually the Ferrymen find a punish play, be it at the 10-minute mark or this time around at the 2-minute mark. Crazy stuff. But it's the ability of the Ferrymen to identify what needs to be done on map and then to do it perfectly as well. Oh, 2 people on right side Phoenix. Who cares? We have so many towers up. They're not backdooring my Titan. Mid Phoenix is already down. Let's just keep pushing, desync the defense, take out 1 or 2 members, and all of a sudden you're late enough in the game that those 30-second respawn timers literally cost you your match.
And Baskin, untethered to his lane, and is able to just roam around, creates that space, gets that first kill. That staggers things out. And when you got a 5-3 advantage, fire minions in mid, you can just walk down the Titan and find yourselves a win and get it 3-0. That's what the Ferrymen do here, and that's it for myself and Myth. We'll throw it over to the desk, and they can break it down.
And I think I want to pull from that last little bit there about Baskin this game. Goes down early in the game, but yet still is somehow able to find so much farm throughout this map. We look up, he's down in kills, but he's up 2 levels over Nika at one point where Baskin's farming in his own lane, doing his own thing, taking out tier 1 tower. Nika's rotating over to protect a purple buff because Sino is just bullying out the dual lane of the Jade Dragons. It just feels like the Ferrymen are able to find so much extra farm on this map that the Jade Dragons just cannot seem to be able to get a grasp on.
Yeah, I mean, and it was every game. Every game, it was all scripted. It was Dragons winning early. Gold was basically even every game. And then that mid to late game, the Ferrymen started team fighting. And they started snowballing the game very, very hard and very, very quickly. It's not like this was a slow burn type of game. This was a pretty quick and concise victory. It was a pretty close game into basically just a Ferryman win. And that's all 3 games have been won under 30 minutes. We've seen a lot of 30-minute wins this entire phase, but the Ferrymen just come in and take all 3 under 30.
Yeah, very rare form from the 6 Ferrymen. We're known to see this team usually go 30, 35 minutes before we start getting close to ending points, but to end every single one this quickly against another team that's usually so dominant throughout the early game like the Jade Dragons are, almost unheard of. I mean, based on what we're hearing from Dartis, I was sitting here going, all right, cool, I'm ramping up for a 4, maybe a 5-game day. We're looking like 35 minutes a pop, or if the Dragons are winning their game, probably, a couple 25 earlies, but this was just complete flip of the script, a completely different form that we saw out of the Ferrymen. I mean, we're 26 minutes in. Baskin is diving beyond Phoenix that's still up at that point just to be able to secure kills. This is a wild change of pace.
Yeah, and that siege was very quick also. They're starting to siege left. We're getting split push right. Who cares? Let's just keep pushing. They get a couple kills, couple more kills. And eventually, the end is just pretty free with how much just damage that they have, how much AoE that they actually have. I mean, across the board, 19, 15, 20, 15,000 on this side. That's just 4 characters doing a bunch of damage. Doesn't matter that Aurora did 2,000. He's still healing, keep everybody up. He's got the Fey Bless to give a bunch of shields. It is a little weird to see a number that low, but he did what he needed to do.
He put up 8.2 thousand healing, and he effectively nullified everything that Lasbra had done, or Nika. Basically, any one of those 2 players had none of their damage throughout that game just because of how much that Aurora was able to offer on this Guan Yu. And while it may not have been the flashiest of Guan Yu plays, still end up working out. And the 6 Ferrymen are able to get themselves a 3-0 to take down the Jade Dragons, guarantee themselves that first seed. And we get a chance to talk to Aurora, who's standing by for our post-game interview with Goremizer.
That's right, I got Aurora standing by. And I'm actually going to ask you, because, we were even saying it felt kind of like a weird pace. A lot of the early game Dragons oriented, and then anytime there was a grouping, or if Baskin just decided he didn't want to stay in his lane anymore, that's when the tides shifted. But game 2 is the one that stands out to me, because it feels like early on you guys were fighting a lot but not able to get kills. Then the Dragons just slammed down 7 in a row with no answer. Fire Giant, you guys have no kills on the board. Gold's kind of even but still favoring them. Like, how did you know you could take that fight and be successful?
Which fight?
To get your Fire Giant in game 2.
Giant? I just play Poseidon a lot myself in rank, so I love pulling fire. That's just the special, I guess.
And I'll be honest, it blew my mind that we saw Poseidon, and it took a little while, but it got there, and it got the job done. this was a really big set for y'all, right? Just to make sure, like, you win the one game that guarantees that you're first seed. Now you are first seed, and so overall, how is it? Knowing that you're going towards playoff, being the top seed, does that change anything? I think like for your future.
I mean, it's cool to get first seed. I'm excited, but I definitely want to do well at playoffs and just keep the momentum going. And I was weird set. I was surprised. I thought that after they killed us in lane in the first game and kind of wrecked us, that it was going to be like a long game, but then it was just interesting. I don't know what happened, but we actually, I guess we got carried or something. I don't know. It was weird. I was like, oh, yeah, we got double killed in dual lane in the game. It didn't feel like they pressured us that much after that. So, but yeah, first seed's cool. I'm happy. I mean, it's like whatever. Yeah. I'm just excited for playoffs and everything else after that.
Last time, because at the end of phase 1 regular season, I think you had like tiebreakers with the hounds and stuff to like figure out who's going to be 3rd seed, 4th seed, things like that. Does like being unequivocally first or having to fight, does that change like y'all's approach to the postseason?
I don't think so. I feel like we've just improved since the beginning of the year, and just every step that we've took this year has made us better as a team. And I mean, I think like the stuff we went through in the first phase really was beneficial for us for this phase. And I don't know, we've been playing well and it's going to continue, and I'm happy that we're doing it.
Well, it's been fun to watch, and I'm excited to see more of it at playoffs. Congratulations on the 3-0 win, man. Good luck in the future. Thanks for your time, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
That's right. With a win here for the Ferrymen, they guarantee themselves first seed in the playoffs for their division, which means we won't see the Ferrymen again until that playoffs in just a couple of weeks. And I do believe they get a first-round bye, being in that first seed for themselves. A 3-0 for the 6 Ferrymen to start out our weekend. And to make no mistake, there weren't any matches yesterday that you missed. It is just today and tomorrow, 2 games apiece. We had the 6 Ferrymen with already their first win. We move into our second match, will be the Warriors and the Kings, which means now for the Jade Dragons, tomorrow's match is a must-win for them if they want to hold on to 3rd seed. For the Hounds, it's a must-win if they want to make it to playoffs and not have to wait until the last chance qualifier all the way in January. So the now new match of the week, now the new biggest match, is going to be that one tomorrow morning, so make sure you are tuning in at 11 a.m. then, but also be sticking around for these Oni Warrior matchups. See if the Warriors can continue their push up. Currently, I believe 6-2 in the standings for themselves. Again, for the Chaos division, nothing's really going to change up as far as their standings are concerned. Everybody's kind of locked in place right now. It is just that 3rd, 4th seed on the order side that is still up for grabs between the Dragons and the Hounds.
And we actually blessed you with 2 Game of the Weeks this week with this first one right now. Maybe didn't live up to the hype as much as we expected, but now the first game tomorrow, as you said, this is our new Game of the Week, and you're battling for that 3rd slot, and very important set. But before then, as you said, we're going to watch the Warriors. Their last 2 games, and it's just not meaning anything for the actual division, but you want to head into this playoffs. You want to head in hot, so you're going to expect a lot from the Warriors. Maybe they test a little bit, but they're still going to be wanting to win.
Yeah, never want to lose. I think that's always the key. Even in matches that don't hold any real bearings on the standings, you still want to try and find that win for yourself. I think the Camelot Kings also want to try and find some big momentum for themselves moving towards playoffs, being able to make it in there in that 3rd seed, means they're going to have to fight just an extra little bit harder in order to try and get themselves to that playoffs, because only 6 teams go to the playoffs, and then from playoffs, only 4 teams will qualify to Worlds. The other 2 have to wait until that last chance qualifier when we get the SCC teams in, the SOC teams a little bit later, to try and battle out to see then which 4 of them, and then the 4 of the SPL teams kind of get that chance to then qualify to the Worlds in January. But that's it for our first set of the day. Make sure you stick around, because after this break, we got the Oni Warriors and the Candlelock Kings standing off.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take Good luck with that. I threw my phone into the pool. There's no reason for your feelings. You knew the rules. You better run for your life and sleep with one eye open. How do I feel? I feel fine, knowing that you don't. I'm done with second chances. Ask all you want. I got no new answers. How do I feel? I feel fine. You better run for your life. It's over. It's over. Let's not waste our time. Remember, it's over. We've been through this before, over and over.
They're not tanky, you know, like we can kill them if we get damage off. I'm gonna try and play a flank or something, try and go on them early.
Sure, can do.
I can bait my life and someone can play on the flank if you want. I see them up here. Can we walk in? Walk in, it's fine.
Come Morgan.
Look for Morgan, come here. Don't make sound, let's go for Morgan.
I'll
Keep walking,
probably.
keep walking, come here. Morgan's alone, let's wait, stay.
I can blink cage.
Stay, wait.
Can we now? Can we now?
Come boys. We stay in lane, boys. Right, group now, faster.
I thought it.
Play it slow. I'm Shelly, we can chase. Afro boys.
I'm doing Afro.
Am I one in a sec?
Slow to Afro boys.
Nice.
Afro boys.
Kim behind us.
Afro boys.
Drop.
Go right.
For the end.
Come here. We can end right.
Surely.
Heal up.
Cage in 20.
Sure.
Cage in 20.
We just cage the secret.
Okay.
We have men?
No. But right as Aegis. Cool. Keep standing up. We have soldier. Just keep you soldier on him.
We're
We're going for right. We go friend.
Okay.
I'm dashing in. Kim jump.
Walk in.
I'm bolt.
Seeking matches. Hit side. Walk inside.
I'm a Shoki.
Right. Play slow. Right Aegis. Play slow. Okay.
Shoki. Bit take it.
Yeah. Get.
End.
Stay in the pit.
Stay in.
Side on.
Slow.
And a great fight by the Oni Warriors leads them to the end call 3-0 over the Jade Dragons. And from so far behind, that's a crazy play that they find themselves in. We got to talk our way through it because they are so far behind at this point in the game. 17-3, 10,000 gold down. They got to rely on the Jade Dragons making a mistake, but they find their way into the jungle. And important to note about this ward coverage, you see a little bit here, a circle around this area. They've only got 2 wards here, but both wards are in favor of the Warriors, and they've got a sentry ward right there where Genetics is, so they know they can feel safe walking up into the enemy jungle. And I think that's where you see the grouping come through. They're almost waiting for the Dragons to step up and see if they can catch somebody off guard. But you see the pings come through from Genetics. All of the Dragons grouped up here on the left-hand side, and they've left Nika pretty separate in this lane, and he's appeared on the wave now. They can see where he is on the map, and they don't know where any of the Dragons are, except for maybe on this blue ward right here. They've caught a vision of some of the other Dragons, so they know that they might be able to catch Nika out here, and that's exactly what they do. It's a full committal onto the Morgan Le Fay, and everything gets dropped here. So many ultimate cooldowns used, and you see the Dragons, they're eager to try and help their solo laner, but look how split they immediately become. They try to come over and help through this way in the jungle, and then as soon as Nika falls, Vaporish Coast is running this way through the jungle, and the dual lane tries to run this way, right? And they're all kind of separate. Lasbra is coming from the back, but they have to fully spread out in this team fight And it's like they don't know whether they want to fully engage or they want to completely disengage, and they end up getting separated. So Vaporish Coast falls. Pagan and Solar Troll join there, and Polar Bear Mike, he has to give himself away. He has to separate from Dardes, and now all of a sudden, this is a 3-man pick instead of the 1-man pick they were thinking of. The Oni Warriors, now they have a real opportunity. 30 seconds on Nika, and let's take a look at the state of the game, right? All 3 Phoenixes up, of course, but you still have a tier 2 tower here, a tier 2 tower, a tier 1 tower, so this Titan is not going to be easy to take down. And take a look at the ultimates as well. All the way over here, you are just not having a lot of those diamonds. They used a lot of them to pick Nika when they were killing Morgan Le Fay, and so they have to try and time this as well as they can because they want those diamonds up, but they also don't want Polar Bear Mike and Vaporish Coast to spawn up to prevent them from taking the end. This is a good piece of timing here. They're just able to take down the Phoenix, and it's still a 5 versus 2, and look how close these timers are now. Just 1 tick away from Pagon's ultimate, 1 tick away from Genetic's ultimate, and they have to decide on a full commit. At this point, they're so far behind, they don't want to let this opportunity go to waste, and so it's a complete full commit from them, and everything gets dropped right as the ultimates come back up. Look, Pagon jumps into the Taiko drums. The ultimate from ESET gets dropped as well, and despite a couple of kills falling, either way, it's the small micro plays. They're able to use all the abilities, and I want to highlight that last bit. Solar Troll with this Aegis at the very end to prevent the death and prevent the Titan from resetting as those fire minions were flowing into the base. I mean, that's an incredible set of plays from the Oni Warriors. They're able to find the end call just with the smallest pick. They turn it into from 1 pick to 2 and 3 members down, and then they wait for the ultimates to come back up. They time it as well as they possibly can. And it's just beautiful from the Oni Warriors. That's been Team Fight Breakdown from Frog. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back, Smite fans, as we jump into set 2 of the day. It's Gort's Trelly to break this one down and break into it. It's going to be the Warriors and the Kings taking each other on. Now, Trelly, as far as grand standings, implications, change-ups, shifts, things like that, this has got none of those, right? The Order Division is... Sorry, not the Order Division. That one's still up for grabs. Chaos Division has been pretty much solidified at this point. Which means we're in an interesting spot because as we look at it, schedule, you probably caught this a little bit on Waiting Room. For the Warriors, doubleheader, today Kings, tomorrow Gladiators. Not a lot of weight on their shoulders unless they just want to really rack up the win count. But last phase, right, they had undefeated streak, that kind of conversation going for them. This time around, it's just maybe solidifying even more dominance in first seed. That being said, for the Kings, Trelly, I think, if you look at like Warriors Glads are looking for their first win still, so maybe they're going to show up tomorrow afternoon and show us what they have. Kings are in a very similar spot, which is that it hasn't been as clean of a phase as I'm sure they would like, and while they are in their top 3 and they're guaranteed to stay in that top 3, whether or not they could chase down the Ravens or not, they're not going to fall below the Gladiators. A win here would really probably feel great for them, and I think would help for the mental fortitude, even if it's not helping anywhere in the standings.
And if that's all they're looking for, I mean, hats off to them. I don't think that anyone wants to come in today and lose, right?
No,
even if
especially not Genetics. That's his former team over there.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to give them any sort of happiness, I suppose, if you're Genetics. So, yeah, I don't think that's going to be the kind of matchup. Of course, the Oni Warriors are known to have a little bit of fun, but with that, I'm going to lean more on the Camelot Kings. I think they would love to go into right before playoffs with a win over the Oni Warriors. They would still let that mean, a ton to their mental. Mm-hmm. So that's the kind of matchup I'm expecting.
And a couple games. Max of 8-2, right? So the Ferrymen, period, have the best win-loss record that we're going to get to see this phase. But you can go 8-2, maybe have a little fun now. And here's the thing. I've heard allegations against one of the Warriors from one of the other Warriors. I think it was Sot on Thursday. We had the solo laners come in, who was talking about how much of a troll Pagon can be in the right opportunities.
Well, that is true.
And yeah, I think everybody I've said that to has corroborated the story.
100%.
They're just like, yeah, he does it in SPL games even. So we'll find out whether or not it is going to be that kind of game and how exactly the mental for the Warriors is feeling right now. As we jump over to Sot, who's standing by for an interview.
That's right. I got Solo or Troll here from the Oni Warriors. Now, Sot, before we jump into anything, I heard that there was a little bit of trouble with you on the way here to the studio. May have gotten into a little bit of a scuffle with an officer being pulled over a little bit. What's going? Not a scuffle. Got pulled over. Not gonna say scuffle. That implies a fight. That didn't happen. What was going on with that, man? What happened?
I'm literally 20 seconds away. I can practically see the parking lot of the studio. I'm right there, and the cop, pulls me over, and my tags are expired, and I need to get those renewed. And yeah, and I got a ticket, so I got to pay that. So that means I need more subs on my Twitch to help cover that. Nah, that was my fault. So I need to get the tags renewed because, like, apparently, if you're like in a different state or something, you need to get like a new license. I didn't even know that. Like, why can't I just have one license for all of America? That doesn't make any sense. But I'll pay that, and I'm pretty sad. No, I'm not sad actually. I'm mad actually. I'm taking my anger out on the Kings this set. So I'm furious right now. So
it's not like other countries where you're good for the whole country. You gotta have one for each individual state. You've also got to have the tags for the state and everything like that. So it's not a fun process. I've had to go through it. A lot of us who have moved through here have had to do that too. And kind of, I guess, speaking on that now, got to take your anger out against the Kings. Is it doubly so because this is now Genetics' former team, or is this just because of this situation? Doesn't matter what team you're going up against, a little bit of extra now for them.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what team. I don't care if it's Ferryman. I'm rampaging. I'm gonna pick Uller. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna pick anything. Maybe Frenmer. Seething Howl. I'll definitely be howling in the booth. So I'm pretty angry right now. So
howling in the game and the booth. Now, is Pagon really the biggest troll of the team? In games like this, who do you think is kind of like the biggest one to, maybe the one most likely to feed in a game like this?
And besides me, probably Pagon, but Pagon's pretty good on game days. He's pretty good like under pressure, I think. It's probably me. Probably me. I'm probably the one to feed the most, honestly. Like in the I don't know, I'll probably pick Sovik or something I did last week and probably feed my brains out. But probably Pagon. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll end up seeing who feeds out on this one. I'll let you get back with the team. SOT, good luck in your match. We'll throw back to the desk.
Well, you get it all there, Charlie. From top to bottom, seething Howl because he's seething with rage. Maybe Kukulin comes out because
he said he'd be howling in the booth as well. Works both ways.
We're gonna have to.
We're gonna get a camera in the booth.
I was thinking like nothing but listen-ins. Like we're gonna watch Sot's player cam, and if he howls even once, we gotta get that as much as possible. I'm really interested to see what this team has to do today. I'm also really curious, and Charlie, I'm gonna ask you this because I feel like expired tags might be the dumbest. Like that's like the worst one, right? To get a ticket for. Like if it was a warning, I'd be like, okay, Sot, you're maybe overreacting, but like have to pay extra. I understand where he's coming from.
But at least he recognized that, yeah, it's only his fault.
Oh yeah, there's nothing.
Just renew them, bro.
They're not expired now, so I can say this. Katie has the worst upkeep of any human that I've ever encountered, I swear. But for several years, she will go months before replacing an expired tag and not get pulled over. And I feel like she's using all of her luck on just that, as evidenced by Sot today.
Yeah, that
unless his is like 3 years out. Like, how long has he been living down here?
Yeah, he did not tell us, luckily. So we don't know that information, but hey, let that be a lesson to everyone. There's at least 2 people listening that also have expired tags, and they're gonna go get them done now because of Sot. So I think that was beneficial.
That was a real good PSA from Sot.
Yeah, you don't wanna risk it. It's just not worth it.
No one likes getting A, pulled over, B, ticketed, or C, spending money on things that don't immediately provide you happiness. And that's what Sot got hit with all 3. we'll see. Again, what kind of team and what kind of play style they're going to be bringing out. I heard him say Uhl. I heard him say Fenrir. We'll see what kind of lane Sot gives us. It's genetics down there who I think is going to shape them up, if anybody, as to what they're going to do. We'll see how off the deep end the Warriors go, because the team they're going up against, Trelly, again, it's 50-50, but whether they're looking for a win, whether they're going to be having some fun. I see Twig giggling already, so maybe that turns us one way more than the other. This is going to be, again, a matchup for them that if they really want to push for a win, just to end the season on a high note, this could be a big one for them.
It certainly could, and I think that's something they would need as well. It's not as if the Camelot Kings as a whole have been performing up to their own standards, right? I think everyone assumed, or at least expected, a bit more from them. Now you add in their own standards of, yeah, okay, we lost genetics, we have Quig. Quig's been doing a pretty great job as a replacement in that regard, and I think he's been coming into his own on this team. But just not that level of consistency throughout the map that the Camelot Kings themselves would really want. So coming into a set like this, I doubt it matters if the set matters or not, right? Let's say this season, like if they lost this, their season is just over. I think they're going to be playing with that same level of, we really need a win, because they're not satisfied with their performance so far, right? You're not going to go in and sort of, just go through the motions of a set if you're not satisfied with the way you've been performing. So I expect the Camelot Kings to come out swinging in a set like this up against the Oni Warriors, especially up against a team like the Oni Warriors.
Charlie, I'm going to be honest. These are sets that I always struggle to get into the headspace for, because sometimes we go into it, and this has happened, maybe not this year, definitely last year. We went into a set, standings implications were nowhere to be seen. Nothing could have shifted, nothing could have changed. And I distinctly remember thinking, okay, this is going to be a nice little goofy one, we're going to have a lot of fun. And then we got into the set, and it was the most serious picks and bans I had ever seen. And so my question for you is scale of like 0 to 2. Let's do 1 to 10. Who the hell does 0 to 10? 1 to 10. 1 is like dead serious. This is like world's level finals. These guys are not going to let anything down. Yep. 10 is absolutely goofy, silly, wild. Where are we on the scale as we jump into picks and bans?
I would assume the Oni Warriors are going to play just serious enough to get a 3-0, and the Camelot Kings are going to take it as serious as they would any other day.
So you're like, we're at like a 3.
Yeah, but like, you can only, and that's the thing, bans can only do so much. It's going to be the picks that are very telling here for the Warriors in particular. And the way they usually play it is they get 3 solid picks, and then they start, okay, genetics gets to play on her or Freya this game, or Pagon is going to, so I think they might switch up just a bit, but, nothing more than like a 6. That's the highest I'll go.
And I also think, and maybe this is just by merit of who they are, but like, it kind of feels like you could put Sot, Pagon, and Panatom on whatever weird thing they ask for, and there's a pretty solid chance that you're not calling it a troll pick, you're just calling it a weird, eclectic pick, but they're mechanically so good that it doesn't matter, it's still going to look great. And Genetics likes playing the On Her and the Freya in moments like this, so in reality, Trelly, we might get a quote-unquote troll draft that's not troll at all from the Warriors, and they'll actually look really good, especially considering how much they stream. Like you said, bans maybe not telling us too much. We've got Naja, Aphrodite, Raijin banned out from the Warriors. The Kings so far, Yamoja, the Athena, and one more that's going to come in presumably in the next 20 or so seconds. Morgan Le Fay's been pretty high up on the board. A lot of those top picks that we typically see still available. Chernobog, still up. The Amaterasu, who's not always banned off, but a very high pick, still available. Olaruns, Ratatoskers, Baba Yaga, and it'll be the Opwash, of course, the other guy I keep forgetting about, who ends up getting banned outright here. Chernobog open, Chernobog locked in. And Trelly, so far, nothing too telling.
Yeah, and this is what I expected, right? The top 3 from the Warriors probably will be right there in that conversation. Unfortunately
Man,
for
Sot's going to
Sot,
be seething even more now.
yeah, the Uller taken away, so not going to be going the way
Look
of
at
the
that guy,
Oni
furious.
Warriors this time around.
Baba
With the
Yaga.
Baba Yaga as well. Gamlock Kings, sure, you're leaving open the Chernivog, which very powerful. We all know that. Top of the picks and bans for a reason. But Uller and Baba Yaga, not a bad look, especially if Uller's going to be on point, right? He did receive some buffs a bit ago. Ever since then, his red items just full burst Uller build. Maybe you throw a Fail Knot in the mix for some extra crit chance. It's been pretty decent if given the right positioning. Double ADC, though, for the Oni Warriors. They're not letting this Uller just run over them, right? They want to get some late game presence in it as well.
Now, I'm going to give you credit where credit's due. Olaran and Amaterasu locked in for the Oni Warriors, and you'll never guess it, that is a top 3 that they would lock in normally. So it is not really telling as to where they're going to be. Same thing for the Kings. Ull maybe on the rise more this week so far. Baba Yaga has been up at the top for a long time. Ratatoskr as well, for a couple of teams, has been the pick and a flex between Variety and Captain Twig. Something that can really open up the Kings draft. Bans will come through. Notably, and we've kind of, me and you actually, I think, have had this direct conversation, with Yamoja and Athena gone, the next best Guardian shifts pretty heavily. We saw a good Atlas game earlier from Mike. We saw a Guan Yu game from Aurora, which nobody else is really playing. Charon last week, and that Ravens Leviathan set was a huge deal. Where does your mind go for next best guy?
Well, for the Oni Warriors, it's a little bit different. I would give the Khepri a very high weight towards genetics in particular. Not to say that Quig can't also pilot the Khepri, it's just when you have a double carry composition and it's genetics piloting the Khepri, that still carries a lot of weight for me.
Kings are listening to you, man.
But not going to get the chance. Can't let Kings take that one away, so now I've got to dial back. Terra as well. I think that's a pick that Genetics likes to go to. He's got plenty of playtime on that pick, and it just, gives you so much pressure over in the support role. So that'd be my 2. But actually, I forgot about the Fafnir as well. Those are my 2. Terra and Fafnir is what I'd go to if I was the Oni Warriors. Assuming, of course, that Genetics is still in that mindset of, we got our top 3, but do we need 4 top-tier picks? We'll have to see.
What if he convinces... I'm trying to think. I guess you could throw Amma into the jungle, convince Sot really heavily to play Fafnir so that he could go for the on-her.
Well,
and
Panatom in particular almost never has fun picks, right? That man is ice cold. As far as I'm concerned, Panatom is locking one of 5 gods no matter what the instance is. So it'd take a lot of convincing to give Panatom the Amaterasu. I'm not thinking that's going to be a pick that he would want to take, but you never know. The Oni Warriors live to put on a show.
The Hercules was banned out with the Charon from the Warriors. Alongside that Khepri and that Susano. Poseidon gets locked in, and we just saw Baskin run this. And so while the Warriors finish out their draft, one is a Fafnir. With Baba Yaga and Poseidon, do you like the split that I guess we saw earlier, right? A Baba going mid and a Poseidon thrown over to solo?
No. Don't like Poseidon.
No, just
no,
okay.
Don't like him one bit. But I understand the want to play him, right? The mage solos are still very strong. You're gonna win lane just almost always, just because of how much pressure the Poseidon can bring. But there's a lot of gods that can die Poseidon very easily, and the best of which was just locked in. Robin will not care. There's not much you can do to peel yourself away from a Robin. It just doesn't exist as a Poseidon. You drop your 1, gets overhead kicked. You drop your Kraken, gets overhead kicked. Mystic Rush still available. Bead still available. It's just not a good time. So would not be locking in the Poseidon if it was me. However, I do give a little bit more weight to when it's basket. That's different. In this case, it's going to be hard to keep this Poseidon alive.
So, Ull, Baba Yaga, Rat, Poseidon, Hell. I'm going to be honest, Trelly, Kings look a little squishy, even with breastplate and things like that. It's going to take a little time before I think they feel as tanky as their counterparts on the other side for the Warriors. That being said, we also have a few of these that have played multiple roles in various positions.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask, for, I guess, just your thoughts. Like, where do you think each of these picks goes? Is it going to be as straightforward as it seems?
I think, yeah. I mean, I would assume that Twig just takes the rat, and you give Variety the Poseidon, and everything else goes where you would guess. That's probably where I put these things, just because, the rat solo is okay, but it's not gonna have the best trades.
You're telling me you're not a fan of Poseidon Jungle?
No, not into Robin. Phantom's gonna eat your lunch, bro. Like, you don't want that at all. If you catch Phantom in the jungle on Robin, like, that just doesn't sound like a good time. Again, assuming Phantom takes that pick, so it farms well. It's just when you see Poseidon jungle, in my mind, if I am the Robin, I'm not letting that guy free farm. I'm not letting that guy exist on the map. He doesn't get to just farm for free.
You thought you could play Smite?
Yeah,
in my house?
Yeah, you literally will not be playing Smite. So, just, I think it's a lot easier to leave him underneath his little tower. Get his little whirlpools, keep getting infinite farm there. You don't really have to run around. You don't have to roam through the jungle. That becomes a lot easier than, hey, I need you at my blue buff spawn. I need you at back camps. There's a lot more ways you can get caught out when you're a jungle Poseidon as opposed to a solo Poseidon.
Hell support, presumably, right? Because you've got 3 mages. Hell's the only one that's really gone over into the long lane. So I guess there's a conversation of Ull versus Olorun to be had for duo lane. But I also want to ask, like Hell versus like a Fafnir, right? He's got single target CC, she's got cleanse, healing on one side, more attack speed for the other. How's that like balance out in a team fight?
It's not fun, for the Fafnir, of course. Your stuns getting cleanse is annoying, the movement speed, but Amaterasu's going to bring plenty of that as well. And if you have a Fafnir Ama comp, you don't have to worry too much about the fight. The objective pressure is where you're getting ahead anyways, so just get your ward vision down, and show up to Gold Fury, show up to Fire Giant, and then just big coerce. Guess what? The Fire Giant's gone. You don't have to worry too much about the fight, because you can just fight once you're ahead. You don't have to take even fights.
Well, we'll find out how exactly this is going to shake out. Relatively squishy for the Kings, and it'd be nice to end on a win. We'll find out in Game 1 with J-Mac and Inbound.
Now, thank you so much, Gore and Trelly. So we jump into Game 1 for the Warriors and Kings. That's right, it's J-Mac, Inbound, and Doug. Going to bring us the view into the battleground as you jump into this first game. And I think I kind of want to maybe dive in at least a little bit onto the composition that the Oni Warriors have drafted, because we thought that this is going to be Panatom on the Robin. But it's not going to be Panatom Robin. Panatom's taking a page out of Sino's book, Bobby, and going with the Amaterasu jungle.
And on top of that, Solo Troll is playing Destol Robin with, I assume, fingers crossed, I guess we don't really know at this point, I assume Soul Eater, but maybe he goes something real funky like Devs. I mean, he's already playing Robin solo in a meta that's not really, a Robin meta period, let alone Robin solo. So very interesting. I think Ama's a very strong jungler. I like Ama in the jungle. It's this Robin solo that I'm really iffy about, but if you consider just matchups and 1v1s, in an actual 1v1, like PvP 1v1, Robin and Poseidon, that is completely dominated by Robin, but will he be able to farm and clear waves as well as the Poseidon? Probably not.
I think that's the to be determined. I'd imagine probably first 5-6 levels probably goes a little bit more swayed towards the Poseidon and clear. It's all about the boxing matches maybe then later on, once we start to see a little bit of active play from Panatom and Captain Twig. So I'm keeping eyes a lot over towards the soul lane where Twig and Panatom go in this composition, see exactly what happens. SOT's already blinked to the lane.
Beats.
Already got the beats from Variety as well. I mean, that's a easy now dash target for Panatom. That silence can get in a tremendous amount of value. The problem is now that Sat's used all of that to poke Variety. Doesn't have anything for the wave clear.
Yeah, worth for the beads though, even if he is going to lose a little bit of the wave. The positive with going Destol Robin is you're going to have a ton of shields from your passive. You're also going to have a ton of healing from your 3, and then on top of that, you also have the Destol healing. So I expect Solo to almost always kind of be full health, Solar Troll to almost always be full health. Also, another thing I want to touch on, because we haven't really seen much of it, this Hell support. This is a character where she kind of dominated Phase 1. He's good autos. Wait.
Nah, he's good.
Okay, if that one came back up, it would have been really close. But Hell support dominated Phase 1. It was that Aphrodite dictated the entire meta. I'm talking first pick, first ban. It fell off a little bit. It got a few nerfs. Well, at this point.
Tied away for He's got the shots. That's first blood to the Kings, but Panatom is right around the corner. Dash in, shield damage. Turnaround 1-for-1 trade for the teams. And now Panatom, no beads. Captain Twig can chase this one out. Dash still down for 6 seconds. And no cooldowns for Captain Twig. Solo kill for Variety, but a good turnaround for Panatom.
He was just baiting, right? He knew he was dead there, just trying to bait him in, take that 1-for-1. Good first blood, good autos there by Variety. A little bit of auto trades in duo also, but this Hell, I'm interested to see what the build looks like. Are we going to see that aura build that we saw in phase 1? Are we going to see more of a cooldown build around that breastplate? Kind of what made Quig go back to this Hell, because she did eat a lot of nerfs. She is a heavily nerfed character from that first phase, and she's playing into a pretty difficult matchup because she is the main frontliner. There's really no other frontliner with her. That's what happens when you have this mage in solo. But she's going for that low nose, so she's going for at least a little bit of tankiness with the low nose, with the Thebes. But curious where she goes, what direction she goes with the rest of the build.
Is that 4 gooseberries I see on the side of the Oni Warriors Kraken? Well, as long as that ability is up, probably just imagine that or the ultimate to immune Variety. Hello Troll blinks in, gets the root once more in a slow. Good poke against Variety. Captain Twig not nearby to be able to try and help punish that. Beat still down for 18 seconds.
Oh,
Panatom is there though. Dash is good. Ultimate available. Needs all 3 swipes for the stun. Will land it, but SOT's a little far behind. Does get the root right around the corner. And the 10-hand Shadow Fist is good. SOT able to pick up the kill for the Warriors.
And a lot of pressure being put out onto Variety already. 2 kills in that lane onto Variety. But we've seen this story before. We've seen Variety take a few deaths, actually jumping in duo.
Yark still trying to fight in. Axe toss hits Genetics though. And that's a tanky Fafnir, not really concerned with the damage from the Uller just yet. Well, the duo pressure has been going a bit over to the Camelot Kings, maybe some of that from the healing that you have to deal with Hell. Not only healing to ally gods, but keeping those minions alive, making it a little bit tougher for Netroid and Genetics to be able to clear out those minion waves. Plays into a bit of that annoyance factor that Hell had, as you mentioned earlier on in the year. Able to secure the shield buff is the Oni Warriors. And I think even just watching the progression of the Hell this game, because I think the build, as you mentioned, probably the most important thing to weigh in on, but also just seeing if maybe any damage gets prioritized on the god.
Or the healing bolstering rods, the Asclepius, Last Gasp, because when we saw this Hell, usually it was like that full damage aura build, but towards the beginning of the first phase, you'd have players like Mike go for that Last Gasp. I liked going for Asclepius some games if I felt like I was in a comfortable spot. So there is a lot up in the air with what he can do, because Hell as a character is very open with how you can play her. You can play her as kind of a healing bot, you can play her as a little bit more of a damage-oriented support. So a lot of it is up to just how Quig intends to play her and how he wants to play her. A little bit of trading, but I also think a little bit should be said about this med in. Actually, he dashes in.
Ultimate from Captain Twig. Follow up against Pagon. No, it's on top of Panatom. Pagon standing by. Just free casting on the Chernobog. Not concerned with the action to be had around this beacon. That is an ultimate from Captain Twig and BMT in trade for ults of Panatom and Pagon. But Panatom's going to keep the chase up. SOT couldn't spot out Captain Twig, but now they got vision on without an ultimate. Captain Twig can't close gap, or can't get away, I should say. It's a dunk in by Sot. Goes down for first blood in the game and still has overhead kick for Variety after. Go ahead and try and steal blue, but Variety with the Kraken guarantees the buff. Nearly could have been in danger had any other damage connected to him.
A lot of scuffling going on already in this game, trying to establish slight leads everywhere, ultimates getting traded. But so far, Solo or Troll kind of coming out on top with a lot of these. And I think Robin, as a character, is one of the most imposing characters from ahead. A Robin who can just kind of blink on you, not worried about your damage, is a really scary Robin. So I'm also wondering kind of, Solo Troll's played this Robin, we've not seen it a ton. What kind of build does he opt for? Is he going to go for that Onis? Actually, a lot of damage on a Pagon and mids. Beads forced. No follow-up. Twig also getting very low. A little bit of trading out there. Beads forced onto Pagon. Twig also does get out. But curious for the build that Solo kind of opts for. Does he go for that Onis, that mitigation style build? Is he going to go for maybe a more damage-oriented build with a Soul Eater into a Jotuns? Curious how a couple of these different, gods are going to be built.
Because really when Robin was meta, you know, we look back at like the first bump up of the Robin solo meta in recent times. It was when Sigil was really good. You go Sigils, Mask, just full mitigation and defense. You never die. You don't do an insane amount of damage, but they also can't do anything to you. You're shieldless forever. Then Mask got changed over to be a starter item, so we saw a little less of him. Still saw some. Variety can't catch a break. Overhead kick gets away from Kraken. Pagon there. Panatom just there because why not? A third death now onto the solo laner of the Camelot Kings. Oni Warriors and SOT, even despite that first blood drop, it's been all good for him since then.
Yeah, I mean, even on that first death, he got the return kill onto Panatom, so he got that assist. A part of every kill so far, same with Panatom.
What are you doing, Pagon?
Pagon. Oh, Solo's here too.
This is just bullying now. Root, slow, ultimate. Variety's dead at his Phoenix. That's just bullying at that point.
That is just disrespectful. A little bit of fighting over in duo. Ult's traded quick, still pretty healthy. Seems to be just a little bit of trading there. Panatom holds ult, Genetics holds ult. But all that time, because of what happened on that Phoenix, actually middle tower is going down. Big man gets it, hits the tower, and now that's actually a lot of pressure on the map that's forced onto the Warriors because they don't have that safety net in mid. They do have a very safe mid laner anyway, not like Chernobog, someone that can be threatened and killed. Actually, speaking of kills,
Panatom might just be able to solo me inside the house. His shield isn't big enough to keep him alive, and now Captain Twig's too scared to fight against it because Pagon is right around the corner. Even losing out on a tower is not enough to deter the Oni Warriors, and even with a tower standing, it's not enough to stop SOT. Blinks in to try to take that blue buff away. I think successful in stealing it. Now Variety down a buff, not safe in tier 1 tower at this point. It is a rough patch for Variety, especially because SOT doesn't care about defense. He's going for damage second slot.
Yeah, Solo's probably going for that Soul Eater Jotuns build, the one that we saw in jungle with the Pele sometimes. Yark looking for the axe, gets the axe.
Does land. Where's the rest of the abilities? Hits one. Volley misses after. Pagon's on the scene. Yarkor now got to run away, waiting for his jump to come off of cooldown. Waiting for a chance to be able to jump away. Does manage to get back because Genetics is waiting around the corner. I think a ward was able to spot Genetics out there, so Yarkor knew that had he stepped too far forward, there's still someone lurking in the jungle this time. It's just aggressive play by the Oni Warriors across the map.
And yeah, I mean, paying off too. They're getting kills everywhere they need to. A little bit of worry in duo. I think Yarkor's in a lot better spot than Netroid is, and it seems like he's out trading him pretty hard now too. But Solar Troll with the build actually taking a lot of damage in response. He's playing for like burst at this point, and Variety going for that tier 2 breastplate is not going to get bursted very easily, and then he also sustains up with the Vamp, the Pythags. I don't know if this is entirely... Unless you're getting a lead, I don't know entirely how well this Robin is actually going to work into this matchup because you have to be able to all in. If you can't all in, then Variety's just going to be sustaining the entire time.
Captain Twig lurking in the jungle. Basic attack just a little too late from Variety and stop the back from SOT. We'll go back, pick up the Jotun's Wrath, as mentioned before. So now we see if we actually see the full damage route of this Robin, or do we see a bit of defense pop in? Captain Twig staying active on the map, and I think that's important on this Ratatosker. Even going down the first time shouldn't be enough to stop you, slow down. He's only 1 level down to Panatom, despite a 2-0-3 Amaterasu. Captain Twig's been holding his own in the jungle, only that 1 level down for himself at 0-1. So I like to see that he's still willing to try and start some of these fights, and he's going to be needed maybe on this left side. Both junglers waiting inside the jungle to see if they can go for a fight. Instead, it might be a brawl over the shield buff for the time being. Panatom Destiny gets the silence.
Wow.
That's half of Captain Twig's health. Meanwhile, Genetics and Netroid, they're just waiting by. They've got access to all their ultimates for this fight, and they might need them because now Pagon is here. Gets the dash out of Captain Twig. Beads as well, burned by the jungler. Camelot Kings can't stick around this buff.
And I think the slightly bigger deal at that is the full breastplate by Panatom versus just the tier 2 for Twig. More cooldowns. You also have more full protections. Twig just finishes out that breastplate. So it's something that means a lot in that 1v1 because it's just more cooldowns. So you're trading just easier, you're trading better, and then you also just have those extra protection advantages. And also at this point in the game, if you're the Warriors, you have to be really looking for these Gold Furies, these Pyros in about 2-3 minutes on the Pyro, but Gold Fury needs to be on your mind. You have such good burn. Alma, double auto attacker, little bit of trading in duo. Two's done a lot of damage. Just the one hit. The one hits. The solo kill. Netroid onto Yarkor.
Not a common solo kill that you see as an Oleron against an Uller. Typically you think Uller's the one going for those solo matchups, but it gives the Oni Warriors a chance to take this Gold Fury. Quakes nearby, BMT on the way. Gold Fury still to 20%. Netroid's rotation in will guarantee the Gold Fury for the Oni Warriors, a 2,000 gold lead at that, plus the experience as well. Oni Warriors, even despite all these kills and that gold, not as far ahead as I would have expected.
Yeah, really not a big lead at all. I mean, especially after Gold Fury. I think we've seen the Dragons get kills like this also, and they just can't really get leads. Slight little scuffle happening on Beacon. Expect the healing comp to actually solo patrol here. Maybe a fight breaks out.
Jump in by Genetics. SOT roots out Captain Twig. Half of his health now gone from 2 abilities in an in-hand from Pagon. And how it's a standoff at the point. All 10 players on the map heading over this way. Yarkor coming back from respawn. Genetics immunes the Kraken with his own ultimate. Pushed back by the Tidal Wave, but now it's Captain Twig jumping it off the tree. Hits 2, but Genetics is fine. He's eating the entirety of the damage from Big Man Tinks. And Panatom dashes in for a good silence, but it's all the Camelot Kings backing away.
Sustain.
No beads available to him. The fight for the Beacon is still going the way of the Warriors, but the Kings are stepping back up.
And the sustain game seems to be paying off. Genetics barely gets out healthy enough. And just like that, the Hell, the meditation is enough to win it. And with that tier 1 breastplate on the Hell, I think we see the type of style she's going for. That full cooldown build, wants to be spamming as much as possible. And that's how we expect fights to play out if the Kings are winning it, at least until late game. Other than the Kraken. Maybe we hit the Kraken, we don't let the Fafnir immune all of it, but that's essentially how we want to see fights to happen. We want to see trades, don't die, the Kings back up, they heal, and on the other side, the Warriors trades, and then you want to be able to all in to not allow the enemy team to heal. And actually, 13-minute Fire Giant with the Fafnir and the Alma.
This isn't even a staggering lead for the Warriors. This is just a power move by them.
It's a 5v5.
Fire Giant down to half HP. Yark's on the way. Kraken's used by Variety, but didn't get much. It's all from Netroid in response. Variety is chased out, nearly taken down, but SOT still diving into the back line. Takes down one. Variety, the first one down, but SOT traded in response. It's a 1-for-1 with Panatom still alive. Captain Twig's ultimate used, but doesn't get much value. It's just BMT swinging the fireballs right back through, and the Camelot Kings can resustain and keep going forward.
And with Pyro up, maybe no Fire Giant, but a slight trade-off, getting the 1-for-1 solo for solo. Pyro being pulled. Seems like maybe a possible contest here.
Panatom has the shield to try and steal. Dashes in. Camelot Kings will get the Pyromancer. But such an awkward pull from the Oni Warriors. It's not like they had a huge lead. They're only up 2,000 gold at that point. Not like they had a huge man advantage either. All the Camelot Kings were back off of respawn.
Yeah, I think it's more so like they thought they had a huge man advantage there. But there was 4 sitting on that side of the map, and then there was 1 coming out of base. It's not like that is even a good sneak. It was the most obvious sneak we might have ever seen. And because of that, it's just a 1-for-1, and they actually end up losing the Pyro also. But still, a solid lead, and I like that they're open to pull that Fire Giant, even though I think we're both in agreement that maybe not the best pull we've ever seen. I like that they're looking to pull them.
Panatom stunned as soon as he dashes into lane. He'll be fine, at least for the time being. Fury's still down for about another minute before we see that one respawn back in. The Oni Warriors have a ton of pressure around these objectives. And maybe it's just a byproduct of the composition you have. You have a Fafnir, Amaterasu.
For sure.
Don't have a Frenzy just yet, but then you've also got double auto attacker and until now, full damage Raven. Maybe that was just the reason the Oni Warriors go for a pull like that.
Yeah, for sure that's the reason they look for it. They have really good burn, consistent damage. Maybe they're lacking a little bit in Secure. I actually think their Secure is putrid. It is horrible Secure. And then you look at the other side into the Kings, they've got Uller 1-3, they've got Variety's Kraken. I mean, even Big Man's 1-2 is going to be more damage than just about anything that the Warriors have. Also on top of that, the sustain advantage is pretty heavily on the King side too with this Hell. So those pulls, which you usually just see Fafnir transforms, that you pull the Gold Fury, you slowly poke it down. If they come in too far, you look for the engage. the engage and kite away is very easy by the Kings comp. It's very easy way to kite out, then to heal up, and then to re-engage after. So we're going to have to see quick fights by the Warriors. And also, the Onk opted into by Panatom, not by Genetics. He goes into the Frenzy and Sprint.
Kraken by Variety. Pagon will take that dive into the tower. Needs a couple more in hands, but an Aegis from Variety keeps himself alive. But that's a 2-level difference between those players. And now, with sights kind of led astray to the right side of the map, the Oni Warriors go over towards the Primal, but there's still 4 players on the Camelot Kings. Variety is just one guy, and you sent your Global over to the right side and used his ultimate aggressively there, so now the Oni Warriors don't have much of a leg to stand on around this Primal Fury. Pagon, though, said, well, your Aegis is down this time. Maybe I win the boxing match. Does, again, win the match. We'll send Variety back. He literally just got back from base and is now going to have to go back again.
And Pagon is just huge right now. The Dev Gloves, the XE, the Fail Not. You're not out trading him, especially if he has ult. But even if he has ult, Variety actually looks like he maybe wants to take this or just stop the back. Because you see Rat on that speed buff coming out of base, maybe a potential bait. And no, actually, Variety just wanted to get his blue buff.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure he had a way to get to blue, but again, the Oni Warriors, the confidence in their objective play now nets them a Primal Fury. We're on the opposite side. So with that, Oni Warriors take 2 objectives in the Fury department. Still didn't get anything fire-wise. You know, we saw that pull, didn't get much from it. Now we wait for the next beacon to jump on in. So now as we start to kind of hit the midpoint of the game, the lead isn't too staggering either direction. Again, only about 2,000 gold. Who has the stronger mid-game composition between these squads?
When you have a global ult like Chernobog, it really benefits how strong your mid-game is. Because you're able to split push. If somebody matches you, you ult towards the fight. However, when you have a healing comp also, that's another comp that's really excels in this mid portion of the game before there's a ton of anti-heal. I mean, you look at the Oni Warrior side, where's the anti-heal? It's just an Onk. That is literally all they have. So this sustain is going to be insane. What's going to win out? The global from this Chernobog or the sustain on the Hell side? And right now, I think the sustain is going to be heavily advantage.
Dash gets Panatom just far enough before the Whirlpool stops that one. Avoids the Kraken, so it's now 1 ult down for the Camelot Kings. No relics used in trade by the Oni Warriors. So we do see them, that being the Oni Warriors, being pushed out by the Camelot Kings because the Pyromancer is back on map. Keep eyes on Netroid in these fights with these ultimates. Sanctified Field is going to get decent value up against the Camelot Kings, who have pulled the Pyromancer once more. SOT already 1/3 of his health gone before he can get to the Pyromancer, and by the time he gets to the pit, it's already dropped on the floor.
And Solo wants to finish that Thebes before this next fight. Variety's still happy to play forward. This is a really positive thing that Variety does, is even though he's 1-5, if he knows that he can like kind of get away with something or play a little bit farther forward, he's not going to be worried about being 1-6. He doesn't care. All he cares about is that win, and it's something where some players kind of lose that confidence when they start getting deaths and they start, you know, maybe their KD doesn't look as good. Variety's not one of those players. He does not care about his KD. He just wants to win the game.
It's almost like exactly where he wants me. He's like, yeah, I got him right where I want him. I'm 1-5. They're not going to be expecting me to hit level 20 before anybody else on my team.
That's true. That's a Variety classic.
I don't know how Variety does it, but this man will go down like 1-3, 1-5 in the early game, and then he will just hit level 20 before his lane opponent. I mean, he's dead even right now.
Look at this. This is crazy. I mean, he's 1-5 and he's even.
I mean, he won't hit 21st on his team unless like BMT just like kind of stops farming for a bit, but the fact that he might actually just hit 20 before SOT is criminal, considering what we've been watching happen to Variety this game.
We've seen Variety getting bullied out even by Pagon. 5 strong by the Warriors in mid. Variety not here, should be pretty free, maybe a little bit of trading. They have that sustain advantage, so this is just still a win by the Kings, but looking like an all-in by the Warriors.
Genetics uses the coerce. Kraken only hits the Dragon, but now it's a quick dash out by Captain Twig. Can't get to the sky. Net takes down 1, and SOT drops Yarkor. Variety gets the pushback onto Pagon, but use the wall for safety. Quig might just get stunned down here by Panatom. It's good, but there's no follow-up, so Quig gets to live. 2 down on the Kings. Variety steps 2 feet too far forward, and Netroid and the squad punish him. A good stun by Genetics to set up for a 3-for-none trade.
And really just an overall great fight by the Warriors. They transform, they get this fight started quickly, and they try to end it quickly. But they are getting low, and it looks like a small contest.
BMT's level 19, steal potential there. No ultimate for Big Man, and that's just a collapse instead. On to the Baba Yaga. BMT silenced at a dash, pinned against the wall, and punched down by Panatom. The Camelot Kings cannot catch a break in the fight. They lose out on the objective. It is fire on all 5 of the Warriors.
And that is like kind of this big advantage that we've finally seen. We've seen about a 1,000 gold lead, give or take, for most of this game. Now it's almost 4,000 with with Fire Giant in hand. Now you kind of have some sustain match against this Hell. You have that Fire Giant sustain, and you also have the split push potential of Pegon. Starter being finished by Genetics. Starter just finished by Quig also. Actually, can we, are we able to see if that Lonos gets the full value yet? I don't know if that's something we're able to see.
I'm not sure. I mean, we can take a look stats-wise to see what you would need. So you need 45 of each protection in order to start removing those stacks. And
so 225 for all of them. Probably not yet. So he's not getting that full Lonos value yet. But you look at the other side. Factor's got that full War Banner, which as soon as you finish it, it's just insane value. Movement speed, attack speed, and you hit the Fafnir hammer, and Twig has no beads, he's dead.
Yeah, one dead Ratatosker from the Oni Warriors. Netroid will split push over and left. Did opt to go for some defense himself. Breastplate of Determination online for Netroid on the ult run. Will keep up the split push because the rest of the team can just work on tier 2 tower in mid. Pegon helps knock that one down, and the Warriors will move their way over to the left side. Early transformation out of Genetics. That'll at least be able to net the tier 2 tower, but it will now get set up for the Phoenix. Frenzy pop, SOT to the backline. An ultimate from Netroid just to guarantee the bird for themselves. And the Camelot Kings are all on the run. They're down their jungler, their soul laner's at half HP, but SOT is able to walk out of this one. Might not be the same for Panatom. He gets stunned out by Yark. The door has been opened up for him to walk out, but Captain Twig might just sack his life if he can guarantee one, but he misses the one that he had needed. Gets the stun after with the help of Yark. The Oni Warriors, they lose one, nearly 2. Pegon able to root out, but a quick beads by Yark makes sure that he picks up the double.
And 5-man group still. They have this Hell sustain going to be slowly chasing out. Solo looking to get a little bit of space. Net Genetics Solo all grouped right now. Sustain is enough. Beads forced by Variety and all in by Solo.
Solo Troll in the middle of 3. Yarkor's still there. It's a pincer maneuver by the Kings. They send 2 to the top, 3 to the bottom, but the 2 on top are losing to SOT. Quig is trying to do the best to sustain the team up. Kraken is online and hits Netroid. He gets his beads. Variety's not got enough damage, but Yark has plenty. That's 3 for him in the fight. Genetics over the wall, but Yark was ready for it. A double-double for Yarkor. Netroid, the only one left alive now for the Oni Warriors. And against 4, he's got no chance for a kill, no chance for survival. Variety gets the last one in a delayed deicide for the Camelot Kings.
And Gold Theory up after getting that big wipe over on left side. They lose the 1 Phoenix, but on top of that, that's all they really lost. The unfortunate part is now you have fire spawning in about 2 minutes. Left Phoenix is down. Pegon is able to split that side of the map, and you have no true answer for him. Pegon is now level 20, 5 items finished. He went for that Atalanta's. So his 1v1 damage, his 1v1 potential is going to be absolutely insane. Will somebody be able to match him? Not at this point.
Pyromancer for the Kings. A nice little follow-up for them. Off losing not only Captain Twig, but their Phoenix afterwards. It is a good turnaround. So now the Camelot Kings have gotten much closer to evening out this game. Only about 2,000 between the two teams. Full builds starting to come online. Yarkor, interesting enough, point out to me, double crit for the Uller. Not something we typically see out of Ullers. When I think of Uller, I think of Billy. Slam as many cooldowns as fast as possible. Yarkor going a bit of a different path this time.
Yeah, like pseudo auto attack kind of. I'm curious to see what he goes last. Is it going to be that Deathbringer, try to look for the one-shot potential? Will he go some sort of sustain so he has some auto attack trading potential? Because right now his build path is open. He could also even just go Crusher for just more, ability damage like you were saying, because that's how I think about Uller too, that one-shot potential off an Axe, 3-1 follow-up, usually just an execute against somebody who does not have defense, but switching it up a little bit, maybe a little to do with that Demon Blade buff earlier this month, or no, it was the end of last month, changes it a little bit. And with Titans pushing down right side, maybe a little fight potential here, but I think we're probably just getting ready for this Fire Giant.
you might get your wish on the Deathbringer. Tier 2 now for Yarkor.
There it is.
On that item. So, while his abilities might not hit quite as hard, weaving in those enhanced, get an enhanced Hydra's Deathbringer proc onto somebody, you're looking at maybe 700 to 800 damage. You could get towards one of these squishier targets, but as the fight around the Titans marching down breaks out, SOT's already down to half HP. The Camelot King's Titan, a bit worse for wear, only a couple hundred more HP before it gets knocked out. And we might see the Oni Warriors make a play elsewhere while Titan's pushing up. Pagon's gone back to base. He can fly in at any moment. They'll leave BMT to deal with the Titan, but it could be a group up now around this Fire Giant as the Warriors start to form up their formation around the objective.
And with Pagon just going back to base, finishes that Deathbringer. So now 6 items on Pagon on this Chernobog build. That one-shot potential is pretty insane. That's a nice-looking wall. But that one-shot potential, that 1v1 potential by the Chernobog is through the roof.
Do you see the Phoenix respawn? Captain Twig will give up the defense for now because Zioni Warriors pushing in, cracking its genetics. That's half health on the Fafnir. Panatom gets the stun onto 2, but Captain Twig on the tree. His target might be towards Panatom. Gets the beads from the jungler, but Panatom's able to dash out. And a fast sanctified field by Netroid keeps the Camelot Kings from pushing further forward. That was the frenzy and the sprint pop by Genetics in that fight. It's now the Camelot Kings who can step up to fire.
And with Pagon ult up, they're actually going to be burning this. This is going to be a full-on fight here.
Fire Giant down to 25%. Genetics inside the
Bombs.
pit. SOT nearby. Camelot Kings get the Fire Giants. They had 3 Runic Bombs to do so. Yarkor gets the stun on SOT. Still half HP on the Uller. Genetics is low. And now it's Pagon and Panatom to try and get to the back line. Panatom is zoning out 3, but now he gets slowed down. The Ankh has been used, but he's got nowhere to go. Big man Tings. Credit for the kill. The Camelot Kings get fire and a kill.
And we see how much sustain is actually on the side of this Camelot Kings comp. They only have that anti-heal in the form of the Brawlers and the Ankh. And a lot of the times, Solo's not going to be able to consistently proc that Brawlers. It's going to be blink in, hit them a couple times, and then slowly back up. And it's something that they can kind of just kite out, sustain up. I think that is kind of a problem that we're seeing with this Oni Warriors comp is just not enough anti-heal to deal with this hell.
So I was gonna wonder what would happen with Genetics inside him because he held on to that tier 2 breastplate. So I was thinking, do you go for the Spectral just because Yarkor's been going a lot of crit? Do you go towards Contagion because there's a lack of that anti-heal? But it will be the Spectral for Genetics instead. I gotta say, I've been very impressed by the play from Quig this game on the Hell. Hasn't gone down just yet. 0-0-7 for him, but a part of all but 1 kill for his team. Primal Fury pulled by the Camelot Kings. We'll be able to drop that one no problem. And we were wondering what Quig's build was going to be. It's a bit of cooldown, a bit of aura for his squad. What are the Oni Warriors thinking of doing? Seeing maybe if anybody walks outside of the base by themselves. There's 2 on the left side. They should know about this now. That left Phoenix did go back down once more because of the fight around fire. Didn't get protections, so it did fall once again. What are the Oni Warriors trying to plan? Who are they trying to fish for at this point? They spotted out Quig and Captain Twig. Speed's not available for the Ratatosker just yet. The cleanse is more than enough from Quig to keep the team alive.
Maybe they're looking for that middle Phoenix with how much auto attack damage they have and just this Fafnir with the Shoguns and the buff from his 2. Actually, Rat looking to go in.
Twig crashed down onto 3. No relics burned yet. The Camelot Kings keep up their chase. Maybe not.
Frenzy.
A fast sprint by the Oni Warriors. That gets them out of danger, no problem. And all the while, SOT wasn't a part of that fight. Camelot Kings maybe recognizing they had the man advantage. They will keep the fight going, but will push down tier 2 tower on the right-hand side. That one falls down. And are they looking to keep pushing up this Phoenix?
And Wave in left lane going to be pushing up somewhat soon. Opt to not play it too aggressively. They're looking to just probably get most of these towers down, also try to get that left Phoenix back up. This is still no EFG. This is just a regular FG. They have sustain. Play it slower. I like this.
Tier 2 in mid under fire by Camelot Kings. Quarter HP on the tower. A couple more in-hands will do so, but not going to fully commit to it just yet. Oni Warriors standing their ground. And Netroid's got an ultimate just in case a fight does manage to break out. Kraken hits Panatom, gets his beads and a fast dash out, and Pagon's lost half of his health to Yarkor and Big Man Tings, the damage dealers of the Camelot Kings, getting some hefty relics away from the Warriors.
And I was a little, worried about how this Ullr build is going to play out. But that damage that we just saw right there, that is near one-shot potential. Actually, Solar Troll kind of wrapping around. Maybe a flank right here?
See him pushing in. Root hits Quig. Panatom nearby, but not going to quite have the follow-up. And in fact, speaking on the build from Yarkor, didn't go into what is the more traditional kind of Envenom Deathbringer. Does go for that Malicious, so some cooldown resets afforded Yarkor when he does weave those crits in and out, and he's got plenty of crit chance now with the triple crit in last slots.
And this King's comp is kind of came full circle, because at this point, Hell is a tank. She has gotten past the early portion, the middle portion of the game, where she's not very, tanky. She's very easy to deal with. All she really is just a sustain bot. At this point, full Lonos, Thebes, Breastplate, Sov Lotus, and as you highlighted, this is almost both an Aura-esque build and a cooldown-esque build. Still got that last item. Can see kind of if he wants to go for maybe an Asclepius or a Last Gasp or some sort of other damage item. But so far, she's filling out that role of being that frontliner with this build. She's also got a lot of cooldown spam ability with how strong Breastplate is. So maybe something to be said there about how strong Hell's looking right now.
I think right now the big downfall is when you look over at the healing chart. Sure, Netro's put out a nice almost 6,000 on the YOLO run. Not an easy task to do in a game like this, but the 16,000 in response by Quig is really what's keeping the Camelot Kings alive. Because you look over, damage chart-wise, everything that Quig has healed has effectively nullified all of Panatom's damage, all of SOT's damage, or all and then some of another couple of players. It's really only Net and Pagon that haven't been voided out by this Hell just yet. Genetics jumps into 3, gets the hammer onto Yarkor, but takes a bit more damage than he was maybe thinking he would with that jump.
And the trade potential, as long as there's no all-in, the trade potential is actually blinking by Solo.
Hot half HP. Kraken does clip Genetics and Netroid take by field, but they're low. Captain Twig's in the middle, use the beads to dash out. Sot only has 100 HP, and Variety is going to keep this chase on. Root is good. Whirlpool locks in Genetics. Captain Twig spins in, gets the stun. Genetics jumps out. He's still alive for the time being, but the Kings are healthy. They can keep this chase up, or they can turn back because they know that they can head straight to fire.
And actually, really good play by the Warriors. As long as the Kings don't burst this, but they're getting there so quickly. This should just be a burst angle. They got the Deathbringer, they got the crit. This should just be free Fire Giant for the Kings.
Pagon has ults if he wants to jump in. Genetics has his as well. It's Panatom first in the pit. The Kings get the enhanced Fire Giant, and now Pagon might just be a bit out of position. Ultimate for him either drops him back in place or takes him to an enemy. I may be surprised we didn't see the Kings go a little further forward. Instead, it's Fire Giant enhanced at that, plus a Pyromancer for the Kings.
And really great trade by the Kings there. Yes, they don't get kills, but they bully out enough that the Warriors are forced to reset, and it's a lot of them are forced to reset. It's just Pagon, just Panatom there, a 5v2. That's not a good contest point by the Warriors. They just don't have that frontliner there. But it looks like the Warriors maybe want to contest this Oni Fury.
Fury low. Genetics jumps in again in the middle of 5, but there's no turnaround back to him. Instead, it's on Captain Twig, who uses his beads. Panatom uses as well. Twig up to the sky. Kraken clips Netroid. This time, Variety is stuck inside the Sanctified Field. He uses all of his relics to try and stay alive, and Netroid goes down to Variety. It's Captain Twig still in the backline, and Yarkor pumping out damage from the Kings. Genetics still too far forward. 3rd HP on him. Variety, the new target, but Panatom has got to dash out. Big man Tings, he's all by himself, but Captain Twig's at the backup in response. 2 down on the Warriors, make it 3. It's a rampage for Yark and a double kill for Yarkor. SOT is the only one alive, but it's a jump in and a good stun by Captain Twig to net the Kings yet another deicide.
Huge deicide right there by the Kings. They have the timing to also go down mid here. They have the Oni wave, and they've got enough damage to go for this end here. What an incredible fight to end it by the Kings. They kite out well enough. They get enough, trading out, and then they're just staying up. And if you saw the end of that fight, Panatom did not use Onk until like the last second. That was such a small Onk and not impactful for that entire fight.
Such a back and forth fight. At any moment, it felt like one team could have just pulled out a win. But again, it comes down to Quig, I think, on this Hell, keeping the team alive, always sticking with the lowest health target member on his team, and keeping those heals up, gives the Camelot Kings a much-deserved win after a brutal early game from them.
And did that not give you Phase 1 Hell vibes? Like that exact game? Just
bit.
how it was played out? Not punished early game because she's too tanky. Not punished mid game, she just sustains too much. And then late game, both things collide together, too tanky, too sustainy, and it's just impossible to win fights. And I think something else I want to say is Pegon on this Chernobog was not impactful like we've seen him be. Usually we see him ult in, take a bunch of 1v1s. Other than the one on Variety where he kind of wrapped around, this was a pretty, not Pegon-esque performance.
Yeah, it really kind of felt like the peak of the Chernobog was the two-man gank at Phoenix on Variety, and then Pegon also going over to try and solo Variety, doesn't get him, nearly solos him again, and then goes back to base. And then outside of that, just felt like we really didn't see much from the Chernobog this game. Just not really utilizing that global very much.
Yeah, I definitely think it was underutilized, not really splitting. They had that left Phoenix actually down super early, but they didn't use it to their advantage. They didn't send Pegon there. Pegon just kind of grouped with them and didn't really ever use the ultimate.
So I'm curious to see now how the Oni Warriors make their adjustment, because this is a game that they probably felt like was all them. They had all the momentum in the early game. They're winning team fights. They're knocking down the solo laner consistently. But they're not getting the kills elsewhere on the map. And they just kept letting this hell get online and get online. And I think the biggest factor that pulls in from all of this was just there's no anti-heal to really deal with this hell. We'll see what adaptations the Oni Warriors make in game number 2. It's game 1 for the Camelot Kings. We'll take it to a quick break. We'll be right back.
cry for you, cry for you, cry for you. I can't take this anymore. You say we're done, but you still want more. Baby, what I need is you out the door. This time I'm sure, yeah, that you're a bad boy up to no good. Trying to be a man, but you're stuck in boyhood. Baby, you won't ever treat me the way you should. So it's over for good. I will never smile for you, smile for you, smile for you, smile for you. Yeah. I will never cry for you, cry for you, cry for you, cry for you. Oh yeah, oh yeah. What do you expect me to when I'm over you? Can't you tell by the look on my face that I will never smile for you, smile for you, smile for you, smile for you. It's been chaos from the start. Can't believe I made it this far. Guess I needed it to see who you really are. Breaker of hearts, yeah. You made your bed, now lie in it, baby. Rest your head, let it dream about me. Cause I'm fed up with you crazy. I will never smile for you, smile for you, smile for you, smile for you. Yeah. I will never cry for you, cry for you, cry for you, cry for you. Oh yeah, oh yeah. What do you expect me to when I'm
All right. About time it got interesting around here. It's okay to be impressed. Wiki wiki. Don't worry, I gotcha.
That's right, you can head over to advance.gg right now and pick up a fantastic, fantastic strawberry peach flavored Maui's Tropical Splash along with the shaker. A beautiful, beautiful, and I mean this genuinely, some of my favorite colors at the very top for the shaker, of which I am jealous of everyone who has one in their possession. It's been a while since I've geeked out about these, so I'm going to do it again. The lids on the Advanced GG shakers are genuinely really good. The bottles are great. The flavor is great there for Maui's Tropical Splash. So try to prolong the summer as long as you can. Get yourself a bottle. Are those still technically bottles when they're that big? What is that? Just container?
Yeah.
That sounds weird, though.
I think it's tub. Tub works, whatever you want to call it.
Get yourself a tub of Maui's Tropical Splash while it's still available. And thanks for tuning in, which, Trelly, blink and things go crazy. So 13-2 is what the kill line did read at one point in favor of the Warriors.
Yep.
I think it was 15-13, 14-13 in favor of the Kings, 15-14 in favor of the Kings at the very end. And a lot of it was, I mean, it's just Warriors, it's Warriors, it's Warriors, it's Warriors. Oh my God, now there's healing. Okay, it's Kings, it's Kings, it's Kings, it's Kings. That was the real change in the game.
Yeah, it seemed to me that the Oni Warriors valued lane matchups over just what would have worked better, just blanket statement. You can't tell me in any world that the Amma and the Robin switch and that matchup goes the same. They needed more burst. They were fighting into a healing composition, and they had just full tanks, right? If you have Panatom on full burst Robin, healing becomes a lot less prominent. But I think Sot wanted to own variety in the solo lane matchup. And he did, sure. He got ahead in solo. Did that end up mattering? No. Who cares about lane when variety hits level 20 before just about everyone else anyways? The man knows how to farm. Say what you want about variety. He gets ganked, he gets put down. He will get to level 20 pretty even, right? He will get online eventually. And when he does, now you've got a Robin solo who is tanky. You've got an Amma jungle who is tanky. And if Netroid and Pagon can't carry the weight of the world DPS-wise, Quig is going to heal you guys up. Quig is going to heal off all of your damage. It just was not a good composition if they weren't going to end pre-30 minutes, and that's not what they could do. They tried. They got to a point where they were ahead, but once it was late game, it was going to be all Camelot Kings. They just had the well-rounded composition, whereas, you know, like I said, Panatom and Sot's dive was just non-existent into a comp like this once you get to this point.
It's a lot of like what you said, which coming into this, the Kings in a position where they would love nothing more than anything to end their phase as their last set against the Warriors with a win, right? It'd be 5-5 total, right? An even phase for them. It's actually been a long time since we've seen the Kings have a negative phase. But get them an even phase, get them into a comfortable spot, but more importantly for a mental rebound, get a win. And that's a great step forward, and it's got to be a little undoing. Also, I think it's worth highlighting, right? 6,000 healing, first off, from Metroid, not too shabby. But 21,000 from Quig, and 21 really effective 1,000 at that. I think makes the big difference. 0012 for him, 1, 3, and 10 for Twig. And like you said, even if Variety is going to take his lumps in lane, he's going to match you at some point, and you're going to have to worry about it. And Hardcore was in a majority of those highlights. So everybody on the Kings feels like kind of Voltroning together to coalesce and take down the Warriors after the Warriors kind of rolled them for the first few minutes. And so now the question marks are flying all around, because I was very certain, Trelly, that we were going to get some goofy games from the Warriors, period. Yep. And you know, you had even said, like, there's no way Panatom takes an Ama unless, like, they're trying to convince him to troll. So maybe there was some conversation there. Maybe it's because of the Poseidon conversation we were having. But this is a team that does not take losing very well, as we have learned this year. Individual games, they can usually shrug off. Sets they don't like, and it's only happened a few times, right? They've got 2 in the column right now, and so when you add on the entirety of the first half of the year, that means they've lost 3 total sets this year, and I'm assuming they are not looking to add too many. They want to keep that single digits and primarily one hand as long as they can. So now I'm curious as to what kind of Warriors clapback we're going to get as we jump into game 2. Kings will be on the right-hand side. Warriors with first pick. Naja and Aphrodite were included in the Warriors ban phase the first time around. Trelly, I'm going to ask you up front, ideally before they lock anything in. Do you think they go back to those?
I wouldn't be surprised if they went back to the same bans. That's not an issue for me. It really was just the switch up between the 2 picks and caring a little bit too much about the lane matchup as opposed to who's going to be doing the diving later on. And I do think that, you know, the call from the Warriors was, hey, we've got double ADC, we've got a lead early. Like, that should check all the boxes, but it just did not, because Quig was having such a good performance. Yarkor put out way too much damage on that Uller. There was, and of course, Variety doing the same amount of damage pretty much with the Poseidon solo, even though he was getting so far behind. So there was definitely some gameplay switch-ups that the Oni Warriors could have done. Not sure they have to switch up the bans too much. It was just, hey, we could have ended earlier if we had a better draft. Let's just get that better draft.
Watch carefully as the last couple of bans roll out. Umoja Athena from the Kings, not too surprising. Raijin was banned out by the Warriors last time, along with the Naja and the Aphrodite. One of those is going to have to be missing. Naja's there, but Baba Yaga takes its place. The Warriors not willing to first pick it. And Trelly, this is such a very weird thought to have strike me just now, but Oxy in the back there. We have talked a lot with him, and a lot of the times what Oxy will say, especially if we pull him for an interview, he doesn't necessarily like it as much because he's not as confident in his English as he is obviously his Spanish, right, his native tongue. And it kind of just made me wonder, like, team dynamic-wise, how that affects him, right? Before, you know, when you have Shinto and Rongyu and Hardcore on your team, they were just all speaking Spanish to each other. Now I'm kind of curious, you know, with Sot, with Pagon, Genetics, you know, having Panatom and Netroid. I'm curious about the coach dynamic to the players and how the conversations happen.
Yeah, I imagine you can't really have that Spanish conversation anymore, just because why would...
Or like Panatom and Netroid are working overtime and as translators as well.
it just... There's not too many call-outs that a jungler would need to tell an ADC and no one else would need to know.
Well, I was
right?
thinking
like
more coach-to-player thing. Like,
okay, that makes sense.
If Oxy needs to say something to Genetics, how well he words it.
Yeah, that checks out. That makes a little bit more sense here.
Yeah, no, I'm not thinking like Panatom's just like, you know what, I'm going to screw with Pagon today. It's just only Spanish.
Well,
it would be funny, though.
It would be funny.
Maybe that's how they troll each other.
That would be a good way to troll as well. Oni Warriors. They do not want to give Yark the Uller once again. We're going to lock that one in first. Remember, Sot did say in his interview he wanted to go to the Uller. The Camelot Kings took it away from him. Now maybe he gets his chance to grab it.
And the Raijin Rat response, though, makes me wondering. At the top, with Chernobog, Opwash banned, Raijin would have been, if we had been more on topic of picks and bans at the time. Probably okay, lock that in, it's easy choice, there's nothing that's going to contest it. Do you like seeing Wool picked up over that in a competitive setting where you're down one game already?
I think it's a confidence pick. You go to Uller when you're feeling, you're feeling Uller. Yarkor last game was feeling Uller. Do you want to give that back to him? Probably not. So that's probably the lie. The only Warriors #1. I mean, Sot came in before picks and bans and said he was feeling Uller. So you give it to who's confident. We'll see if it even goes over towards Sot. But now that you've got the Khepri here for genetics as well, remember that was also banned away from the Oni Warriors by the Camelot Kings in game #1. It's a good change-up, but the Hell comes back in. Anti-heal has got to have to be a lot more prioritized than it was in game #1 as well.
Well, the Kings deal with some anti-heal immediately. Odin taken off the board. Susano for their second ban to try and limit some of the Warriors' play style. Scylla and Agni banned out by the Warriors, which means they are assuming Raijin solo, Rat Jungle, Hell support, which, admittedly, given what we've seen the last few weeks and specifically even last game, Trellick kind of tracks. So for big man Tings, this is going to be a deep pull. I feel like we haven't seen him in a while, so I don't know why it was the first guy that came to mind, but Kukul Khan jumped out immediately to me. His Hera, Discordia, a lot of picks that maybe aren't the top of the meta, but Tings will play and absolutely knock it out of the park with.
Add a Rama to the mix, trying to get that late game rolling. Remember, the Camelot Kings composition as a whole looked a little bit squishy. Variety had a rough time, but they were able to get to late game. And that is where Rama is the strongest, right? When you get to that late game, when you get that deep into your actual build. So, not a bad look. Just trying to make sure that they have some late game hard carries available. But I want to see the Oni Warriors reveal to me if it is just going to be Sot on the Uller, or if this will go towards Pagon in the mid lane possibly, or what have you. I mean, there's still a lot of gods available, and I do want to see more so of the, Susano's banned away, but that could have been a great grab for Panatom. The Amaterasu was just not the pick that I want to see over into the jungle anymore, especially when Hell is available. It's just not going to get the most value. Tiamat. This is actually a pick that I've seen Sot take solo before, but I would definitely prefer it over in Pagon's hands in the mid lane. And then with the Thor lock in, yeah, there could be some switch ups, but I think you just give Sot his Uller, let Pagon take the Tiamat mid, then give Panatom over towards the Thor. Full damage as well. I don't want to see any breastplates, just full damage Thor.
Keep it straightforward. I'm actually surprised the Tiamat was another pick that I was going to say, hey, Tings really likes that one, goes back to it often. With Tiamat Khepri, you're relatively tanky. And Shelly, I guess, man, I'm about to ask you a really weird, dumb question, and I'm okay with that, because all sense says, solo or troll, already mentioned it, talked about it, has played it in solo, and of these makes the most sense to go over there, Oleron over towards the left. But is there any world where you see Thor on this team going solo and somebody else trying to do something weird in the jungle?
No, there's no junglers besides a Thor locked in here. You could switch it up, but especially after the game one that the Oni Warriors had, there's no way you're going to a grab like that. I like the run back at this point, but Poseidon locked in. Do you switch up and say, the Raijin and the Poseidon both have the ability to play in the mid lane? The Rat could go towards solo. I think you just give variety back to Poseidon. I've got no problems with that. He was playing, again, he got owned early, as he should. There's no fun time for a Poseidon in that matchup. Early game. He got to level 20, and that's when he just started doing ridiculous amounts of damage. The setup was clean. The movement speed was annoying. I send it back for sure. I would definitely give the Poseidon over to variety. However, you have to talk about which mage would you rather have full damage.
Yeah.
And because Poseidon's got the movement speed, the juke shoes, for lack of a better term,
he can get in and out a little bit easier. Raijin has been making his name with that cooldown build, very tanky, very annoying to deal with. At that point, maybe you do want the Raijin in the solo lane. I don't know. It's a toss-up for me.
The only reason I'm feeling that Poseidon might be the right one is just because they hovered RDO right before it, and I cannot imagine that Tings is like, y'all lock me in RDO, baby. But like you said, Poseidon keeps things maybe a little bit more fresh and does change up a lot of that. I guess in a matchup, if I kind of straight up assumed, Tiamat going mid, Uller going solo, mainly because of Sot pregame.
Yep.
And actually history, he kind of plays that god a lot. Though, worth mentioning, Worlds this last year, Pagon on Uller, one of the best game performances and maybe player performances that we got to see, despite the fact that I don't think they got past that round. It looked real good, though. With that, I guess, Tiamat versus Ul, who you like in mid, who you like in solo, and then their matchup, who you'd prefer to see them go up against.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a fun time to be like an Uller in that mage solo matchup just because there's so much sustain. If you're not 100-0ing someone, they're going to heal up off the next wave and then just, continue. That's just how mage solos work at the moment. So it's annoying. I don't think that Sot's picking the Uller. If, again, it is going to Sot, which I think it is. I don't think he's picking that Uller to just dominate lane matchups. I think he wants to get farm, wants to get online, rotate out, and just, W key. That's kind of the play style anyways, so that's what I would expect from him. There is potential for solo kills, but it's few and far between. It's all about getting aggressive before the itemization catches up with you, before this Poseidon or Raijin gets tanky.
We'll have to see how that shakes out, and again, if it's going to be a Poseidon or a Raijin, we'll jump into Game 2 with the casters.
We'll have to see where all these picks end up landing for Game 2 between the Warriors and the Kings. It's J-Mac inbound and Doug here to bring you the action. We'll be SOT on the Uller variety, back on the Poseidon once more. Means that we will have a physical versus magical solo once more. Not going to be the Assassin v Mage. Instead, it'll be Hunter v Mage. But really, the only player in the league right now playing this Uller in solo lane has been Sot. And he's had some hot games with it in the past. He's had some middling ones. I'm not going to say not, because it's not like he was doing 0-4 kind of games. But I believe the last time that he did play the Uller, he had a fantastic, stellar performance on a Game 1, absolutely blowing everybody out of the water. And then the next game, it was kind of almost like he just existed in solo lane.
Yeah, that's kind of the solo or troll coin flip you have. Some games he'll go absolutely insane and he'll kind of carry you. Next game, maybe he starts going insane and then he starts running it a little bit, starts playing a little over-aggressive. And I think one of the games he was actually 7-0 at one point and ended the game 8-5 after kind of dying a little bit too much late game. But I still think Uller solo is something I'll happily put solo or troll on because it's just the chance of him giving you a win is so high on this character, the playmaking potential, the 1v1 potential. I would not be surprised if solo has 2 kills before this hits before variety hits level 5. There is potential for that, and that's how good solo is on this character.
You can already see he wants to kind of keep that potential up. Starting to throw damage over towards variety and the wave. We'll switch back over into the axe stance, waiting for that cooldown to come back up before he tries to jump in and get aggressive on the wave. He can both poke wave and variety. That's a win. Axe toss gets the beads, immediately hits him with a full combo in bow form. But variety, fast beads, gets him out. And not as much damage to variety as you would have thought with that combo yet.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is pretty mediocre, and then you have the Vamp Shroud, you have the little trinket, tiny trinket, whatever it's called. You're going to be healing up that small bit of poke that Uller does early, but that's beads down. That's potential for Panatom to just walk over, get a wall, get a free kill. So I think that's worth for solo, even though he doesn't trade all too well. It is just a free beads, essentially, at that point. So I like that he goes for that. Also, a lot of beads in this game. 8 beads. The only ones opting for non-beads are those supports, which is pretty common. Sometimes you'll see that, but both junglers rotating over to duo.
Panatom leading the charge with Captain Twig hot on his heels. Panatom trying to steal away the shield buff if he can. Captain Twig doesn't get the stun, and so it's able to get stolen away by Panatom, and now Quig is in danger. Wall should be up for Panatom, but Instead, just goes in with the hammer. Maybe didn't
Maybe
put
no
a point
point,
in
yep.
it this time. So could have been a potential kill, but instead the damage just keeps Quig poked out.
Also, I'm pretty sure Twig's Acorn Blast left the shield camp with 1 health. I think it was that close, or maybe it was like 7 or something. It was a small number, but Quig very low on left side. Does pop the med, getting a little bit healthier. One barely off the mark by Netroid. Panatom is here, but that's sustained by Hell. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time, but she'll be back to half health in no time.
Panatom's going to go back. Captain Twig spots him out. Won't let him leave for free, but not really going to pick a fight. Not necessarily one that he wants to take. It's just to walk by, let him know, hey, I can see you. You should probably back somewhere safer. And Panatom does just that. Able to go back and get that tier 2 mace. Meanwhile, Captain Twig on the tier 2 Acorn for the time being. And going to go ahead and steal a green buff. Pagon dealing with the wave. Some of the early struggles of the Tiamat. Not the best at the wave clear. It means that he's going to lose out on a buff.
Yeah, I mean, especially comparing it to Raijin. And curious, a lot of the times we see this Raijin in mid, it's not a Vamp Shroud. It's just the Sands of Time into Book, Breastplate, but actually opting for a Vamp Shroud. So maybe that means maybe Big Man goes for a slightly more defensive mid lane build, maybe something in the vein of that solo lane build. Also, I would expect a Typhons if you go this Vamp Shroud, but maybe it is a slight switch up with his build in mid.
We do see 5s now achieved for solo laners. It's not quite going to see those kills we were maybe expecting over on the right-hand side. You see a fight over the shield camp once more. Does get secured by the Camelot Kings. It's not enough damage from the Warriors. Take that one away. It's keeping the gold even. XP bouncing a little bit in favor of the Camelot Kings, and a lot of that afforded by Big Man Tings, level 6 versus the 5 of his lane opponent Pagon. It's keeping the Camelot Kings afloat in XP. Variety wall and beads down. Kraken in response gets beads from Sot. So now no relics for either of the solo laners, but all Panatom's got to do is this: sit inside the fire giant and wait for Variety to step out of tower.
And both of these junglers gank solo lane incredibly easily, and it's pretty free. It's not like they have to overextend and dive like some gods have to. So I'd expect big contention, maybe next blue buff spawn is where the fight is going to break out. But Kraken is now down for a little bit. And when you have these matchups in solo lane where one's a stance switcher and one's not, that's kind of a big cooldown along with those relics to keep an eye on. So when Variety's ultimate comes back up, I think that's when maybe the Kings will look to be a little bit more aggressive.
Wave to wave between the duo lane. Big Man Tings will get damage against Pagon. Wants to try and stop this back if he can, but not going to step into tower to do so. Still, 1 level up for BMT in the mid lane. Book of Thoth now online for both of the mid laners. It is stack advantage slightly for BMT. Wall hammer, not enough. Captain Twig going to try and steal away and successfully takes away the Shaman Camp experience. Totem Mask will still at least go the way of the Oni Warriors, but denying farm bit by bit, keeping some of that XP away from Pagon, away from Panatom. It's buying time for Variety. He's got 90 seconds now until those beads come back up. Ultimate from Netroid to fight over shield buff. Throws out the orbs for a bit of extra damage, but that's a hefty ultimate to use for that one. Beads from Panatom and from Captain Twig. So now every set of beads down on the right side while it's a potential 1v1 solo up in the mid lane. BMT, Thunder Crash in. Knockup is there by Pagon. Needs every shot, needs one more in hand, but Big Man takes it, can't get the Raiju to land. And instead it's gonna be a turn and burn on the right side. Captain Twig, first blood against Panatom, and maybe more against SOT. Twig's got ultimate.
Beats.
He can jump right off of the branch onto SOT. Axe Toss is there, but Whirlpool keeps Sot from going around. Sot turns out for one, but Variety needs one more. The Totem, the Bastion buying some time for SOT. Variety, though, going to try and chase out. He takes a tower shot, and it's a trade out. A double for Sot, but 4 dead on the right side.
Wow, what a 2v2. That was so interesting to watch. Maybe an ability missed here, an ability missed there, but other than that, pretty clean by both sides. But, I mean, a big part of that is, look at Panatom's level. He just ticked over to level 6. Captain Twig was level 6 that entire fight. That is probably a big part of that 2v2 and why it goes in favor. Captain Twig able to put out a lot more damage than Panatom is at that point. Also, Rat had full Acorn there, and full Acorn in those early games fights is an incredible amount of damage.
Also, why did Variety just
walk into
He
tower.
juked into tower.
He sidestepped an auto and went, oops, that's a tower. That probably did 3 times more than a basic attack would have at that point. And in fact, Variety, not content with the 2-for-2 trade on the right side, elects to not fully upgrade his lifesteal item. Instead goes for the breastplate. Captain Twig and Panatom again on the left side of the map this time. These two junglers are just ping-ponging between the two side lanes. They're just letting BMT and Pagon do their own thing. Focuses everywhere else, as it should be. The action is with Variety and Sot once more. Variety better into the trade. Vamp Shroud plus that Enchanted Trinket keeping him sustained up.
Yeah, and looking at the junglers, I think Twig is just looking and playing a lot more comfortable than Panatom is. Panatom throwing out that wall almost instantly a lot of the times, and it's just not that close. But we've seen this before in the character, and it's something where mid-game, all it takes is an ability here, ability there, and then you just start getting hot, you start feeling yourself, and you start hitting everything. But so far, Panatom on this Thor, not looking that great.
Variety takes a little bit of damage, but as mentioned, decent lifesteal. Keeps him alive and healthy from any of the poke that Sot has thrown his way so far. Haven't seen too many axe tosses connect just yet from Sot. We saw the one on a Captain Twig that allowed Sot to get the turn and burn right at the edge of the tier 1 tower. But in the kind of immediate solo match, really the only big axe toss we saw was that very first one at that level 2, level 3 point that got the beads. Outside of that, hasn't really seen too much from Sot just yet.
Kind of just farming up a little bit. Talked about this kind of a little bit last game when Yarkor was on it. Panatom actually taking a lot of damage, does get the hammer out. No chase it seems, but a lot of burst on a Panatom. But we talked about this a little bit last game with this Ullr. Ullr's not really that much of an early game character anymore. He's fine early game, he's got some CC, some damage, but you're mostly playing him for that mid portion spike and then that late game spike when you get that blue stone. Because we saw it last game. Yarkor, when he got that full crit build going, he was one-shotting.
Oh, yeah, he was swinging. Might be a while before we see SOT swing to the same degree for the Oni Warriors. Take a look at the gold, though. 1,000 up for the Camelot Kings over the Oni Warriors. Variety jukes out the axe from Sot once more, but Variety might be willing to take this fight, having that defense online. Gonna benefit him in that 1v1 matchup. Where Sot, on a character like this, you know, typically we look at the mages and go, okay, mage, assassin, warrior, they're probably going to build some defense in their kit, Guardians as well. Pretty much Hunter the only class that you're not really wanting to build defense as a solo laner. So, might be a while, if ever, that we see Sot try and counter build up against Variety's damage.
To be fair, if we did see it, I feel like Breastplate Ullr doesn't make the least amount of sense, or it makes enough sense where, like, yeah, maybe if you're fighting against 4 physicals, you'd build into that. But I mean, building into 3 magicals, all of them are mage characters, an assassin, a hunter. Breastplate's not going to make a ton of sense, and I don't think we're going to be expecting to see a Shoguns or a Genjis, especially on like an Ullr. I think Ullr in a game like this probably just wants to build full damage, look for that one-shot potential like we saw Yarkor go for. Curious if he goes for the crit build again or more of a Crusher Titan's Bane. Hits the axe, a lot of damage on the Variety. Is it enough to kill? I think he has to hit the next axe, and cooldown must be a little bit low, but Variety happy to take that trade right now. I think he's just going to do one more wave and then back for that Pythags.
I really pray for Sot's keyboard. Last time I interviewed him, he said, yeah, my hand's not doing so hot. My keyboard's not feeling real good right now. It's a bit of a tough time with all these Ullr games. Throwing another one. Might just need to get him a new keyboard after this one. Oh, he does already still have to pay the ticket that he got. Have to pay to get his new tags for his car and everything like that. So he's already got a lot. Might not have to be about to get the keyboard at this point. Captain Twig, though, going to try and make a point in mid lane. Dunk on top of Pagon is good. Big Man Ting to Thunder Crash in. Pagon, he's going to go into the ultimate. He uses the Aegis, but the drums are weighted out, and Big Man Tings will strike in mid. Level 14 now for the Raijin. Beacon up in 50 seconds, but it's the Camelot Kings with their 3rd kill.
Again, great setup by Twig there. Pulls the beads, dashes out, gets enough damage out, and it's pretty free pickup there for Big Man Tings. And looking at jungle, still a 2-level lead in jungle for Twig. And when I think of how hot and cold Twig has kind of played this phase, Rat's that character that like I keep coming back to where he looks fantastic on this character.
Rats look great. The Lancelot, the Hun Bats, he's really kind of solidified himself with those 3 picks.
Kraken by Variety to try and steal red. This is how you know you've got a confident solo laner, where he hasn't gone down, he hasn't died yet to his immediate 1v1 opponent. And no matter how confident SOT has been playing, Variety knows that he can still walk up and throw out those Krakens because he's got hefty chunk of cooldown already afforded to him. Invade towards speed buff. Success for the Oni Warriors. Quig in danger. The Sanctified Field is there, and Quig can't walk out. He gets the cleanse just in time to give him the immunity. Jarkor crashes down from the sky on his snipes, not getting the damage he was hoping for. The Oni Warriors now playing a bit more confident enemy lines.
And with Beacon up, we saw this fight happen last time, and the Warriors were winning a little bit early, and it seems like they've won enough in that fight that they're just going to be giving it up for free. But last time, the Hell Sustain just did a lot, but it looks like a collapse in mid.
Captain Twig off the tree, dunks only onto Panatom, does manage to get the beads from Netrua, but that's a tier 1 tower now for the Oni Warriors. We do see Variety looping around, not sure if anybody has spotted him just yet. Sot walks up, gets slowed down by Quig and immediately backs away. Variety reveals himself from the jungle. With that invade, with that small little skirmish, and the beacon, the Oni Warriors close up the gold lead a bit, only 500 now between these two teams. But the Camelot Kings, even with vision in the pit for the Oni Warriors, it's the Kings who are pulling the objective. Jarkor is nearby. Ultimate's still available. Kraken for secure, but it doesn't secure anything but fresh air. It's the Gold Fury to the Oni Warriors. Solar Troll steals it away.
Kraken's just not the secure we think it is.
It really isn't.
It's just not the secure. Well, why try to Kraken when there's Hail of Arrows available on the Uller? You got to try to force that out first. Even after losing that Gold Fury, Pyro also goes over to the Warriors, but they're going to be trading out this left tier 1 tower for the Kings. Still, huge advantage for the Warriors. Gold Fury, tier 1, Pyro, Beacon. That's 4 wins for just that tier 1 tower on the left side. And actually, something I want to talk about, because nothing's going to be happening for a little bit. Everything's off the map. Maybe a tier 1 in mid, but that's just about it. It's interesting to me when Hell picks up Med, or any character picks up Med into Olorun, because it slows the tick of Med. So instead of every 0.5 second, or every 0.5 you get 1.5, it's then like cut in half.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't tick as much.
Yeah, it takes longer for it to go through.
In that fight in mid, he actually almost died because it was ticking so slow and the heal wasn't coming through fast enough. I just thought it was interesting watching that, and it's something I didn't have time to bring up until now.
Yeah, it's one of those small mechanics you don't really think of whenever it comes down to a god like Hell, or I guess in this case a god like Olorun.
Yeah.
With ultimate like that. Time dilation is just such a cool mechanic.
It's so
in
interesting.
Smite. It's no fun to play into, but it's a really cool one to theoretically talk about, discuss, and see what all it does affect. Just like how Variety now has to walk back to tier 1 tower, as Genetics has made a far rotation over to the right side of the map. Quig is nearby as well. Captain Twig does have ultimate, will break the ward, so Sot and Genetics now know that there is a jungler nearby. And speaking of junglers, I think that was the next point I wanted to go towards. We had a 2-level deficit by Panatom. Now even with Captain Twig nearly taken down. Damage from Sot really ringing in. Duncan from Panatom, wall connects. The double tap wasn't there, but the hammer poured in after one. Genetics gives Panatom the revive. He uses it under the tower. Pagon dives deep and takes down Variety. Thunder crash in by BMT, and Jarkor full HP on the Rum. Goes up into the sky for the snipes. It's towards Pagon, gets 2, needs the 3rd and more, but it's not enough damage. Instead,
Quig?
It's a turn to Quig. Double kill for Pagon, and the Oni Warriors have gotten a 3 for none.
And that is a 5v4 fight. The Kings were 5 strong here. Net has not rotated, not thought about rotating, and they just wiped them, well, not wiped them, but they 3-for-0'd them at the exact same time. Net is actually hitting this tier 2 tower. Panatom reset and is walking out of base to go help him in left lane. Yes, they get a tier 1 tower in right, but when you send 5 people there to match 4, you need to do better than trading 3 for 1 tower.
Now, Netrua makes it the 1-1 trade on tower, but as mentioned, Oni Warriors went out in the fight during all of that. 3-0 for themselves. And going back to what I was starting at before that fight, the jungler deficit. It was a 2-level lead for Captain Twig. And then at that 9 versus 11, Panatom closed it back to 11. Twig still keeping it slightly up. but now Panatom is the one who actually hits 14 before Captain Twig. So all it really felt like was that one green buff invade goes right for the Warriors, and now Panatom feels like he's got the confidence back on the Thor.
Yeah, and he hit that nice wall double tap combo, and then he gets the Kepriel to actually survive and respawns back in. And now, with all these cooldowns coming back up, ultimates, relics coming up in about 60 seconds, we've got Gold Fury and Pyro spawning. And last time we saw it, it was the Kings enforcing a Gold Fury fight, saying, come match us. The Warriors don't match, trade out that Pyro. And instead, Solo just gets the secure. So now, curious if the Kings are going to try to play it the same way, if they want to maybe force the Gold Fury. They have the sustain, so trading is always going to be good, trading, health, especially with Beacon also spawning. But this is kind of going to be a big setup for the next objectives.
Wall double tap by Panatom, doesn't give much. Pagon jumps away from the Camelot Kings. We start to see a group up around Beacon. Twig gets connected by some damage from Panatom, but Camelot Kings will control the Beacon because where in the last fight, Netroid was nowhere to be found. This time it's Sot Split pushing. Right side, tier 1 tower. Now, rotation from Variety for a moment, but instead the Kings, they might just go towards Pyromancer. SOT now rotating in. It's a frenzy pop to try and secure that one. The Camelot Kings do get the Pyro, but what about the fight after? Variety's at half health. A crit from SOT does some good damage to Variety, but Captain Twig, where will he dunk down in? Panatom in response, doesn't find the dunk target he was looking for, but walls off the rest of the team. Stun on the Panatom by Captain Twig. He tried to turn this one around, but as a revive comes through from Genetics, it keeps him alive, and Pagon is now turning this one back in. Needs the damage after, and he gets it. That's 1 for him and 1 for his teammate. 2 down on the Camelot Kings, while Netroid and Genetics zone out another, and Quig left to the wolves. It's SOT with another kill, and now Captain Twig, wall, not enough damage. Panatom not going to be able to get that kill. Just another 3-0 for the Warriors.
And such an easy beginning start to that fight with how much they out-traded. Netroid actually flanked at the speed buff to pick up the kill onto Variety and actually zoned out Tings at the same time. And all through that, no Fire Giant yet. They opt to reset, get to full health, and then come back out of base. But it looks like Fire Giant going to be the call right here. No Frenzy, but no one's really alive on the King side, and if they are alive, they're nowhere near this fire.
Fire started. Big Man Ting's the only one who could get there, and Panatom's just going to walk up menacingly towards him and keep him away from the objective. Only Warriors 19-minute Fire Giant will keep themselves active. 4,700 gold up, 4K, or I should say 4K gold, 4,700 XP, and a Runic Bomb for Pagon on the push. Gotta note, Camelot Kings did get that last Pyromancer, but because the fight started up almost immediately, didn't get a chance to pick it up and make use of it at all. So now it's the only Warriors. They drop a Runic Bomb and a Kraken. Hits a couple. Captain Twig splits the uprights. This time has to dash back, and BMT not going to get a lot of value from his ultimate. Wall from Panatom now to the sky. Where will his dunk be? He's got a few great targets. He misses Variety, but he gets Quig and Yarkor. Quick cleanse and beads to try and keep themselves alive. But Phoenix was the goal for the Warriors, and they get just that.
And Solar Troll is doing the same build that Yarkor had last game. The amount of damage that you are able to put out on this Uller with this build, even at this point, 4 items, not even having the finished Deathbringer, the finished starter, he is half-healthing anybody who gets hit by an ability into an auto. The auto attack cancels, it's just, the damage is just insane.
I mean, he did, what was that, 540 to a buff camp? Now, I know a buff camp's weaker than a god, but when you're not even full build, no upgraded Bluestone, no Deathbringer, the Hydra's 540 whatever damage, that's it pretty hard. I don't want that to be me. I pray that I'm not that minion that's getting hit by that damage.
Me too. God, me too. That would be pretty scary.
That would hurt. Can you imagine getting hit for that much damage? Like in real life, someone
how
just comes
much would
up,
that damage be? Like, how much is 600 damage? Is that like how do you quantify it?
It's like somebody broke your arm.
No, I wouldn't want to get my arm broke then.
How do you equate like in-game health to real-world health? Like how many hit points do you think you're worth?
Well, minions are like trained soldiers, and I'm not a trained soldier, so I probably have like 200.
Minion. Oh no, it's doomed for us. This is the momentum that the only Warriors in Game 1, though, were hoping that they could have had up against the Camelot Kings. 2 fights, both of them go 3-0, even if they don't necessarily get the objective they were looking for. Now the only Warriors with fire on all 5 group up on left side. Tier 2 tower down. Only Tier 2 in mid left. to defend, or it could just be another Phoenix. Whirlpool used up. Tiamat Lizards has extra minions to walk in, but not going to get a whole lot of damage
Big
yet.
stun.
Instead, stun onto SOT, wall by Panatom. Only hits Quig this time, but Captain Twig's got to go back to base. That opens up a chance for the Phoenix. Ultimate used by Big Man Tings, but it doesn't get a whole lot of value. Captain Twig goes in, finds a stun on top of 2, gets a Sanctified Field and a Kraken response. Metroid's alive for now, but the snipes from Yark have got to be on point. It doesn't matter though. Genetics has thrown his revive on top. Captain Twig dunks onto 2, but dashes back. The Phoenix still alive through it all, but might not be for much longer as Panatom goes up to the sky, zones out Twig and Variety, and allows the left bird to fall.
And that looked like it was going in favor of Kings for most of that fight, but they just don't have that all-in potential. If it's not Twig kind of going in and cleaning up or one-shotting someone, it feels like the Kings just don't have an opportunity to kill, and this Khepri is really providing a lot of safety.
BMT, no ultimate, has his relics and uses the beads just to get out, but SOT might not be done. Axe Toss hits Captain Twig, but he missed the damage follow-up after, and instead it's Pagon diving to the bird, throws down the tornado to chase out Quig, while Captain Twig's got to dash away from Panatom, who's just going to keep up this chase. Bubble is back up for Captain Twig, but he's got a long way to run to get away from the Warriors.
No Fire Giant up. Pyro seems to be the call by the Warriors. They got left Phoenix. They've got right Phoenix. They've got pressure going down both side lanes with these fire waves. Fire is dropping off in 3 seconds, getting ready for all these objectives. This is going to be kind of crossing the T's, dotting the I's, getting everything ready to go for the next siege, because past that 10-minute mark, this game feels like it's been almost all Warriors.
Yeah, where was that team fight on right, that 4v5 in solo lane? That was 3-0 for the Warriors and a tier 1 tower. Sure, they trade down and got a tier 1 tower as well for the Camelot Kings, but then the Oni Warriors take another fight. It's another 3-0 and another tower that goes down. Now the Oni Warriors have a 7,000 gold lead against the Camelot Kings. Full build for Sot, minus starter item. Still needs to get the gold to finish up that bluestone, but we're starting to hit that power curve that we saw from Yark Hor in game number 1 on this god. A step up around Fire Giant spawning in here in just a few seconds. Camelot Kings the first on the scene, but the Oni Warriors hot on their heels.
And Pegon's going for either tier 2 Pythags or tier 2 Soul Gem. He's got no % pen in his kit. And it's... Maybe in some games it makes sense if you have a really squishy solo. Maybe a fight actually happening here. Quick, nice peel here. Solo on the backside. Panatom, huge ult.
Yark Hor uses all of his relics. The Kraken's not enough to peel him out. It's Sot with the killing spree. Dives in with Panatom. Captain Twig on the run. Big Man Tings trying to zone, but he might have to trade his life as well as Variety. He got zoned out from the rest of his team. Now Variety's on the run from Pagon. The Bull Minion goes out. Variety's resustaining back in. Pagon dives, but he's got the ultimate to secure the kill. 5 in a row now for the mid laner of the Oni Warriors, and 3 down again on the Camelot Kings. It's a third 3 for 0, and it might be even more. SOT finds Captain Twig with 1 shot of damage. Goes up to the sky. Thunder Crash in by BMT, but the Axe Toss is there. BMT uses the Aegis, and now Genetics is here to play backup. He picks up a double kill of his own. The Oni Warriors get a 5 for none and add a Phoenix to that, and maybe a little bit more. Yark is only up in 2 seconds. It's 2 alive now for the Camelot Kings. Panatom up to the sky. Titan in the throne room. Pagon crashing alongside Panatom, but Yark Hor's able to get back to the fountain. The Titans are squaring off. It's a frenzy from Quig. The rest of the Oni Warriors, they haven't grouped up just yet. There's still time to go for this end call, but the Warriors are playing it so slowly.
And slowly safe. I think this is one of those 2 safe, 2 slow calls. Titan was down to 3,000 health. You had Olaron there. Khepri was right there, both sitting at nearly full health. That's just an end right there. I think that's a little bit of a miss by the Warriors there, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's a little safe, yes, but they have 3 Phoenixes down. They're going to be getting Fire Giant right now. All these fights have been all Warriors. This has not been a close game, and even if, you know, maybe we saw a potential end there, they're still in an incredibly comfy spot to actually get the win still.
This has been an 11-0 swing from the Warriors. The game started 2-2. Kings get their 3rd kill, and it's been all Oni Warriors since then. Now, left side Phoenix just respawning. Camelot Kings get a bit of time to recuperate, get some of their itemization back up, get their defenses bolstered, but it's not going to heal up the Titan any at this point. The Titan is taking quite a bit of damage. You're talking about Pagon and his build earlier. No % pen in the build. Did go for the Soul Gem, not the Pythag, so a little bit of extra healing, a little bit of extra damage procs with this build.
Yeah, a little strange, I think. As I was saying, in some games it makes a little bit of sense if there's like a full damage, maybe ADC solo. But I mean, Quig's got a bunch of auras. Variety's got a good amount of magical protections. There's a good amount of protections on the Camelot King side that I think some protections actually Solo Troll gets blinked on.
Does eat a ton of damage, but revived by Genetics from max range. Captain Twig up on the tree, but I don't think he wants to commit to this. He's getting a lot of sustain back from Genetics. There's still a meditation on board as well, but SOT's just life-stealing from all of it. He was nearly dead. In fact, he basically was dead just a moment ago. And now Sot's back to full health, jumping into enemy lines once more. Stun hits Variety. Titan is down to 30%. Twigs down to 0. The Oni Warriors take game number 2.
And that's the kind of Oni Warriors game I expected. They kind of dominated that game past that early portion, and it wasn't close. It was really all Warriors. Those fights weren't very close. The objectives weren't very close. Everything about it was just Warriors.
I mean, we had a nice little 2 versus 2 on the right side. It goes even 2-2. Everybody trading out lives in that first solo bout over by Blue Buff. And then outside of that, it really has truly just been a Warriors game. The 3-0 in solo lane, plus the tier 1 tower, that Netroid split push during a 4 versus 5. That's the level of confident play that we're more accustomed to seeing with the Oni Warriors.
And then even the one gold tier we actually thought the Kings were going to get, Kraken and everything, and it gets stolen by the Uller. The hail of arrows was enough. But I think we have to look at the P's and B's. I think you see how the Kings drafted and how the Warriors drafted. This Khepri just made it so hard for them to actually kill those frontliners because Khepri just gave so much survivability. I think that's what you got to look at.
And some answers to the anti-heal this time around. Really made it a little bit easier for the Oni Warriors. They're able to tie up the set 1-1, but who's going to get the advantage for match point? We'll find out in Game 3 right after this.
Got to say the words, the ones that you had never heard, and you're still in every space of me. My touch the sky, and we dove in the deep end, trying to find one more reason to hold back the night. We held back the night. I'll be over you, okay? I'll be doing more than great, but I just miss ya, I miss ya. I'll sing happy songs one day. I'll be doing more than great, but now I miss ya, I miss ya. You're sleeping with someone new, and I'm in New York for the first time. I hate this weather, but I like the view. It makes me think of new beginnings. Here's to new beginnings. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long, wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. For a while I'm fine, but as soon as it gets quiet, I know I'm screwed. Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? You said she was just a friend, and I remember thinking the worst at first, but you made me think it was in my head. Yeah, you just said that I was crazy. I thought that I was crazy. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you the night.
Well, it is a tie set here. The Warriors, Shelly, did not like the way that game one ended and very emphatically say no to game two. Just come in and absolutely control that one. So it is just, again, I don't know if I want to use the term devastating, but it was all Warriors, right? There was not a lot of Kings wins in that game.
No, there wasn't much that was really going well for the Kings in that one. It seemed like the Oni Warriors didn't go for that late game composition. They wanted to get online a little bit earlier. They had the Uller, they had the Thor. And despite a couple misses from Pantom early on, I really do think that once Sod and once Pantom got ahead, they weren't really letting anyone from the Camelot Kings sort of get back into that game. There was, again, a little bit of a slow start, but that's all it needed. You know, that was kind of all that was required, is to get a little bit online, and then they just sort of kept rolling with it. And that's the dominant playstyle that we've come to expect from the Oni Warriors. Even if there was an opportunity to find a kill, Genetics was usually pretty on point with the Scarab's Blessing saying, nope, not going to happen. This one ends. As Bobby said, probably could have ended a bit earlier. There was a point where I believe it was a 5v2 with the Titan, like with the actual Titan helping out, pushing in, and it seemed like a pretty easy end call, but the Oni Warriors took this one a bit slower, not exactly usual for them, but it ended up being the smart call. They get 3 birds down, they get Fire Giant, and they push in for the true end call, and it ends up looking like a very clean game number 2.
I have to say, you get Genetics on a signature pick, 3-0-6, 103. It is mid 5-1-3 for Pagon, and then of course 5-1-7 for Sot. The Ool over in the short lane was just phenomenal. And this time, Charlie, as you had highlighted it, and what we got to see, a lot more to deal with the healing. Not as much as maybe you still would like at the top end, but Divine, you got some brawlers. They weren't as stressed out about it this time around, and they were able to stifle Quig a lot more than in game 1.
Yeah, the Hell did not have the same impact, right? Because you don't get to that late game, and the burst was lacking, right? This time around was not lacking. The Uller, as we saw that crit build, definitely brings the burst. The Thor definitely brings the burst, so they have made their adaptations. Now it's time for the Camelot Kings to try and change up their strategy just a little bit. Wasn't like the Poseidon, wasn't like the Raijin were useless, of course. Game number 1, I think Variety has a fantastic performance on it. Didn't get quite online this time around, so maybe they come up with a different bit of a strategy here. With that, picks and bans have been a big topic of, you know, what the Oni Warriors don't want to deal with. Since they're still in that first pick selection, they still dictate a good bit of how the early game, at least in picks and bans, will go. So Camelot Kings are kind of at their mercy here.
And, as you mentioned, not only picks and bans here for game 3, Warriors once again will be left side first pick. Baba Yaga, Naja, Yamoja, Athena. Stop me if you've heard this one before. It has been the exact same. But do they go on the Warriors for something fresh, something new, something stifling? Or do they change it up for their bans? They're talking a lot more about this, Trelly, than I think has been in any of the bans so far for them. I know Afro was on that list for a game. Hell being picked up makes me think the Kings have been maybe favoring some healers as of late. Raijin, Chernobog. There's a pretty long list of gods that are real good right now. But Raijin is going to be the one that takes the shot. So now there's going to be a little bit more of a change-up. Baba Yaga already being banned. Other bans. Oleron's actually pretty top in the league. And something the Warriors have gone to a couple of times. Maybe you could look at that. Anything that maybe stands out to you? I guess the Kepri.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Uller and the Chernobog were the topic of conversation. The Camelot Kings were deciding between both. You get one or the other if you ban Kepri, which is exactly what's going to happen. Oni Warriors decide they value Uller just a little bit more, which means Chernobog goes the way of the Camelot Kings, which they almost certainly grab in the top 2 here. With that, though, I wonder if Sot just takes the Uller back or if Pagon gets his hands on it. Not often do we see, you know, Oni Warriors play the same god twice. It does change up a fair bit, and they have that flex potential. So we'll hold on to it. Remember, the Oleron is still another pick that the Oni Warriors have been liking a fair bit. Could be a call if the Camelot Kings want to grab Oleron Chernobog. That is certainly a possibility. Doesn't mean they have to. Just 2 picks that they might want to take away from the Oni Warriors.
It is surprising. You know, we've been in several positions where a top pick makes it through to the second pick, and you insta-lock that one, and then you think about the other one, right? But they are putting a lot of thought. I cannot imagine a world where you let Ull Chernobog over to the Warriors. But Opwash, someone... Trelly, it is blowing me away because Opwash will be a first pick top ban over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And for some reason, he also will not stick in my head as somebody who's supposed to be up there. I always keep thinking, man, there's somebody else. Who's that other god that's like really good right now?
He's got a forgetful face, man.
It's Opwash and Chernobog locked in here for the Kings. And Trelly, that can be pretty devastating as a team fight.
It definitely can. The lane is always going to be solid. It used to be, hey, just gank the Outwash, just camp the Outwash. Unfortunately, with the mage meta we are in, not that simple. You know, you get so much sustain. Your blue buff almost doesn't matter because of the starter item that you have, as well as upgraded breastplate, right? There's just a lot that is working for Outwash at the moment. We talked about the Oleron. Was not going to get overlooked. And a Scylla hover from the Oni Warriors. I would say that Pagon probably not getting his hands on the Uller unless Sot wants to take the Scylla, which, let's be honest, is a possibility. With that, though, not very many tanks on the side of the Oni Warriors, which means Genetics could get all 5 bans this game.
You know what?
He might.
He might, man. It's been a little bit since Genetics has been on the receiving end of 5 bans. In fact, I'd say he was on the Kings the last time that it happened.
They're going to ban Susanoo and then a tank for sure. So I'm thinking 4 bans. Oh?
Well, Odin. You know, if you squint real hard, you could pretend it's a Genetics pick. But realistically, that's something Panatom has played, I think, the most out of that team. Maybe Sot as well. And then the Ymir. So you were on the right track. It was something plus another tank. Just for some reason, not the Susanoo this time around, despite the fact that he has been there every other game so far. Odin Ymir, banned by the Kings. Rat Hunbats, banned by the Warriors. Again, shots being taken over towards Twig. So where do you go if you're looking for something in the jungle?
It's a good question. If I'm Panatom, I'm definitely taking the Susanoo. If I'm Twig, I don't think I look towards the Susanoo. In fact, the Hunbats is banned, the Rat's banned, the Naja's banned. Probably Lancelot, right? That would be.
Oh yeah.
That would definitely be Twig's go-to. I wouldn't be surprised if Panatom also looks towards it, but Camelot Kings get to go first, right? So they probably just have to default back to the Susanoo there for Panatom. That or no? Yeah, it's Lance. That's
4.
That's probably the only pick I'm going if I'm Twig. I mean, he has gone towards the Thor, but
I definitely know a couple of those games have not looked
exactly,
great.
and he'll be the first to admit that, right? And he's been a proponent of.
He even said it after a win. They won the game, and he goes, "Yeah, my Thor was awful that game."
Yeah, it was good. Ugh, like not loving that one. So goes for the Nemesis, a pick that definitely on the rise as of recent, but definitely not one that I expect to see Captain Twig play anytime recently. So still not bad. Got a decent matchup. If you can save that shield for the Scylla damage for that burst with the tier lock in.
Jake's not on this squad anymore, so I can't say immediately, hey, hardcore, that's immediate, the Jake 408 support tier.
I think that is the tier support, but not the 408. I think that's the Genetics tier support.
Charlie, I looked at the rest of the comp to try and refute you, and I just cannot. Do you think so? Erlong jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not. Unless they do something ridiculous.
Well,
okay. A good point. No matter what they do, it's going to be ridiculous. Morgan Le Fay gets locked in. Now, Opwash, we've seen solo. Morgan Le Fay, everything on the Kings kind of makes sense. Where he expected. The only thing that catches me off guard and maybe makes me want to ask you a question is Chernobog. We've seen a lot of success for him, specifically for Shinto in mid. Other teams are throwing him in the long lane. Very easy to split push. Use your ult to join in. Do you have a preference between him, Opwash, Morgan Le Fay for mid conversation?
Well, just because there's 2 mages, I don't think Chernobog would be the one you want to send over towards mid, so you probably leave him over in duo. The difference between Opwash and Morgan Le Fay in mid solo is probably, I lean more towards the Morgan Le Fay in mid. I love Morgan Le Fay in solo. In fact, I think she's one of the best solo laners in the game at the moment. But when you also have an Outwash, and I have to have one of them go full damage, I'd probably prefer it to be the Morgan Le Fay. And then you send the Outwash over towards the solo lane. It's not going to be a great time into Ullr. Like I said, if he has the 100-0 potential, he's going to go for it. But you just got to survive until you get a few items online. Then you can essentially full heal every time you clear the wave.
I'm going to be real with you, Charlie.
Okay, please do.
Because I can't keep my eyes off of it. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't think they went tier support at all when they had the tier support guy on their team. And now that the tier support guy is not there anymore, they're finally going for it. That's the only thing I can possibly imagine here, but what a wild world we live in, huh?
Yeah.
I'm kind of failing as a host here. I don't know if I have a question. I'm locked in on this tier.
Yeah, It doesn't have a great matchup into Afro and Chernobog.
Does it have a great matchup into anybody?
Well, I mean, yeah, immobile mages, and the fact that, think about Morgan Le Fay's self-peel, right? Dragonflight. She sends up a dragon, knocks you up, pushes you away. Turns out Tyr doesn't care about knockups.
Yeah.
He never has, right?
And
He
most
just-
CC, in
He
fact.
just uses Fearless to immune that. So if your goal is to displace the immobile mages or the Nemesis, who needs to keep that shield away from CC, spoilers, 2 Fearlesses and a stun now on Lawbringer, that's also going to be annoying to deal with. Not saying it's the best pick in the world, because again, Aphrodite, Cherno, they don't care about the tier. You're rotating out of lane to get value from this tier. In actually duo, probably just going to be, your typical lane.
Well, the Warriors are giving us something special, and the Kings are matching it. It's tied 1-1 here. We'll see who takes the lead after Game 3.
What a composition the Warriors give us now. Tier support, question mark? We find out as we jump in, and indeed it will be Genetics on the tier. Panatom taking Erlong Shen, but it will be Scylla in the solo lane this time instead of over in mid. So now Pagon says, all right, so you've had your time playing the Ullr. You've got a few games to have some fun. Now it's time for Pagon to bring the Hunter over to the mid lane. It's J-Mac inbound and Doug here for game number 3. I guess I'll just open with a very broad question of what are your thoughts on the Warriors comp?
They are cooking. They are cooking. A lot of it is stuff we've seen before, but it's not really stuff we've seen recently. We saw Scylla, I think it's only one time in solo lane, played by also solo or troll. Erlang jungle makes sense, very good god right now. Ullr mid, I think, is in an okay spot. I think he's a fine character. If you need a physical and you need him in mid, I think Ullr makes sense there. And same with Gore. I'm a little stuck on this tier. I think currently Warriors feel... I think it's a little blown out of proportion how bad Warriors feel. I don't think they feel that bad. But when I think of Warrior supports, Tyr is not even in my top 5, I don't think. He's not one that comes to mind. He's not one that I think is going to be that strong. Curious to know why he went for it. Yes, it has displacement. Yes, it can force beads. But it's not going to be winning this duo lane. Maybe it actually wins level 1, level 2 before Afro gets much healing online. But when the healing comes online, Afro gets her immunity. Afro's got a stun. So if you're playing too far into her, she can just stun you out of your Fearless. I don't know why the tier is the support they opted for.
Oh, jeez, Captain Twig's in danger. Pagon needs one ability, one auto, but Panatom, he'll do it all by himself. Beads gone from the jungler at wave 1, and the Oni Warriors punish, picking up first blood. And who else but to give it over to Panatom on the Erlong Shen to take down his opposing jungler.
And that's the kind of lead you want. An Erlang with a lead means this game is going to be heavily snowballed, and the character's going to get an early Atalantis online and be able to just take almost any 1v1 and win it. He's also going to be able to now play for the shield camp, play for these lefts. And there's going to be a lot of pressure onto the Camelot Kings.
Now, ask you your thoughts on the composition. What about the relic selection we have for the Warriors? Triple blink, double beads. But one of those blinks being on SOT over on the right side of the map. So you've got Panatom, who didn't even use his blink during that last fight, just walked up naturally and got that damage. Now has it for the next time he makes a rotation over anywhere.
Yeah, I think it seems like everybody's on the same page other than Pagon and Netroid. They're playing a little bit too scared with not going blink, and it seems like everybody else is on the same page, that they're getting in there. And realistically, I think you look at the King's comp, there's really not that much great CC. It really is just the Afro stun and then Morgan Le Fay's Dragonflight. The one is pretty easy to juke. It's not something you really have to worry about too much. And that's literally it. That's all the CC they have. That is very good CC, like stuns and stuff like that. They have roots, yes. They have delayed stuns like from Varieties 3, but their hard CC is low.
Variety no beads and walking the wrong direction. Maybe just tries to get a totem for himself before he goes down, but it'll be SOT with the crush to get the kill. Captain Twig, no blink for himself. Remember, he got beads, and those are down for 60. Doesn't want to walk in to the two-man comp of the Oni Warriors on the right side. Now 2 kills up for the Order team.
And that kill happens because Solo has Blink. He's allowed to blink onto the totem when Variety's hitting totem, so Variety's playing a little bit far forward, he hits the root, and then beads are pulled, and at that point, when your beads are down against an Erlang, and you don't have a dash, you're just dead.
Genetic steals the smalls from the camp. Actually manages to pull away the entire camp. I think the Kings thought it was going to reset, but Genetics able to pick that one up. Now can head over towards purple buff. Won't be as easy getting to this one. Maybe see if he can steal Chester this time. Pulls it over towards Netro. But he's going to drag that far back to the shield camp. Actually gives over for yet another. Could see the 2v2 around here. Genetics walks forward. He gets stunned before he can get the Fearless. That passive making sure that those CCs don't last long. Fearless only onto Quig. Yark still pumping in damage. Camp does get secured by the Oni Warriors.
And a little bit of messing around, trying to get around that shield camp, trying to secure that. Genetics not really taking too much damage right now. But you see the relics on the King side. We talked about relics on Warrior side. Beads across the boards. Aphrodite with beads also. So it seems like their entire game plan is going to be either baiting somebody that has beads or let them blink in to start the fight and then we'll counter engage.
Camelot Kings down 1,000 gold early from the first blood of Panatom and the second kill on Variety.
Oh no.
Panatom's rotation in. Pin doesn't connect onto Quig. Level 5s aren't there yet. Double taunt from the Nine Turns Blessing, but they're too close to the tower line. There's just not enough follow-up. Even Netroid maybe holding on to ult a little bit too long to try and go for that kill there. The Oni Warriors drop a chance in left, but maybe Panatom just goes right back to left for another rotation. As he's pushing back forward, Netroid has ult this time. Yarkor has stepped up. Panatom gets the pin onto Quig. Blink by Genetics gets the beads from Quig. And now in the Sanctified Field, ult goes wide left for Genetics, but Netroid's got the damage anyways. 3 kills now for the Warriors.
And good bait out, good ult by Netroid, also hitting the tower with that ult to slow the attack speed so they could actually get the dive. Unfortunately, on the first gank, Panatom misses route. Doesn't matter, he walks right back around like he said, picks it up on the second time. And just like that, 1,000 gold lead. I mean, it's been a pretty slow burn game, but it's kind of been all Warriors, start to finish.
He's back. Round 3 for Panatom. Goes into Mink form. Pin hits.
Beads.
Gets beads from Yark. That ult was still down from Panatom. Maybe not quite sure on the timer from Yarkor. Solo Troll uses the ult, but gets out-confirmed by Captain Twig. A faster slice and dice steals away blue buff.
And unfortunately, using the ult and not getting the secure shouldn't matter too much. Enough MP5 on that Vamp Shroud. Also, Scylla, weird to say, but Scylla backing the base. She can kind of get to solo lane fast enough. This is a shorter walk there. Also has the dash for a little bit of movement. MP5 not too big of a worry. Probably no chance at the totem unless
does walk
totem
up.
battle.
Might trade out a bit of his life for that one. Another fleeting breath by Variety. Pokes Sot. The explosion deals with the wave. Root hits, crushes
He just
well.
loves totem.
Sot, he gets the totem. Sot got the totem, but he might lose his life. Empty the crypts there. Variety though walks him to tower. Not quite the range that he needed to secure the kill. So he loses totem, doesn't get the kill. But Sot gets to go back to base, and that's the important part for him and the Warriors.
I actually think Variety thought Solo's dash was already back up, because if he hits that 2-3 or 3-1-2 combo with Corpse Explosion, and then he also ults at the same time, Solo's dead before he's able to get his dash off, because it wasn't up yet. Fortunately for Solo, no ultimate was used. It was used a little too late, and then it kind of misses. But Genetics kind of bullying out in dual lane, and that's the result of no beads available right now in dual lane for either Quig or Yarkor. Yes, they have the Afro ult, but at this point, it's basically just a cleanse. It lasts like 0.4 seconds. It really will just cleanse the beginning portion, and you have good chase potential after.
Another 1-2 combo from Sot. Blink from Panatom. Beads used by Variety, and ultimate connects for Sot, but Panatom still got plenty. Beads is good for CC. And now, Captain Twig rotating to the back. Ult onto Netroid, but instant Sanctified Field. Captain Twig wants no part of that ultimate. He got what he was looking for.
And a bunch of relics and ults getting used across the map. These junglers getting active early. 4 involved with Panatom already. Everybody else on his team, only 2 at most. So it seems like a lot of the Warriors play is going through Panatom through the early portion. Other side, Twig's ganked a few times even though nothing's really happened. And on right side, Panatom looking for another play onto Variety. No beads available, but the ult is back up.
And steal away Chester and the Shaman camp, so XP denial against the Camelot Kings jungle. Could just go for rotation Variety, but Surely Variety had to have heard that there was something there. Sop blinks in over the wall, sitting inside the crush. It's just enough damage. Now Captain Twiggs rotate back in. The Crypts were still active. Yarkor has joined the party with his ultimate. Panatom's going down, and it will be to Yark. So first kill for the Camelot Kings comes from the over-aggressive play of the Warriors.
And a 1-for-1, and multiple ults are going to be used there by the Kings to get that return kill on the opposite side of the map. Purple buff is spawning, and Yarkor will not be there for a little bit. So maybe some invade potential here if Netroid, has a feeling that this purple buff is still up. But across the map, that's a 1-for-1 that you're pretty happy with because you're getting the trade and they're forcing so many rotations over. At this point, Yark is either going to have to decide. Actually, it seems like Net's just going to play a little bit more defensive. Play for Bastion, play for Shield Camp. But Yark's going to miss part of that wave.
Yeah, a little bit of gold denied to Yark for the time. SOT's still going to keep up his fight over against Variety. 1,000 XP, 1,500 gold up for the Oni Warriors. Here 9 minutes in, even with the 5-1, good chunk of that gold still just coming from that First Blood bounty. Ult in by Genetics, stuns Quig, but Quig's out beads and ultimate, no real threat to him for the time, especially when it's just Genetics nearby. Maybe had Pagon or somebody else been there, we might see one of those cooldowns expended. BMT jukes out the axe toss. Pagon, he'll land a few in-hands and land both abilities from the bow form. BMT gonna be sent back to base, and Yarkor inside the wall. He'll be able to stay there for quite some time in the Sanctified Field, bought out most of him, and now Panatom's rotate over, got the beads from the Hunter while Twig fights against Netroid. The 1v1s between Hunters and Junglers is going all Camelot Kings for one side and all Warriors on the other. It's the Junglers who win this battle, and a couple too many tower shots means that Captain Twig can turn it around. 2 for the Camelot Kings, and both of them on the Jungler, and Genetics can't even get there in time to help out, so Captain Twig lives at the end.
And yeah, it seems like Panatom just goes a little bit too deep there instead of just turning and peeling to kind of get Netroid out of there. Now 4 strong by the Kings with their healing on this Gold Fury. Pagon taking a little bit of poke. Big Man trading ult right now, and Turtlebug ulting back in.
Ult, not enough damage from Big Man Tings. Fury low, and Fury secured by the King. Sop just going to go ahead and push out the minion wave on his lane. Tier 1 tower down in trade. Still keeps the lead up for the Oni Warriors. BMT being pressured out a little bit by Netroid, who just now goes back to finish up his Telkine's ring. Actually opted to skip it and go towards Typhons instead.
Yeah, interesting start to it, and Genetics ulting into mid tower trying to confirm this, trying to bully out Big Man and Twig just enough, and they do. Solo looks for the blink in mid. Twig had no beads available there, but the cripple does miss by Solo or Troll. Tier 1 tower down, about a 2k gold lead for the Warriors so far. I think they've played a fine early portion of this game, but part of me feels like with how they played that really early portion, this should be bigger.
Maybe a kill on the Variety. Expands this lead a little bit. It's taken a long time to kill this Opwash. Nine Turns Blessing has to get used to guarantee that kill. And it was actually a beads at the tail end of that used by Variety, so now down for another 2.5 minutes. Captain Twig, no beads for 70, cannot step up to the blue buff. Panatom and Sot able to volley out Variety once more. 0-4 now on the Opwash.
Genetics, Pagon, maybe looking for a little bit of zoning potential in mid. I think what I've seen from this tier so far is he's just trying to create space for his team. Maybe pull a relic here or there, but he's not really playing like a true support. He's not trying to peel. He's mostly just, playing for relics, trying to get a little bit of spacing, punish somebody for having relics down. If you look at the King side, every single beads is down for at least another 30 seconds, and Genetics has that blink available, so a big opening right here for Genetics to kind of punish somebody for not having relics available. Curious to see where he goes, what he looks for, or if he's just going to kind of just farm up a little bit.
Probably the only person that's not good going for right now is Quig, just because Ultimate's there. Beads as well. Now, tethered to Big Man Tings, still not a great option. Variety poked at again, but the benefit of the Opwash, pick up a few corpses and most of that health goes right back to him. Do see shield buff confirmed for Yarkor. Genetics on the way. Beads just came back up for the Chernobog, but Yark is going to head right back to the tower. Another ward placed at the top side of the shield buff. Genetics blinks in, gets the push onto Captain Twig. Beads aren't going to save him. There's just too much damage as a follow-up. Pagon able to team up and take down one. Yarkor sitting inside tower. Genetics has ultimate. He's in defense stance, but he's
Let's
a little
dash.
too far for Yarkor to go. Up into the sky. Yarkor is able to dash back towards Pagon. Tier 1 tower is still there. An ultimate used by Netra, and May just bailed out Pagon a bit. But that Tier 1 tower now crumbles under the sanctified field.
Warriors going so deep there. They get the 1 kill, they get the tier 1 tower, but that entire time on the right side, Variety farming, not opting to rotate to these scuffles, instead looking for stuff in right. And actually, Big Man gets a taunted, beads forced, Aegis not available, taken down, and Solar Troll not done yet.
Quig does get rooted out. Pin is there, Crush on top, another one afterwards. There's just so many CCs being thrown out by the Oni Warriors. And there's another Sikkim. The cooldowns are just insane for Sa right now. It's like every 6 seconds he's throwing out another combo. Variety. Well, next up on the chopping block, rooted in place. Panatom with that kill. Killing spree 7-2-3 for the jungler. Captain Twig walks up just a little too far. Pagon and SOT make sure that Captain Twig has to go back to his support Quig.
Oh, and that is, so far it's starting to snowball. The Warriors are starting to feel themselves. They've got 5 on the right side. Slightly, low on consistent DPS here. Ulu more of a burst character, but it looks like they're looking for a pick first.
Blink in by Sot. Root hits Captain Twig. Dashes once, dashes twice. Sot's got the ult, but doesn't hit as hard as he was hoping. 500 damage isn't going to threaten too much on Nemesis for now, but does scare them away from yet another buff. More farm denied to the Camelot Kings. It's just keeping Twig away from his jungle. Look at the lead that's starting to balloon out between the jungle and the soul lane. 2 levels each.
Yeah, and you think about at what point do Variety and Twig need to get to with how far behind they are right now to be relevant? And I'm thinking like 10 minutes down the line, they are pretty far out. They're not characters that have a lot of CC. They don't have, a ton of damage. I guess Opwash has a little bit, but Nem a character that kind of needs levels, needs items because she doesn't have that CC. And then you look at the other side, Scylla and Erlang, characters that have really good CC, and if they do get a lead, they have really good damage. These next few fights are heavily in favor of the Warriors, and with Gold Fury spawning now, I would not be surprised if they pull this very quickly and they get ready for this Pyro, because worst thing right now for the Warriors is trading Pyro for gold.
Panatom steps up. Quig hasn't had a chance to go back to base yet, so still not having his second relic coming in for this next team fight. Well, Variety, 05. Might just be 06 here in a moment. Empty the crypts. Actually going to scare away Sot and Pagon for the time. But Genetics goes in. Misses the blink Fearless. So no beads burned away from the Camelot Kings this time. Genetics still does have ultimate. Defensive stance. That is a stun. But once more, we see SOT land of 1-2 combo. Blink from Panatom gets beads from Captain Twig with the in combo there. Now the Oni Warriors, they're still playing aggressive. They're just not getting any of the kills they're hoping for.
As you said, playing aggressive. Genetics ults in, just pulls the beads on Quig. Ult still available, taking a lot of return damage. Chernobog in the air. See, they're on Gold Fury.
Hey, Yarkor jumps to Genetics, fast dash away. Sot zoning at the beacon point, so Gold Fury can go to the Camelot, or to the Oni Warriors. The Camelot Kings go over to the Pyromancer. Already half HP on that objective. They'll secure it for themselves. Able to get out of this fight before the Warriors have a chance to collapse back in. No blink, no ult for Genetics. Most of their initiation along with Panatom's blink. Now on cooldown, Sot, he jumps in the middle of 4, uses the ultimate to try and escape. That's as he's buying time for the 2 hunters to take the tower. Tier 2 falls in mid, and Sot's able to get bailed out, but now it's an ultimate from Netroid and a Sanctified Field to zone away and allow the Oni Warriors yet another escape path. But Variety is keeping up the chase, slowing down the Warriors.
And nothing really happens. A lot of stuff, a lot of abilities used, ults used, relics used, but no kills happen. And after that Pyro for gold trade, the Warriors are trying to force too many kills instead of just pulling these objectives and baiting in, it seems. They end up trading that Gold Fury for Pyro. Yes, they end up getting the tier 2, but I think that was more Solar Troll wasting their time than them actually playing for that tier 2 tower in mid off the Gold Fury. And it looked a little weird because he did dash into them, but he's got the ult for immunity, the movement speed right now, and he's tanky enough to kind of live through that. And the dash is going to be coming up very soon too, but still, it feels like this game is still like in the grasp of the Kings. Like they're not falling too far behind. Yes, Variety might be 0-5, 0-6, but this is only a 4K gold lead, and it's 10-3.
And it's only one level
Yeah.
between Variety and Sot. Again, praising
Jungle.
Variety's ability to be able to farm up. It's the other side of the coin now. Captain Twig can't get farmed just because of how aggressive the Warriors have been. It's constant fighting inside of the jungle, constant fights in the lanes, now forcing rotations from Twig. Pagon jumps in, 1 versus 1 between the two hunters. Yarkor gonna bail out because Captain Twig's now on the way, but Pagon might not let him give an opportunity to do so. Solo kill for Pagon, nearly there, but it's a blink by Genetics to take that one away and push Captain Twig. Slice and dice, and the shield buy him time, but not enough time. Pagon stands his ground, and with the help of his support, they knock down 2.
And Pagon just sets up that kill perfectly, out-trades Yarkor incredibly hard, gets him very low, gets the Aegis down, no beads available at that point for Yarkor, and Pagon was basically full health that entire time. It was really not a close trade, and then Genetics gets there in time and does not allow Captain Twig to really do anything there. 5 strong, now for the Oni Warriors. Fire Giant, right now Fire Giant. This is a 5v3. Yes, Yarkor has ult available, but he's got no relics.
Fire Giant. Who's going to be the one to start it? Genetics is packing? Panatom's going to shield buff. So we're not going to see a start on Fire. It looked like the Warriors wanted to go for Fire, and then Genetics had another decision of his own. Actually goes back, upgrades his Sentinels. So now a little bit of extra aura defense for the team. But that couldn't have been what the ideal initial play was for the Warriors. They were posturing for Fire, but they just stopped on a dime, not even going for it then. Maybe they go for it now. Genetics hits the objective. Tanks this one out for the team to start chipping away at it. Quig and Big Man Tings now on the way. Fire Giant down to under half HP. The Camelot Kings got to find a way to get in. It's a sanctified field there. Crush on the ground. The Warriors will get the Fire Giant and maybe a little bit more. Captain Twig running, but it's 30 seconds on Genetics Blink. Captain Twig should be out for the time being. It might be a question mark for the rest of the Kings, though.
And Quig just takes so much burst there from Pagon. Pagon going for that auto attack, or the ability build instead of the crit build. Panatom blinks in. Nothing really happens there. Gets the root onto Variety, but nothing else. Pushing down middle, and in left lane is Yarkor split pushing.
Genetics walk through the Phoenix. Captain Twig taunted back by Panatom. Beads are gone. Genetics hasn't given up his push under the Phoenix, though. Keeps Variety out. The Bird still at a quarter HP. A couple more in hand should take it, but the Bird still stands tall. And Variety able to zone out with the ultimate. It's just Sot on the backside. He hasn't had a chance to leave just yet. He's gonna back at the button by the door, while 3 of his teammates at 20% health or less try and back away. Pagon gets an axe toss on 1, but Netroid will go down to Yarkor. If it wasn't him, it would have been Variety. The Phoenix lives. The Oni Warriors push back.
And they don't even get the Phoenix in mid. These fights are just not going the way the Warriors want them. That siege is not great. They force it too quickly. And now you look at the opposite side. Kings get this tier 1 tower. Gold's up. Pyro's up. That is a throw right there. This game is back to being in a nearly even state.
Do see Pyro go to the Camelot Kings once more. 4,000 gold up. Still the Oni Warriors, but 4,000 at this stage. Not quite the red flag alarm bells ringing that you would imagine. Oni Warriors just kind of scattered on what they wanted to do. Genetics looked like he wanted to fight. SOT wraps the other side of the Phoenix. And only having this one dedicated tank in Genetics, if he's going in and out of the Phoenix, weaving and bobbing back and forth, who else is there to tank up the Phoenix? No one.
And especially at this point, if you don't have a frontlining true tank, like Genetics is only 16 right now, and he has that wing blade, so he's not full tank. Variety's going to do a lot of damage to everyone. He covers a lot of distance with the ult. The area control that character has is insane. It's very hard to shut him down and kill him because of the sustain in his 1, his 3, and his passive. And it's just, you have to, it does not matter how far ahead you are, you have to bait out push ult before you try to siege.
That dates all the way back to
Season 2.
Like the splice days.
Yeah.
When that god was, I mean, up until really then, Plosh was never huge meta. Then all of a sudden, Moswell brings out Plosh, and everybody goes, "Oh, so this is what we've been waiting to see. This is what we've had to eventually fight against at some point." Now, we're seeing the resurgence of the Plosh. Maybe not as much damage as it was back then, but still equally annoying. Well, just like Genetics is being to BMT. Bead's gone for the mid laner. 2.5 minutes on that relic, and that gives another opportunity for Genetics, Panatom, or Sot to blink to the back line and try and take down yet another member of the Camelot Kings. Panatom works on the tier 2 tower, but not enough damage to take it out on his own. We'll have to wait for maybe the rest of the team to join, or a second chance on a wave. There are a few distracted on the left side, while the Camelot Kings don't really have anybody but Variety to defend tier 2 on right.
And they still have the Chernobog ultimate available. This could be a 5v4 force by the Kings here. Seems like they're playing a little bit more defensively. Wave is already pushed in. It's getting poked down. Tower does go down, but Beacon also getting confirmed by Panatom. But at this point, I think the Kings are just happy with keeping their Phoenixes up and just getting farm. You're looking at Yarkor's build, 5 items deep, trying to get to that 6th item. Once it gets to that Deathbringer, we're going to be talking about a different story. A Chernobog with Deathbringer is very scary. 1,100 gold right now. So I think that's kind of the timer you're looking at for the Kings to actually take a fight. 1,500 gold. 1,500 gold onto the Chernobog, and I think that's when we're going to see the Kings start to look for fights.
Well, it's only 300 away from Yark to get to that 1,500 point.
I mean 1,500 more.
Oh, 1,500 more.
Yeah,
gotcha,
not just 1,500.
Gotcha. I'm bad at math anyways. You could have said 1,500 and I would have been like, oh, what's it need, like 7,000 gold?
For that
no, I'm not that bad. Rune-Breaking Hammer, though, online for Panatom. Picked that up a little bit earlier in the game. Has opted for a little bit of extra defense, too, now with that Mantle of Discord, which, in an item that we see very often, I mean, there was a point in time where it was, like, the defense item to go to if it wasn't Breastplate. What's the value that this Mantle of Discord brings to Panatom?
It's just more CC and survivability on top of his already high survivability and CC. He blinks in, getting that CC immunity against a comp like the Kings if he's getting stunned or something, or slowed even, allows him to kind of just get out of that area and live. The base stats on the item are still, I don't think they're in a very great spot, and it's still an expensive item, but that passive is still super valuable.
Well, the Titans Unleashed, and the Oni Warriors will go ahead and start working on that Titan, already down to 25% health. Not going to stand long against the double Hunter. With a full health Titan now for the Oni Warriors. What will they do with it? I thought the answer may have been push, but they're all going to head back. Because Fire Giant is up. They see at bare minimum 2 people on the left side. If they're fast enough, the Oni Warriors could just go for a Fire Giant. Panatom's going to work on the Pyromancer. They now see at least 4 bodies on the left side. If I'm the Oni Warriors, I'm beelining to this Fire Giant. I'm not making any pit stops along the way. I'm going straight to this objective, and that will be the call for the Warriors. No one on the Camelot Kings are going to be able to get there in time. Great call from the Oni Warriors to pick up objective.
Seems like Kings were kind of fine giving it up. Didn't really want to contest this one anyway. Still not EFG. I think EFG is kind of that fight back when you finally want to get it. But trying to just get some farm onto Big Man. Big Man just hit level 20, just ticked over. He has 1,400 gold in hand. But once he hits that 1,500, he's going to start being relevant because he's got the percent pen, he's got the Ob Shard, he's got the Reaver. Once he gets that cooldown from that full Pendulum, that extra power, he's going to be a lot scarier. He's just going to be trying to wait that out a little bit. He still needs 50 more gold. Maybe the Warriors can play this a little bit faster if they see something like this and force him into taking a fight right now.
Relics up for everyone. Ultimates up for everyone on map. Immediately Panatom and Pagon go to the Phoenix.
Wow.
They're able to take it down with a Runic Bomb. Captain Twig dives to Pagon, but that shouldn't have been the priority. It's trying to save the Phoenix. Mid has already been knocked down. Genetics double stun with the ult. Push on to Variety. But Variety will be just fine. Held on to the beads. It was only Captain Twig who's lost a Relic so far.
He messed up the combo. He messed up the tier combo. He interrupted his own Fearless.
Yeah, he stopped it too soon. Now Variety healing back up. Not too worried about the poke that he took. He can resustain. It's a blink into the back line by Genetics. Pushes Variety in blue stance, but now gets the push right back to him. Variety drops the ult and says, thanks for hand delivering me, but it's a death now onto the Soul Laner and one on the Quick. No! The ultimate from Sot misses, and Quick is able to go back, but Pagon is able to turn this one around. Sot gets the double kill. Captain Twig able to turn down to take out SOT. Stop the killing spree from even happening.
They're
Right
so
side
low.
Phoenix, the Kryptonite of the Oni Warriors. It has not taken a lot of damage, and BMT linked to Quig should be able to get something done. Genetics goes in and then goes down. Big Man Tings with the kill.
And only losing 1 tower there. Fire Giant only available on 3. Slow chase out, maybe a slight bait here. Panatom beads, ult, gets the ult off. Twig taking a lot of damage, getting crit a little bit, shielding a little, healing a little bit. Pagon still playing up, taking down Twig, jumping by Pagon.
But that's going to be beads from BMT. Pagon gives up the chase with Panatom, and I'm surprised they do. Just a little too much distance I suppose, from the Camelot Kings, but they hold on to their right Phoenix. The big win for the Camelot Kings because they lost that mid Phoenix so fast. You would have thought that one would turn quickly for the Oni Warriors on right side. They hold out with defense. I think probably the unfortunate play was Jinex grabbed Variety, said, guys, here's the opwash, here's the opwash. And Variety said, hey, thanks, cool, I want to drop this ult anyways, and gets him in the middle of everybody.
And Variety returns a lot of damage, does take a lot of damage in return, but he kind of trades out there, mostly trades his health bar to get a lot of damage also onto the Warriors. Fire Giant dropped off Genetics and Solo. Still have 3 fires. I think this is a point where the Warriors kind of want to slow the game down, get this Gold Fury, get shield buff if they want onto one of their squishies, get ready for this next EFG. It seems like it's been really hard for them to siege into this King's comp. What does EFG do better than anything else? It allows you to siege easily in like 1v1s and 2v2s, and that is really the only opportunity the Warriors have had to get that Phoenix, and they needed a bomb to do it.
They have to use Runic Bomb to secure one bird. Captain Twig, the only one with beads now going into this next fight. 40 seconds to the next one. And then another 30 seconds beyond there for anybody else. Tier 2 tower down. Primal Fury gone. The Oni Warriors have gotten quite a bit with this Fire Giant, but not as much as they were hoping for. So for now, they'll head back. Fire Giant buff. Only about another 20 seconds for the Oni Warriors, and another minute after that until it spawns back in. And the Oni Warriors will now have to match up to the Camelot Kings at Pyromancer. Kings pull the objective, get the stun onto Panatom, but Panatom's got shield buff. He's not worried about it just yet. Actually, him and Sot steal away the Pyromancer. The Camelot Kings had everybody there to secure, but just get it taken away by the Oni Warriors. Now Genetics, their problem of sieging without a Runic Bomb on right, well, that's been shored up pretty easily.
Now they have that bomb to actually go for mid again if they want, like right now before this Fire Giant spawns. Or they could also use it as a secure tool to combo a Scylla 2 ult combo. That's a lot of damage. 1,000 from Runic Bomb. What are we thinking? Scylla's doing Crush 500, ult doing 700. 2,200 damage that she can kind of time on top of itself is very good secure. Other side of it is a little risky if you try to split push. If it's a 1v1, Yarkor will match you right now. He also has the ult to kind of get back to the fight. Right now he's opting to push down left. Fires up very soon. And it doesn't seem like the Kings are that ready for it. Maybe they're fine with having Yarkor ult into the fight.
You can just go for kill. Genetics catches Quig with ult, but it's only Quig. An immediate onk into everybody on the Camelot Kings. But the Warriors have been able to push them away. It costs 2 ultimates, Panatom and Genetics, and it did get the blink out of Panatom as that follow-up. All relics still up for the Camelot Kings. Yarkor not on a ward team just yet. As SOT goes in with his blink. Doesn't get the damage he needed against Captain Twig, but does push the Nemesis out. Next beacon round, and rotation is back up. The Oni Warriors trying to hold out some pressure for it for the time. Sot miss out on just about every bit of damage. Does get the crush on Variety, but Oni Warriors, they're not landing their damage just yet.
Both these teams, a lot of movement speed. Ullr's got the movement speed. Actually, Genetics blinks. It's stunned out of the blink. Wow, what a reaction by Quig there.
Fast timing by Quig. Panatom's not with them, though. He's heading up to right side. He doesn't have the Runic Bomb, but he's got a wave to try and push. The Oni Warriors might just buy some time. There's also Yarkor away from this fight. He's split pushing tier 2. They've now spotted Panatom on the right side. The minion wave didn't get there with him. Genetics does have Runic Bomb to try and push in. Genetics isn't with the squad just yet. Phoenix is low. Phoenix is gone. Ult from Panatom hits wide left. Doesn't grab anybody this time. But Yarkor is happy to take the split push. He's got a Runic Bomb of his own, and that's a Phoenix for Phoenix.
And that's a losing trade by the Warriors. That is the bad Phoenix to lose. You hear that all the time. Do not lose duo Phoenix. That's exactly what the Kings do, or the Warriors do. They trade that. Kings trade it properly. And the Warriors getting chased out a little bit, kiting a bit. And it seems like a 5-man grouping by the Warriors about to happen. Genetics actually getting the reset off. But the Warriors just let him have that. They trade that right Phoenix for the left Phoenix. Nobody gets sent back. And it's that worry of that global ult on Yarkor. He's not grouping at all.
He decided, you know what, if they're not going to fight us, If they're not going to threaten an objective, maybe I just take something of my own. Now a bit of a threat on objective, though.
They burn this.
It's a Fire Giant started up for the Oni Warriors. It is melting fast. Twig and Quig are here to try and seal it, but the Warriors confirm it, and now has the team step too far forward. SOT goes in. Root is only on to Quig, though. Genetics crashes the party by getting one. Takes ultimate away from Quig, and the Crush not going to get the damage. Genetics down to a 3rd HP, but heals from himself, and Netroid should be able to top him back off.
And left wave is still kind of pushing down a little bit for the Warriors. Panatom forced to reset, head down left. They're waiting for this beacon, Gold Fury. A lot of things are starting to stack together for the Warriors. They have this EFG, they have beacon, they've got Oni Fury spawning right now, and they have Pyro also spawning. Fire just got done. They have plenty of time. But this is kind of such a big advantage that you need to try to win off this. This is a win the game push right here.
We'll see if the Oni Warriors can get their push. No Runic Bomb this time. SOT by the ult from Captain Twig. Beats forced out of the Nemesis. Now the Camelot Kings will have their jungler's ult or safety relic. Sustained once more from Netroid, from Fire Giant. Keeping Sot alive, but he's also got an immense amount of sustain. So he just goes right over to one camp, heals back up, and has that Polynomicon online instead. Swap things around for the end of the build. But he's able to keep himself alive. The Oni Warriors slow playing around the Phoenixes.
And Panatom forced to go down left, clear out this fire wave, and actually a fire Oni wave pushing down right about a meet in the halfway point. EFG allows them to kind of just backdoor this right here, but only 3 strong. Panatom coming up from left wave. We've got a 4-man grouping in left. Well, Pegon heading towards middle. 3-man grouping in left. Solo Pegon kind of sitting in the jungle.
If I'm Genetics, I'm not making the mistake of pushing Variety back to my team again.
Or missing Fearless.
Or missing Fearless. I'm probably not doing both of those. Captain Twig, another ult used, but not going to get any value from it this time. Mid Phoenix low, but still standing tall. Left Phoenix under threat by 3. Mid Phoenix, well, never mind. Poke. It's gone. One shot. With that enhanced Fire Giant means Pegon can chop that one down pretty easily himself. Panatom waiting for the wraparound. He has his blink, goes right over to Variety, taunts him back in, gets the beads. Variety goes in with the ultimate, but it's a Sanctified Field in response from Netroid. It bails out the team, and Genetics is able to walk right out the door on the right side. Left Phoenix poked down to only 20%.
Phoenix getting a little low, sustaining up with this EFG. Solo walks in, gets the poly. 1 health onto this Phoenix.
Almost down. Pin connects on a Variety. Axe toss misses. You just need one ability to hit. Just one in hand. And Pegon walks up and gets the job done. Now 3 Phoenixes down on the Camelot Kings. Right side about to respawn, but Panatom can just walk right over, have a wave with him, and be able to take that if he so chooses. The Oni Warriors are playing this so slowly around. The siege defense of the Camelot Kings is really coming into fruition in this match.
Yeah, Kings really just opting to give most stuff up, just trying to slow them down more than anything. Yarkor ults for a little bit of vision there, maybe slowing Solar Troll down a little bit to see if the team could catch up. Fortunately, they can't. Panatom tries to secure the Pyro, he does not. Genetics ults in and gets the ult force, a little trade. Looks like a runaway by the Kings here. Right Phoenix is the only one alive, and left Phoenix for the Oni Warriors has actually respawned. So a lot of pressure on the map. Still have EFG for 20. Not a lot of time.
Genetics walking forward. He's already called that there's no ult on Quig. He's got that timer on lock, but he doesn't have an ult of his own. Does have Blink if he wants to go for a Blink Fearless. Captain Twig dashes forward. Tries to get some damage. Panatom attempting to take away the right Phoenix. But with too many members of the Kings nearby, not able to. Genetics gets the push onto Quig, but he still had beads. Sanctified Field used, and Variety's ultimate is there in response. The Oni Warriors have now gotten an important relic down. Captain Twig goes in with a Scorching Blink of his own. But the Oni Warriors are quick to back away from the fight.
And Panatom actually seeing right wave. No EFG, actually ult down mid by Yarkor. Genetics goes in.
Solar or Troll also looping around. Genetics is just trying to buy some time, but he doesn't buy enough. Big man Tings and Yark able to shut him down. Panatom chopping away the right side. Phoenix and Titan is being sieged by SOT. Him and Panatom can just go ahead and end this game on their own. Who needs the fight when we can just take the Titan ourselves?
And maybe just completely forgetting about the Titan. The Kings opting to push down middle to chase out. They get the kill on to Genetics. But Solar Troll sees that the wave is starting to push into Titan, calls it out to Panatom. They both go for the end. They have plenty of damage. It's not like it was particularly close. Seems like the Kings just must have forgotten about that.
I was honestly surprised that Yark used his ult to keep chasing forward in mid. I thought, go up to the sky. Oh, look at that. We've now spotted out Panatom. He's doing right Phoenix. Let's go over and stop him. But the call was to keep going forward. And you see Genetics just keep leading them forward. So come on, a little bit closer, a little bit closer. All right, I'm just going to loop around. And now my other two damage dealers, they're already at your Titan. It's already GG at that point.
And, I mean, start to finish, a lot of it goes to the Warriors. But the Kings slowed them down enough. It's just not to the point where they can actually come back into that game. Because all the Kings really got that entire game was that left Phoenix when Yarko was splitting. And still at the end of the day, that was a trade. Yes, it was the good Phoenix, but that's really all the Kings had that entire game.
Man, we had a lot of ult trades out, Sanctified Fields for Empty the Crypts throughout that one. The Opwash definitely slowing things down. The Camelot Kings doing their best, but it wasn't quite enough to slow down the Oni Warriors in game number 3. They go up 2-1 in the set. We'll see if they can close out in game 4 right after this.
I've been alone for what seems like forever. Try to hold it together, but I'm losing my grip. I need someone who can make me feel better. Wrap me up in a sweater, treat my pain with a kiss. Then suddenly you are here, inside my head everywhere. Where did you come from? I'm wondering, baby, are you made up of for real? Say, can you feel what I feel? 'Cause I can tell if I'm just dreaming. I wish I had a girl like you, and I wish you could be real, but you're not really here, and I yourself. Do you really think it's gonna help if you always fighting yourself? Trying to forget how you felt. Just take a look at yourself. Can't even be your own friend, cause you're way too stuck in your head. How do you think it's gonna end? Nothing that they could do, nothing that they could say, nothing that they could do to take all the pain away. Sometimes it works out and sometimes it don't. Sometimes you win some and sometimes you won't. But we could be everything, everything, anything that we see we could be. We could be everything that we want. We could be everything, everything, anything that we see we could be. We could be anything that we want. You think if they said it, then they must mean it. So you should feel it, somehow you think that you need it. Others' opinions, to know how you're feeling, to know if you're losing or winning, left behind or within it. If you're sinking or swimming, existing or living. Nothing that they could do, nothing that they could say, nothing that they could do to take all the pain away. Sometimes it works out and sometimes it don't. Sometimes you win some and sometimes you won't. But we could be everything, everything, anything that we see we could be. We could be everything that we want. We could be everything, everything, anything that we see we could be. We could be anything that we want. But we could be everything, everything, anything that we see we could be. We could be everything that we want. We could be everything, everything, anything that we see we could be. We could be anything that we want.
If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you.
Well, the Warriors once again, Shelly, come out on top of this one. And they do it in a pretty convincing fashion. And just like they convinced the Kings that they deserved to win that game by killing the Titan, there's probably a way that convincing works there. I'm going to try to convince you that you need to go to shop.hirezstudios.com/SPL. Pick up some merch. Support your favorite teams, right? If you buy a jersey for them, they're going to get the proceeds for it. You can rock them, whether it's a jersey, a t-shirt, a hoodie. There's also all of the special Worlds merch that's there right now that you can pick up, some of which has some potential leaks, Charlie. Maybe some little sneaky snakes back there that you can go look at and maybe see something that's going to be announced on Wednesday during the patch show. So whether you're there to sleuth, whether you're there to, well, actually, you should, if you're going to sleuth, you should probably also get something, whether it's Smite World Championship merch, as in jerseys, t-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more, or player jerseys, player hoodies, team jerseys, team t-shirts, and all that good stuff. You can go to shop.hirezstudios.com or /SPL/SWC. Just shop.hirezstudios.com. You'll find it all there. And, of course, be able to pick that up and look as good as the Warriors do in Game 3. And, Trelly, It is an emphatic Game 3. Maybe not quite as emphatic as Game 2, but still pretty much like one had like 5 exclamation points. This one only had like 3 exclamation points.
Yeah, but as long as you get the win, that's what the Oni Warriors were looking for.
The dub.
And we talked about it beforehand. It's about changing up your strategies, right? The Oni Warriors are not delivering the same gameplay they did in Game 1. They're certainly not delivering the same gameplay as in Game number 2. They've been switching things up. This time around, instead of taking that Uller into solo, Sot takes the Scylla, ends up looking pretty solid on it. Pagon as well looks decent on the Uller, so just showing exactly how much you have to worry about, you know, these picks in different roles. We did know that Genetics is going to take this tier. I said wasn't going to be able to get too much value over in the lane. I said it'd be more about rotating out. That's when the tier would really hit its stride. Was still able to get super aggressive. I mean, pulls a kill underneath the tier 1 at like level 5. Sure, Phantom came through for some help, but I was amazed at how much pressure the Oni Warriors were able to find into the competition the Camelot Kings had in early game, right? Quig and Yark on the Afro and the Cherno really did seem like they were in a good spot to try and win that 1v1, or at the very least, you know, go even in that 2v2. They did not get the better end of those trades, so Genetics on the tier was doing his job. He was being annoying, he was being disruptive, and that's kind of what tier provides. So, not a bad look there for Genetics either. I do think we will not get a composition like this again in game number 4, but still a fun one nonetheless.
I mean, you know, 3-1-5 maybe doesn't look too crazy. 7-2-4 though for Panatom. 3-0-5. Pagon, by the way, again, one of the best Worlds performances on an Uller, maybe just period, this last World. So looks great on the Ul. And also, Shelly, like you said, keeps us guessing because we're like, okay, well, Sot just played Ul. He's going to play it again. No, he takes Scylla over there. And so that gives us maybe some question marks trying to figure out where and what the Warriors are going to draft and how they're going to play it in Game 4. Kings, however, were a lot more straightforward. Unfortunately for them, straightforward was not good enough there in Game 3. Now trying to move forward. We'll jump into picks and bans, Charlie, and as we do, I'm going to peel back the curtain a little bit.
Okay.
Inbound just now comes into the room where we're sitting, and he goes, well, we're going 5. And of course, it's like, well, what makes you think that, right? It's 2-1. Warriors have looked real good. And he says, Sot said he has a pick. And that could mean pretty much anything, really. So I understand where he's coming from. And we'll find out whether or not it is maybe as bad and as dreadful as Inbound had made it seem. Kings, though, are adapting right now. Capri, Ul, and Yamoja get banned out. Other side, Baba Yaga, Opwash. You have to imagine this is going to be the Athena. Quig has looked too good on that pick. And the Kings have been banning it out every single time, but they definitely are fishing for a first pick here.
Yeah, well, now the Camelot Kings, I like the change of, you know, grabbing that first pick for themselves. That does put them in a more commanding position to ban away some of the things that have been plaguing them so far, like the Capri, like the Uller. The Oni Warriors are deciding if that Athena is the end-all, be-all, worst pick available. They were able to deal with the Arcor on the Chernobog. It wasn't enjoyable. He was able to get some split push off, use that global presence to his advantage. But you still get the dub at the end of the day. So I don't think the Chernobog is a must ban. But the Oni Warriors feel like the Athena is, and they'll take that one away. Do the Camelot Kings feel like getting Yark back on that Chernobog is the best option? No, they do not. They're going to grab themselves the Raijin and let that Chernobog and Oleron, notably, which has been very powerful as well, slip through their fingers for now. But do the Oni Warriors want double ADC here? Or are they okay with giving one up? That's still yet to be seen. You're giving up the Raijin, which has been impactful, yes, but again, not the 100% we have to grab this god. If we let it through, there's nothing we can do. That has not been the case here for Raijin.
We've also seen, and granted, Shelly, that I'm attacking this the way I would on a normal day. Morgan Le Fay into a matchup against Raijin, whether it ends up mid or solo, both of those have tended to favor Morgan Le Fay over the laning phase at least. And so it's had a good matchup into the Raijin, maybe something that the Warriors could go to again, on a normal any given day kind of play. Chernobog Morgan is, in most circumstances over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, what you would get right here. That being said, they are spending a lot of time thinking about it. So the question is, what are they going to pull out? Tiamat, Charlie, I'm gonna double check my notes here, but that was not very high up on the list of things I thought I was going to see.
No, the Tiamat and the Chernobog.
Chernobog was.
I don't think, I love your note score, but I'm trying to wrap my head around what Sot's going to go to, so that I don't think that Sot has revealed his pick yet. If we remember back to the interview, you were there, I was there, J-Mac was there.
He got a ticket. I remember that.
He got a ticket, but I'm talking more about how he called out two gods. He said he was going to play Uller, and he said he was going to play Fenrir. I've only seen the Uller so far, and I don't know if you've been checking, not a single howl coming from his booth. He swore there would be howling.
Yeah. I'm Charlie, I'm kind of disappointed.
Well, this could be the time, right? I mean, if you were gonna whip out the Fenrir and start howling, it's in game 4. Everyone knows that's the time to do it. You disagree or not?
No, I agree. I was sorry. I was Charlie, I'm just so distraught.
Okay.
There's only been 2 Fenrir games coming into this week so far, this phase.
Mm-hmm.
Sot, like, he sounded pretty genuine. Like, he sounded earnest.
Sounded like he
was going to give us a Fenrir game.
He wanted to howl.
If it doesn't happen here, man, I think I have to question, like, my worldview, my life trajectory.
You at least have to question Sot from here on out.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Next time he walks in holding a ticket in his hand and says, I just got a ticket, I'm going to have to be like, I'm press X to doubt, dude. I don't know. And the last time you told me something, it was a lie. No, yeah, it's going to be really fun to see where he ends up going. Lancelot, though, Hachi, Hachi's maybe not like this powerhouse, but a good pickup. Lancelot's been great for the Kings. Raijin's on their side. You got Thor now on the others. It does feel, though, Trelly, as much as we can try to figure out what the Warriors are doing, we'll learn the old-fashioned way. Sometimes that just doesn't work out too well. Kings, again, they're approaching it pretty straightforward, but they're knocking it out of the park with the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, they've got double horses. Always great synergy to have. There's still at least one more
Whose
they can
horse
grab.
goes faster? I think Lance's, right? Like,
yeah, the Lance horse is just immediate, right? You
Yeah.
you just zoom on out of there, whereas the Hachi horse,
you're galloping on.
You gallop away. However, does Chiron count? Is he half horse?
He is galloping all the time.
I mean, he is quite literally half a horse, but I mean, like, in a horse comp. I mean, you got Guan. The Morgan could be sometimes a horse, but
I would say that Chiron is more horse than, like, even the Morgan if she transforms into somebody like Hachi.
Yeah, well, the only true horse would be Guan Yu, right? And then you got like this hybrid guy. Sometimes horse.
That's not what I was gonna say originally, but yeah, like Chiron, he's just like a horse.
That just reminds me of back when tier lists really started becoming popular in Smite. It would just be like a tier list, and it would be like S tier. And then sometimes tier, the Morgan, and then everything else is
not
tier, and it was every other god. We're just splitting hairs.
Sometimes horse. Kind of a horse. Not horse. And now you know, if you go to youtube.com/SmitePro, the next tier list that Shelly's going to put out. You're going to have to break it down. Who's coming in next week? Whose poor unfortunate soul would we pull in to do a horse tier list in Smite? Oh, we'll catch up on it. Bans, hell, Aphrodite, healers stripped away from the Kings by the Warriors. Amaterasu and Terra banned out by the Kings. Horus gets locked in for the Warriors. Sobek and Ishel gets locked in for the Kings. And now, Charlie, Ishel notably played once, I believe, in Phase 1, once so far this phase. Some buffs since the last time we really got to, like, see her. Do you like the way that she fits in here and presumably, as of right now, would match up into a Tiamat?
Yeah, I mean, she got some buffs. Getting some extra damage mitigation during the end is great. It's just you have to be piloting each shell extremely well. Your positioning has to be top tier. And in a matchup like this, where the Camelot Kings, like counting on perfect play is difficult when you're already down 2-1. And the thought
is that his like grand reveal? That's his pick, or is that going to Pagon?
I mean,
and Tiamat solo.
Yeah, I told you before. I did end up facing Sot in solo, and he played Tiamat in ranked the other day. I know that Pagon already played the Tiamat, and if we know anything about the Warriors, they don't like playing gods twice.
Yeah.
The Uller was in Sot's hands, immediately goes over to Pagon. Maybe he revealed the Tiamat so long ago that we just overlooked it, and it's been Sot on the Tia the whole time.
I'm just saying, I was led to believe that we were going to get something like spicy.
Yeah, I mean, it's either the Thoth is definitely spicier than the Tiamat.
Yeah.
But neither one of them is him howling playing Fenrir.
Yeah, this is like the best way I can think of it is like you walked into like a very authentic like Indian restaurant, and you know it's some white dude who's just like very obvious, like that dude plays like a lot of tennis. He's got like the polo shirt, real short shorts. And like you're not giving that dude a lot of spice, but like you give him like a little bit of mild on there, and he treats it like it's the end of the world. That's the level of spice that we got here.
We do not have a lot of spice.
What an in-depth analogy, by the way.
Yeah, wait. Bobby thinks you're just calling him out.
Oh. Are you bad with spice? Oh, he's apparently very bad with spice. I'm sorry for calling you out hard, apparently.
I saw Bobby sweating, sipping on some milk the other day. He was just like, ooh, this milk is spicy. I was like, bro, it's just milk. Like,
wait, so like when we got Popeyes for lunch, man, now I got a level with you.
He blew his nose eating Popeyes.
All right, you can defend yourself.
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Like, you just
I'm not that great with spice, but I'm getting better. Like,
okay.
I had the blackened chicken tenders from Popeyes.
Yeah.
And yes, I was sweating a little bit.
Okay, well, the blackened chicken tenders, that definitely brings a little more.
Heat. They got some pepper on them.
Like
I know,
like
that's
some
what I'm
regular
saying.
chicken tenders.
It's just pepper.
So there's this Indian place down the road called Masti that does like some real good food. Katie loves getting the korma from there.
Yeah.
Now I kind of want to get something like just like medium and like let's just like split it. I've lost the thread. What's happening? Are we about to play Smite?
There's a lack of spice on the Warriors draft.
That's right.
That's where
it's like just some salt, man.
Yeah. Or some pepper. Ooh, like Bobby said. His face is so red.
I think my favorite part of it was that J-Mac, like his mic is live. He didn't say a damn thing. He was just sitting there cackling. We'll see if they're still broken. We're absolutely broken. Who's going to win? Let's find out.
Let's find out who will win. Game number 4 between the Kings and the Warriors. Had to I can't even think of the word.
Had to make fun of Bobby a little bit. Is that what you meant to say?
I may have pointed you out, and that's why Shrelly made the call out.
I didn't even say anything. I was sitting there listening.
You were sitting there staring adamantly at Gore, and I was just sitting there with one arm up, pointing at you from the side.
Ridiculous.
You can't even see me. Pulling a John Cena, you can't see me.
Just disappointed.
We're in Smite. It's game 4.
Also, Thoth solo.
Also, Thoth solo. That might be the spiciest thing of all of this right now.
Okay.
Is that we're seeing a Thoth solo from SOT. It is a mage solo, so maybe not as spicy.
You'd have preferred to see the Fen?
I would have liked to have seen the Fen. He called in the interview. He said maybe some Uller, maybe some Fen, maybe some howling in the booth.
Well, surely Thoth can howl a little bit.
Well, he does kind of scream. Like, he does like that, oh, and he like, pulls his hands in front and just starts doing the yelling. I want to see if like he mimics that. Like, does he put the one hand up and then like fire it out?
No, but I hope maybe he howls as he does it.
He's got it. He's got to do it at least once.
We need
Otherwise,
some sort
he's
of
let
howling.
us down. Anyways, SLT on the Thoth. The reason I wanted to pivot back to the Thoth was because it's not the usual start that we see. You look at Variety, he's got the Tiny Trinket. It's tier 1 book for SOT instead.
This is the alpha build. Book of Thoth, Vamp Shroud in solo lane. No Pythags. You're just going for that power, that pen. And to be fair, Thoth is incredibly hard to lane against by most characters because he just outpokes you, outranges you. This is a matchup where this is a winnable matchup for the Thoth. The only reason Thoth has really not played that much is because once level 5 is hit, there is a lot of CC. Thoth gets beads pulled somewhat easily, and he can never really dash aggressively.
And then you look at both junglers. Both junglers have really good kill potential into solo lane. You have the cripple field that Lance puts out. I mean, look at this poke we're already seeing.
Yeah, that's the last multi-pot from Variety. Still 3 HP potions to try and use. But man, just this immediate poke war that SOT is winning. And he didn't have the glyph yet. He went dash and won. Now he has the wall out. Just keep this poke up. And that's what you were talking about, the range. He's hitting him from outside of initial range, outside of even auto attack range at that point. There's just no way Variety can close that level of gap against Sot. I mean, he was already losing the poke before the range came out. Now he might be losing it after. BMT, though, on the E-Shell, I think that's the next pivot point to go towards after Captain Twig is done. Pulling Panatom a little bit back on the horse, slows him down. Panatom waiting for Hammer. 1 second, it's up. Back into tower. Panatom safe for the time being.
Blink used by Twig also. Beads were still available for Panatom. Solar Troll does dash right in front of Twig.
Raiju does some good damage. Beads used to immune the slows from the two of them. Now Sot push back under tower. But let's now actually try to jump back over to Solo for Variety. A solo kill on the thought. It was all SOT from level 2, but one little rotation from Twig solves that problem entirely. Twig goes in for the dash onto Netroid. The root does connect onto
Beads.
2 and gets the beads away from the Chernobog. Quig still trying to keep Genetics from getting back in. Gets the pluck once more. Yarkor, does he have the follow-up? No, there's a dash from Genetics on the heel to get him back to safety.
And that war flag by Quig actually allowed him to walk in front of Genetics with that movement speed, because he was actually behind Genetics by a little bit, but was able to pass him with that little extra. Not necessarily get the kill, but you get the beads onto Netroid. Your beads are still available. You also still have the extra healing that you get from the med as opposed to the Frenzy by Genetics, which is something, once we get later into the game, maybe not now, something we're going to have to keep our eyes on with these objectives. Horus ult you to an objective, Frenzy, or be on the objective, Frenzy, and then ult out. Allows for little sneakier plays, little more surprising plays. Pluck onto Netroid.
Pulls him back. Remember, there's no beads for him, and there's no beads for Genetics either. Purple buff stolen away, as well as some of the other small portions of the camp. The Camelot Kings getting a bit of an aggression under their win this time. Able to get that kill onto SOT. Sets the soul lane nicely as Variety crashes in again. Missed the Raiju, missed the one after. So not going to get his follow-up on Sot that he wanted. But still staying active on the map. And I think, out of all of this, the one big thing to pull draft-wise for the Kings is that Captain Twig got his Lancelot again. So many teams have been banning this away from him. Only recently have we seen a couple teams let this one through, see what he can do, say, okay, he's still got it, we ban it from here. But now as we hit game number 4 and some more of these must-bans come out, Captain Twig able to get one of his comfort picks.
Yeah, and as you said, this is kind of the character he had his resurgence on. He played, in all fairness, he did not have a great first half of this phase, but after that, actually Solar Troll gets his dash caught.
Not able to get away, push back, use the ult just to clear out the wave, and Variety bangs the drum one more time, takes him down, 2 kills onto Sot. And the Camelot Kings have found their opening in this game. It's exploiting the made solo, maybe. The only Warriors can try and get something back. Quig standing at that tower line, but we have not seen eye nor ear of Panatom on the left side of the map.
No Panatom on the left side. Only thing we've really seen from Panatom was Twig blinking on him, kind of bullying him out. But now Panatom went back to base. He's level 5. He's got the Jotuns. Now are the time you have to start looking for the plays from this Thor, and he's going out through left tower, so he's not had a chance to walk over a single ward yet. Quig somewhat low on mana, and Panatom in the air.
Dunks in on top of Yark. Stun on Quig. The wall is there. The CC chain is just a bit too much for the Croc to handle. And the Oni Warriors now on the board. 1,000 gold and a little extra still in favor of the Camelot Kings. But the Oni Warriors, they finally get their answer back.
You mentioned you've not seen much Panatom, and just like that, 10 seconds later, 15 seconds later, there he is.
Oh, that tablet? Sock went tablet.
Oh, it is tablet.
Interesting. So is this just now a full build into multiple books? You go tablet, Book of Thoth, into like Soul Reaver. What do you imagine Sock goes with a build now starting tablet?
If I can be completely honest, I would just be guessing what Solo Troll would be building at this point, because realistically, there is plenty of different ways you could go. You could go that full damage, the book into tablet build that you see I think it was sometime earlier this year, was the double book build into a lot of defense being built and a lot of just other like reavers, some more books, and no real pen. Your pen just came from the true damage on book or on tablet. I mean, you could also see the breastplate. Breastplate gives you a little bit of mana, makes your tablet do more damage. Keep seeing book and tablet and messing that up. He actually caught his dash right there.
Wig gonna try and follow up. Netroid goes to the sky, but he crashed back in maybe a little too soon. Genetics joins in. Quig is low. Dash out by Net. He doesn't get the last auto he needs. Genetics
He's out?
keeps him alive. Somehow both Quig and Netroid live through that at sub 100 health.
That was a wild fight. If I watch that 10 times, I think somebody's dying every single time. I don't know what happened there. Maybe a missed ability, missed auto, something. Maybe somebody plays their life a little bit more than they should, but both barely making it out. And I guess something we really haven't touched on in this game either is this E-Shell in mid. She got her bus. Panatom looking for something in mid. Wasn't convinced enough. Solar Troll getting dove under tower. Ult coming out. Just enough damage. Low mana for Captain Twig. Just enough to be able to get that kill onto the Thoth, who's now 0-3. But this E-Shell got the buffs. Mitigation in the ult now. Feels pretty good now when you're playing this character. A lot more survivability. Can play more through in the fights. Curious to see how it kind of looks, because this is our first look at this E-Shell, I think, since she got buffed.
I think since the buff, we may, and I'm just going to put a might, I don't have the 100% confirmation myself, have seen her once. Outside of that, only saw her a couple times on initial release. I believe it was Dardes and Paul who gave her a try.
Snoopy played her a little too.
It's Snoopy, that's right. Snoopy may have actually been the other one to play the E-Shell just recently. It wouldn't have been, at least patch-wise. So only seen a handful of the players go towards it. Hasn't really seen a whole lot of success just yet. So now let's see what BMT and the Camelot Kings can do with a bit of a lead. More than anything, there's that great end. Captain Twig there. Pagon immunes out most of the damage, tries to turn it right back in, and Twig has got to ult away this time. Panatom can't really keep up the chase, though. Only level 7. It's a 2-level deficit in the jungle again.
And last time was on the Thor also, where he just fell really far behind, and then some point in that mid to late game, he just started catching up, getting kills, and Twig was just unable to push his lead enough. Down 2 levels, as you said, and this is a true 2 levels. Like, they both just leveled up at the exact same time. This is not a 1 1/4 level lead. So, gonna have to keep an eye on Twig, see what he does with this lead. So far, he's making his mark around the map. Solo, duo, mid, anywhere and everywhere he will be.
Genetics trying to body block Quig from being able to dash away. Now maybe a collapse towards Yarkor, but with Captain Twig nearby, gonna give up on the buff for the time being. Especially the full health Netroid and Genetics. Both these gods able to jump in at a moment's notice to try and turn the tides of these team fights. The Camelot Kings been able to hold the momentum so far. Now it's a matter of just keeping that up. But we were wrong about where SOT would go next in his build. We'll hold on to the thought for a moment because it is a Gold Fury down to half HP for the Warriors. They don't have the best confirmation to take this one. The Warriors do get gold, but it's going to cost them Genetics life and maybe a little bit more. Big Man Tings wrapping around. Captain Twig on the way. It is a steal of the camp. Cyclops camp now taken away by the Camelot Kings. But it is a Fury to the Warriors in order to get them a bit back into this game.
Pagon just dashed actually right in front of everyone. Great end comes out, secures the kill. Panatom also going down. The bait by Quig there. Netroid under tower does not look like they're looking for the dive, but that ends up being a 3 for 0 for the Gold Fury. Solar Troll misses ult over in solo lane. Very close. As you were saying though, the solo lane build, he's going for a more defensive oriented build. Just wants that tablet for some true damage on his poke. Curious to see how much damage he's going to end up doing. That Pythags has a lot more survivability on it, but there is more damage on the tablet than there is on the Pythags.
Easy to stack it too. Drop down the glyph, fire any of your 3 other abilities just to get a little bit of poke. Probably don't want to use the ult just for, you know, poke for a tablet stack.
Might as well, it's the solo lane.
You know what? They got decent cooldown over there. They got a buff that gives them cooldown. They've got another buff you can augment to give you cooldown.
Yeah, might as well.
Go for it. We'll see where the rest of the build progresses for SOT. But as said, for Big Man Tings on the E-Shell, we saw the great end put to use during that last little fight, kept the team alive. And remember, You can extend the duration of that ultimate. Starts out 3 seconds. Might need a little bit of help on the right side. Twig low, uses the ult to get out this time. Now Variety has Thunder Crash. He's able to get out of there too. Blue buff not stolen away by the Kings. The Warriors gonna keep pushing up. Double tap's good onto Variety. Got a little bit of physical defense. You can see that put on display there for the time being, but unsuccessful blue buff steal by the Kings.
And kind of something they need to keep playing around is that blue buff, because you look at that side of the map. I mean, Solo Troll is 03 and he is the same level. What is it with these solo laners being like 03, 04, 05 and being the same level?
They just get a free farm the whole time.
Just free farm, don't rotate.
Nobody goes over there until there's like a blue buff, and then you just kind of ult. Maybe if the Titans clash on that side of the map, you have people there, but like, who wants to go to solo lane these days? It's all about duo, bro. That's where the real fun's at. You get a shield buff. What do you want? Shield or a little bit of, what, like 5% cooldown? Like, that's real cool, dude. I got a shield.
You seem like dude, you really hate cool. Solo lane.
Dude, shields are cool. Captain Twig gets one with his ultimate to get out of there. But that does cost him his Grand Just again. This has been defensive plays now by Twig. He's been on the offense all game long. But these last 2 team fights, he's had to use that ultimate just to get away from the Oni Warriors. Beacon started up by the Warriors. Dash from Quig in aggressively. Has access to ultimate to get out. He's got BMT standing by. Heals and CC available to make sure to keep this Sobek alive.
Quig taking a little bit of poke. Sustain on the side. Genetics actually gets plucked. 3 is going to be available. Can he get it off? He does. A little bit of sustain coming through for both teams. Med used also by Quig, but this is just tier 1 med. This is a very bad heal. It is mostly mana sustain early.
Genetics goes in with ultimate. Quig gets hit by the stun of Pagon. That's not much HP left for Quig, couple hundred. Meanwhile, Netroid never rotated over. He takes down a tier 1 tower. Captain Twig to the back line. Gets some good damage back, but now Variety has joined the fray. The first beacon does get capped. And now, maybe a standoff of the Hunters on the left-hand side. We do see Yark and Netroid going 1 versus 1, but Captain Twig's on the way. It's never a true 1v1 in the game of Smite. Captain Twig makes sure that Netroid has to back away, but now Panatom crashes the party on his own. Hammer to wall out, but from Yark off the horse to drop him down, and now maybe 100 Genetics as well. That great end, that's the duration extension we were talking about.
Hang
one
on.
more for the Camelot Kings. Netroid low, but he jukes out the ult from Captain Twig, who gets dismounted, and it's Pagon with 1. Pagon and Netroid both alive, but only for a second longer. 4 wiped off the map by the Camelot Kings.
And that was all Kings in that fight. Twig gets taken down towards the end, but Solar Troll opts to not rotate. He pushes down right lane. Yes, he'll get the tower, but the Kings got 4, and they get the Gold Fury on top. What a great... That was the type of Kings play that you expect to see when you watch Kings. Really good team fighting. I think you look at the rest of the series, their team fights have been really lackluster, and I think that is like a really big spot that already looks different in this game than it did in the previous ones. And if you really see kind of how the Kings are going to want to continue to play out this game, the Kings want to play for their team fights. They don't really split all that well, and you see the opposite side. The Warriors have global in Netroid, half global on Genetics, half global on Panatom. So that grouping potential that the Kings have, that's what they need to do to win this game and to win these next few team fights.
Utilize that potential advantage you have. We didn't see a whole lot of it. I think it was game 1 by Pagon on the Chernobog. Didn't really see too many uses of the ultimate to try and take these 1v1s or create 2v1s, especially past about the 10-15 minute mark. So would like to see Netroid team up with the team as Pyromancer for the Kings. No answer back from the Warriors. Good zoning by Variety on the Raijin. Keeps those back. Captain Twig picks up the Runic Bomb. Netroid did split push tier 1 tower last time, but he's still behind compared to Yarkor, level 15. 3-0-3 on the Hachiman. This has been a strong game for the side laners of the Camelot Kings. A 4-0 Raijin for Variety, and then the 3-0 Hachi for Yark.
And when the Kings look the best, I think a lot of it comes through Yarkor and Variety. When they are playing to their best, and this is their best, what we're seeing right now, this is like peak Variety, peak Yarkor, taking those 1v1s, winning those 1v1s. This is when the Kings are a really dominant team. We've seen them dominate early portions, but usually it's from the side lanes. It's not usually the mid trio. A lot of the times you see this team, it's just big man kind of farming in mid. Twig maybe making plays on the side lanes. Solo does get that dash off. A little trading over in solo lane. He's still trying to get those stacks on that tablet. And as we've mentioned a little bit, full protection in solo lane. And Variety actually gets ulted on.
There's the use of the global and a semi from Panatom. He goes up to the sky, lands right down behind Variety. He gets feared back. Wall from Panatom, cuts off one path of the Aegis. Keeps Variety going. Thought though doesn't connect either. And Captain Twig is turning the fight back around. Gets stunned off of the horse. Variety has come back in because he's got BMT joining it. Thunder Crash in, and it's now Panatom in danger. The great end brings him down, and it's SOT who has to use the beads. He's standing in the middle of two, but Captain Twig drops the runic bomb defensively, tries to dash out. Pagon, full HP, takes down Variety. The med's not enough. Quig trying to zone through with the ultimate, pulls back one, and BMT takes down Pagon. Sato able to dash into the middle of all and grab one more. Knock up. Misses by BMT. The root is there. Quig misses the dash, but Sat's being pushed away. BMT needs one ability. Needs the juke. The last one he does, but now they got to get the damage. Will Quig get it done? Dash by Sat. 2v1, he gets it. Can he even get out of this is the question. Uses the glyph, just backs in place, and he dashes. Are you insane? How does he get out of this? What an incredible play by Solo Ritual right there. That was... That is I don't even know. That was crazy. That was so disrespectful. He stopped and back to taunt him. That was a wild fight. It was very close from the beginning. Double globals, double globals. 3 people trying to kill Variety. He does get out. And Genetics ulting in the middle by himself. He does have the wave available. Dashes to the wave. Looks like he's going to be full committed on. A lot of cooldowns, though. Should be dead. He's out. He just gave up. I can't believe it. Not twice, man. Not twice, man. Tier 1 tower goes down. Genetics lives through it all. While Netroid, well, he said, okay, well, I had my fun over on the right side. Back to my side of the map. Fire Giant grouping by the Kings, but no commit there. Do see a group now, the Oni Warriors. Genetics still half HP, resustaining a bit. Probably should go back to base and starting up that back now. Sitting on a bit of gold. Just finish up that next item. Maybe get that Frenzy or Bracer, because he did go for the double relic on what should be objective style play. Hasn't had a chance to upgrade them just yet, though. Also just finished the Shoguns also, so that objective damage is going to be crazy. Also the ability to get out or to get into that Fire Giant pit with the Horus ult is also something to keep an eye on. And when you're behind, I mean 4,000 gold, 4,500 gold, the split push potential that Horus provides is something that can get you back into the game. Gold Fury started by the Warriors. Captain Twig is near. He's got ultimate to try and steal this one away, but with 5 of the Warriors nearby, it's too much damage and not willing to commit into the fight. So that one will go to the Oni Warriors. Still a lead for the Kings, about 3,000 gold up, but that 3,000 gold is now starting to plateau by the Oni Warriors. Pyromancer started up. Kings should be able to get that one. I'm not even sure that the Warriors know this one's happening. By the time Sot gets over and charges ultimate, it's already done. Camelot Kings, they answer back, and they're going to keep pushing forward. Wait, bombs on the ground, too. And Variety leading the charge. Nobody's gone back to pick up the runic bomb yet. Yark and Captain Twig will turn around, but BMT, wrong side of the wall, takes a lot of damage. Root connects on a Variety, but BMT heals himself back up. Fire Giant gets pulled. Netroid is allergic to team fights now. He had his one fun on the right side, said, that's enough for me. And he'll split push another tower. And I mean, he's getting both towers, and they're not losing anything on the other side. I think the Kings are kind of getting caught up right now. They're not making plays, and when you're not making plays, you're playing into a Chernobog. They have that split push potential, and it's something that they're putting the pressure back onto you. And at this point, the Warriors might be using some ult, but they're not losing anything out of this. The Kings are still not pulling Fire Giant. They're still not trying to force anything. Maybe an opportunity here, but I mean, as we're talking about that, Variety's resetting. Netroid will go back, level 18 now on the Chernobog to try and keep himself active in this game, trying to catch back up and farm more than anything to Yark. But Yark has been 3-0-3 for quite some time now. Haven't really seen Yark been able to pick up any extra kills, no extra assists. And Netroid slowly catching himself back up. Dominance 4th item for him. And the Oni Warriors a bit slow on the group up around right. Meanwhile, Quig's gonna walk forward by himself. Pluck hits one. Quig's forcing the ultimate.
The bait?
His dangerous waters for the Camelot Kings. Sod dashed away. He's already used the beads, but Captain Twig's got the damage under the tower. But Twig is locked in that same tower. 1-for-1 trade. Big Man Ting trying to get the great edge. Panatom dunks in the back. Quig is nearly down, but the knockup is there. Panatom's getting turned back on. It's Variety to nearly get it done. Will find that last shot, but now Variety's stunned under the tower. Big Man Tings takes down Genetics. It's a 1-for-3 trade, and the Camelot Kings are out on top.
And everyone is using relics. We have 3 relics available still on the Warrior side, 4 relics available other than the Blink for the Kings, and they're pulling this Fire Giant. Everyone is getting very, very low.
Netroid, Pagon can try and steal this fire away. They've got to get in soon. Variety and Quig are both low in this one. The Typhoon is going to make its way in. Pagon is taking down Variety, and Netroid's going to bait out inside the wall. Dashes away. Pagon in the middle of 3. He takes down Quig. That's a 2-kill for the mid laner, and the Fire Giant has to be dropped. The Camelot King so close on the objective, but not enough. And BMT lost sight of Netroid. The ultimate now gone from the E-Shell.
Netroid's ult is also coming up again soon. If Big Man doesn't walk away, get this back off. Okay, so it looks like he's getting the back off. Looks like Net's ult was a little too far away from being back up. But that is good play by Pagon and Netroid in that 2v4, getting a double kill, only trading out Pagon and not allowing them to go Fire Giant. With the map in a stable condition for the most part, it still is the Kings not putting enough pressure on the Warriors. And if they are putting pressure, the Warriors are trading maybe not even, but at least semi-favorable.
And all of that, in all honesty, I don't know how the Kings won that fight when Quig at half health is just W-King at 3 people. Pluck gets beads, he goes in ultimate, and still lives a little while longer after. The Kings were essentially down a player at that point, and they still won that team fight. 1-3 trade, and then lost it after in the 4 versus 2. It's a double kill for Pagon, ends up making it a 3-for-4. Quig grabs Sod, but Sod on the Thoth, able to dash pretty far back away. Quig gonna chase him down. Great end once more from BMT. Sod takes too much damage, and it's BMT with 1. Now Netroid has joined in. Yarkor is low, has used both of his relics to try and get back out. Turn to burn onto Pagon. Yark takes down the mid laner, but Panatom is in the middle of 4. He's able to get 1 before BMT gets the double and make it a killing spree and a triple kill for Big Man Tings. Genetics is the only one alive, and he might not get to go too far. Variety trying to taunt him back in with the drums, but he's missed every single shot except for the one at the end. Genetics goes in, lands the dash, the chase back in, give it to 4. Quad for Big Man Tings and a deicide for the Kings.
And unfortunately, it takes them a little bit too long, so no real push potential here other than maybe taking this tier 2 in middle. But getting this tier 2 out of the way is a big highlight. Unfortunately for the Kings, all the relics on the Warrior side are coming back up, and a lot of the relics on the King side are going down right now. So this next fight, going to be huge in the favor of the Warriors. If they can either slow it down, the Kings, before they get ready for this Fire Giant, Gold Fury Pyro's up, either of them is fine. Also, looking at Big Man in a lot of these fights, 8-1-8, a part of 16 of 21, and he is dealing a lot of damage, 1. He's positioning well so he can't get gone on, 2. And 3, he is very, very tanky in that ultimate. He is not taking much damage. This backline by the Kings is playing very, very well.
Now the Camelot Kings still slightly in the lead, but as we start pushing 25 minutes, 4,000 or 5,000 is not a whole lot at this stage. Group up for Pyromancer seems to be the call now for the Kings. Oni Warriors trying to group in. Pyromancer's melting. Crit damage from Yark. Really starting to show what it can do. Variety steps up for a ward, gets spotted out, takes about 20% of his health in damage. So the fire is started up. The Camelot Kings pushing in with a Typhoon out. Big Man Ting's got to back away. Have to resustain now. It could be the Oni Warriors who try and pull the objective or just keep a fight going. Because Quig and Tings, they're both low.
And no Deathbringers on either ADC yet. So this Fire Giant is going to take a little longer than expected to burn. Also, the poke potential that this Warriors comp has. Usually, if you're talking about poke with a Thoth or a Tiamat, both of them poke really well on their own. But this is 1 Thoth, 1 Tiamat for insane poke. And then you also have good setup and good poke with the Thor. So that's the one thing that the Kings have to keep in mind. The poke potential by this Warriors comp should not be underestimated.
Mentings goes back to base. Full buys a Typhon's Fang. Resustains himself. Quig also back to base to get his health back. Titans push down right. And the Oni Warriors with the man advantage, able to take down that of the King's Titan first. And now it's the Warriors who can try and group up around Fire, but they're not going to even try and pull the objective, even with the Camelot Kings nearby. So with the Titans now both off of the map, we return to a state of neutral for both of these teams. Captain Twiggs able to clear out the jungle of some wards, making use of that starter item. He's already taken 2 wards off the map from the Warriors, and it's the Kings now starting to push forward towards tier 2.
And this Seer, I think it's a lot of times underestimated how much it can actually do unless you're the ones like talking about it, but the ability to clear out a camp and then just walk up and clear out the enemy wards is insane. And while they're doing this, Fire's already down to half.
Kings starting it up. None of the Warriors are stepping forward, but now it's been dropped. Quig taking a bit of poke while Variety tries to return some back, but from what Pagon's able to do, Quig is in danger and needs to get bailed out, but he can. The Camelot Kings have got to make a decision if they want to fight or run in this one. Let's tune in with the Camelot Kings for a listen-in.
Thor landed on me.
I died in my ult.
Sorry, chasing me? You hammer on me?
I just fucking, it's fine.
That's gone. Just fucking, oh my god, bro.
And it all falls apart for the Camelot Kings, the Oni Warriors. And Quig just goes, again, a little too far forward. Gets caught out by that Thor wall for what felt like eternity. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, Quig's not taking a lot of damage. Quig's not really dying a whole lot. They weren't focusing Quig. They were trying to get poke on everybody else. And the Oni Warriors, they take out 3, get Fire on all 5.
And I think the pressure is starting to set in on the Kings. They felt like they had such a big lead and they didn't really do anything with it. And now they're forcing stuff when their lead has shrunk. They're going for this Phoenix and right, 5 strong, 3 still dead.
Do you have 3 seconds still, Quig? 6 seconds on Captain Twig come back, but Oni Warriors recognize it. They just take the right side Phoenix. Not the worst one. The Camelot Kings to have to deal with, but not a favorable fight for them at that time. Especially with the Quig getting caught out during that. Yarkor now full build, just waiting to upgrade one of his items, Glyph, and then after that, it's just going to be his relics from that point. But the lead is gone now for the Kings. No more gold, only XP, and that XP only affects genetics, and I'm sure at this point in the game, he's probably not too worried about an extra 20 damage on his first ability at this point. So now, it's the Oni Warriors in the driver's seat for what seems to be the first time this game. They can go straight to the Oni Fury. Even with vision there for the Kings, I don't think Kings are stepping up to this.
Yeah, and even if gold and XP is kind of an even state, the map state is heavily in favor of the Oni Warriors. Fire on 5, Oni Fury is getting taken down right now to get some Oni waves going down left and middle, and an Oni Fire wave going down right. If you look at right side also, Variety trying to push up right, kill this wave before it can meet too far, and waste a little bit of time for that Fire. Because right now, you've got 2 more minutes on this Fire. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. This is a lot of time you kind of have to waste. We also saw Quig is very susceptible to this damage. If he misses Pluck, he will get bursted. So he's got to be very smart with how he uses it.
Oni Warriors push up left lane. Nitroid's not there yet, but has ult. So he can jump back in at any point for this fight. He can just take his time. Push up with the Oni minion wave. And wait out some time. Mid lane tier 2 is still there. Variety spotted. Able to get back to the safety of tier 2. Camelot King spreading out their numbers a bit. Netroid goes under the tower. Variety, you probably don't want to taunt him back towards you. He's dealing a whole lot of damage back. Variety, let's go back to Fountain while tier 2 tower in mid falls to Genetics and Netroid.
And that Deathbringer Chernobog is starting to get a lot of damage out, as you said. That taunt is risky, and Frenzy actually used in middle. Just getting absolutely taken down. Quig and left.
Quig taking a lot of damage. The Oni Warriors have removed 1 bird, and now they can start up for another one. The Camelot Kings on the back foot. Genetics half health. SOT able to dash back away, and now as we jump in for a fight, let's listen in with the Warriors.
I don't have beats now. I cannot play up.
I beat the puts me. Sure. The land's flanking still. I got heals in 1, heals in 1.
We see lands, we see lands, we see lands.
Boys, careful, careful.
Look, wait, look the left way, look the left way. They have to defend that. Okay, chill now. Okay, we go now.
Wait, stop. They're not even defending it, they're not defending it.
Oh, not defending. Oh, there they are now.
Fight, win.
Chill.
Playing real patiently are the Oni Warriors. Camelot Kings had a great start to that fight, pushed the Oni Warriors back, but The sustain from the Fire Giant from Genetics is keeping this Warriors team alive. Yark getting poked out. It's BMT trying to heal them up. SOT channeling that ultimate for a moment, but gonna cancel it out right away. Panatom's wall, Netroid in the sky. Will he just crash right back down in place? It's another ultimate from Quig used defensively.
15 seconds on this fire. This is the last availability to go for it.
They do start pushing into the Phoenix. Sot's low. Yarkor's ultimate does a lot of damage. Catch Twig, takes down one and nearly grabs Pagon. Even Genetics is low. Variety goes in and he takes down Genetics. Now it's Panatom on the run. He and Pagon half HP or less, but minions are starting to push into the Titan. Yark cannot continue chasing forward. And Panatom to the sky. I think he's just trying to buy time, not let anybody else go back and just bail out the remainder of his team.
And 2 Phoenixes down there for the Oni Warriors. Not the best 2, but it's still enough to put pressure on the enemies. They have to worry about these fire waves. Pyro's available, fire's available. You have 30 seconds. I want to see the Warriors play up right now and look for a pick. This is your advantage. Or sorry, the Kings play up and look for a pick.
The Kings just have to buy time for the next Fire Giant. Right side Phoenix has respawned. One last fire wave. Then all the Kings have to do is worry about this middle one. We've seen jungler after jungler stand inside mid, wait for their moment, push up those waves. It's the Kings first on the scene for fire. The Oni Warriors gonna be a bit slow to get up to the objective. It's the Camelot Kings with all 5 there. They're gonna start the enhanced Fire Giant right away. It's half HP already for the Warriors. They're a bit slow to get there. Panatom going up into the sky. The Fire Giant goes to the Kings. Where's Panatom's dunk target? It's on 3 immediately, but he's taking so much damage back. Big man Tings. Credit for the last hit of the kill. The 9, 1, and 10 E-Shell for the Camelot Kings. It's BMT and Yark keeping them alive.
I mean, highlight big man, he got the kill there, but Variety actually caught the hammer that Panatom tried to get out with and taunted him at the exact point. He couldn't get the hammer off. Beads just coming up now. Gets taken down. 5 strong with this EFG. They have 40 seconds. They're opting to play it a little bit slower. I think they're just playing the safer option of let's get Phoenixes up first and make sure they're going to be up, and then let's start to push up. Because at this point, next fight can win you the game.
So now it's the Kings trying to reclaim the driver's seat from the Oni Warriors. It was all stopped at a moment the last time Fire Giant went down. It was the Warriors who win the fight, take the objective. Now it's the Kings. Grab the objective before the Warriors even really had a chance to get there. Panatom tries to make the big hero play, but as mentioned, Variety able to stop all of that. Relic's still up, though, for everybody on the Warriors, aside from Sot's Aegis. Meanwhile, 100 seconds on a couple of beads from that play from Panatom means the Kings might have to play this fire a bit slower.
Good call out on the Relics. I think that's why actually the Kings are playing it slower. If Relics are fine there, they have nothing to worry about. They can just walk up pretty safe. But, I mean, Panatom might be 1-6, but he's full build. If he lands on somebody that doesn't have beads and they don't preemptively Aegis, they're going to die, and it's not going to be close.
Camelot Kings group up towards left. Still 2 towers left for them to remove off the map. Tier 2 left, Tier 2 right. They may just forego the one in right if they can have a good grouping here. 60 seconds on Twig and Yark, 30 seconds on BMT for all 3 of their beats to come back up. Camelot Kings have no minion wave with them. Enhanced Fire Giant removes some of those backdoor protections. They don't have to worry about it as much, but given what Panatom was able to do when beads were up, even though he didn't get a kill, the Camelot Kings got to know that they can't be standing around grouped up too tightly for another play like that.
Kings still have 30 seconds on those Relics, still playing it very, very slow. Instead of keeping left wave push up, they opt to go right. Kind of worried about that, those Tiamat minions and trying to get this Tier 2 tower. I think I would have preferred them sending just maybe 1 or 2 people over here, keeping that pressure in left, because look at these Tiamat minions all around the map. I mean, at this point, Pagon is just ulting with those minions off cooldown, and they're pushing every wave up. There's no wave in right, there's no wave in left. Yes, you have EFG, but there's still the safety and the damage that Panatom gets off there. There's still safety in having a wave go in first.
Yark will get healed up by BMT. All Relics now back online across the board for the fight. The Fire Giant's only got another minute left for the King. Seems that this Fire Giant was more of a preemptive one, or I should say a preventative one, from the Oni Warriors. Genetics uses the ultimate. Plucked by Quig just to get some damage, but Genetics will be out. That is a big ultimate gone from the Oni Warriors. That is an engage or a disengage tool now removed.
30 more seconds burned. It seems like the Kings are happy just stalemating this game and just bringing it to the next EFG. Pyro is available right now, but the Kings back, coming out of base. Warriors standing in middle. And we are back to an even game. And at this point, this is a completely even game. This is no advantage. We've got 3K pots on both sides. We've got upgraded relics. This Fire Giant fight, I mean, we've had a bunch of fights that could decide the game. This is another one that could decide the game because there's no tier 2s you got to go through. It is just Phoenix and then the Titan. And we've seen how much damage both of these teams are able to do. So if this Fire Giant gets pulled, it's going to be very risky unless you've got good vision. And at this point, vision is not good. We have to get good vision down either side, Kings or Warriors. We need vision.
Yeah, we got one ward at Pyro.
It's getting a little better. They
one
just placed
blind
him.
fire, one over at cooldown. Now we're starting to get some of them. 3 sentries in pocket for the Warriors, only 1 sentry at least for the Kings, but 2 ward chalices. So they still have some vision in pocket. It will be the Warriors first in the pit this time. Last time it was the Kings on the scene immediately. Soon as fire spawns, they take it. Everybody bails out, but that was nearly 5 minutes ago that play had happened. Everybody's been able to recoup, finish up their builds. Everybody except for Genetics 6-slotted on their builds. Still waiting for some relics to upgrade. Fire Giant popping in just a moment. Oni Warriors there, but don't need to go for the pull. I think a lot of onus now is towards Quig. If that pluck hits and there's a set of beads, you might be looking at a dead Croc, but it's all about the follow-up that he has after those beads go down.
And you're looking at kind of how both these teams want to play. Kings want to look for a pluck onto somebody in the front line, whether it's Genetics or the Thoth. And you see Solo Troll opting to just poke mostly. And this is how the character, I mean, should be played. This is what a Thoth is. He's a poke character. But once that Tiamat gets up here, once she gets a little bit closer, the poke is how the Warriors are going to win. The Kings on the other side need to not get poked.
Quig steps too far forward. Frenzy by the Warriors, but immediately the Kings bail out. Quig is low. Genetics is coming in for the Sky as he goes in for the re-engage. He's going to ferry the rest of his team in. Let's listen with the Warriors as they continue their team fight.
Play slow, play slow, play slow. Land spawn.
We can get fire now. We can for now.
Okay.
Big damage.
Yeah. Slowing.
I'm not
healing.
Oh, my kill. My penta.
Ah! Body! Oh!
Bro.
Quadra?
Dude, that's actually my penta, bro.
And in one team fight, the Oni Warriors, they don't care about the Fire Giant. They're just going to go ahead and take the game. Game number 1, we'll chalk it up to a fluke, and we'll say it's a 3-0 for the Warriors immediately after. The Kings look great throughout this set, but that one team fight's all the Warriors need to end it.
And Panatom actually taking Solo's quadra kill. Kind of disrespectful of him, but great ending fight by the Warriors. Huge ult by that Thoth, hitting 3, executing 1, essentially. A lot of damage coming through, and you saw kind of how both teams wanted to play. If you don't get that pluck, that's the problem with the Croc. Pluck misses, you take too much damage, and then the chase potential by that Warriors comp. Global on the Turtlebug, half global on Horus, half global on Thor. Insane chase potential.
I mean, that was the problem we saw in the last couple of team fights the Kings are going down. It's Quig trying to go in. The last couple of times, he's connected a pluck. But this time, Sot dashes right past him, misses that pluck, gets caught out while waiting for him. And just that chase down again. Panatom semi-global, Genetics semi-global, able to ferry at least 2 people, them being themselves at the very least, or more than just that to keep this team going. The Oni Warriors, it took them a while to get those globals running, but they're able to get it done and went out 3-1 against the Camelot Kings. That's it for me and Inbound on the cast. We'll throw it back over to Gordon Charlie on the desk.
That's right, the Warriors able to win this one. Trelly, for a while there, wasn't looking too good for him, man. And then you get some insane turnarounds. All I can think of, I'm replaying that moment where Sot, alive somehow, goes this way, pulls Quig with him, dashes away from him, and
kills things.
Gets out,
Then gets
stays
out.
alive.
Yeah.
It's just, man, not much you can do about that half the time. And so for the Warriors. They are able to find themselves a win. They've got one more set to play for the rest of this week to maybe look forward to. But Trelly, game 1, maybe they bite off more than they can chew. They're winning pretty hard, and then they lose pretty hard. Games 2, 3, and 4, they're winning pretty hard, and nothing ever changes.
Yep, and this time I think the Camelot Kings got a lot to be proud of in this set, right? It was not like this last game was one-sided by any stretch of the imagination. This was, by all means, an even standpoint, and it is very difficult to try and, come back in a situation like that. This is a ridiculous play, by the way, that he gets out here. Like, the kill is ridiculous, but the fact that he lives is also just as bad.
In the middle of it all, right? Like,
and that's the thing. We were expecting some spice. We didn't get the spice, but
he gave he didn't do it in picks. He did it in play.
He delivered nonetheless. I think that late game, of course, if Quig hits that pluck, maybe things go a little bit differently, but he doesn't, and that is the issue, right? As a solo frontline, your job as Sobek is, unfortunately, to sometimes die to set up for the play. And in this case, Camelot King just tried to full-on retreat after that pluck goes amok, and there was plenty of chase-down potential. Thothol, Thorol, they've got Horus, they've got Frenzy, they've got Chernobog. Like, it was just that you are not getting back to your base after that missed engagement.
Now, do you think, first off, you get a triple from Sod at the very end. And I have to imagine, Trelly, part of what's going on in the Warriors' minds, Pagon, Netroid both stack up a kill. There's probably half of it that's just, hey, let's kill him and win. Mm-hmm. There's also probably a little bit of them like, no, Sot already got a pentakill. We're not letting him have another one and trying to compete for it, or at least maybe not compete for it, just stop it from happening. Genetics says 8,000 healing, keeps up a little bit with what Big Man Tings was going to do. And I think that is worth highlighting on the left side of the screen. 9-2 and 10, the E-Shell. We have not gotten to see a whole lot of E-Shell. Say what you will maybe about the circumstances around this game and whether or not E-Shell is going to be towards the top. But 9-2 and 10 is hard to argue with. I think Tings looked really good on that pick, and I'm kind of hoping we get to see more of it in the future.
Yeah, he definitely did. Even when we saw the attempts of E-Shell, it was never looking that good. So the buff's definitely doing well as just showing that E-Shell does provide more than just the healing or the setup for the squad. Also can just go full damage and have a pretty good time.
Well, they put another win on their belt. They 3-1 the Kings. They do have one more set to play tomorrow, but after this one, we've got Netroid standing by for an interview.
That's right. I've got Netroid with me here from the Only Warriors. Congratulations on your win against the Camelot Kings. Only one set to go left for the rest of the phase, and then starting to look over towards playoffs. How's the team kind of feeling now? You've had some time to solidify with your new roster, getting Genetics on the team. How's everyone kind of feeling right now coming towards the end of the phase?
Everyone's feeling great, of course. We are more than motivated to win it all, of course. And yeah, I mean, sometimes it's kind of hard, when you play. I think it doesn't matter if we win or lose today or tomorrow's for the seeding. So it's kind of hard sometimes, to play for that. But we kind of had some fun as well, and sometimes not. So.
Is that a little bit of maybe what happened in game 1, trying to have a little bit of fun, didn't quite work out, so you kind of got to, buckle up a little bit more for the rest of the set?
Yeah, it was like, okay, so if we lose here, we just have to lose the next one because we don't want to make it a game 5. So we said like, okay, let's just try to win it and say that.
Now I gotta say, SOT came in here for the pregame interview, ranted, bantered a little bit there, but he said he was gonna bring out some spice stuff for solo, some Ullr, some Fenrir, and have a little bit of howling going on between in-game and in booth. Was there ever a howl from Saw? Because I don't think we ever saw him actually howl.
I mean, you said hell?
No, howl.
Oh, like. No. I mean, I just saw it on first game. Like he played Raven. He said like, oh guys, I think Raven is great here, and we were like, yeah, sure, go for it, man. And then he were like, oh. Maybe Ullr now, or maybe Thought now. So it's like, okay, sure, you can experiment a bit.
Didn't work out game 1, worked out the rest of the set. Netroid, congratulations on your win. I'll just get back to the squad. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Sounds like Sot was just streaming. He was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go solo and I'm gonna play. Yeah, let's play some Raven. Let's play some Wool. Let's play some Thoth and just see what happens. And luckily for him, similar to his streams, he finds some dubs, right? So things go well for him. And, of course, that closes out today, Trelly, for Season 10, the last Saturday of regular season play. And that one's very, very, very big, caveat to put on there because we do have just a couple weeks. We'll be going into the playoffs. We'll get some teams for Worlds. A few weeks after that, we'll be watching SCC teams compete for their spot to compete against the Gladiators and tomorrow morning. TBD, Dragons, Hounds fight for third. Third place goes to the playoffs in just a couple of weeks. Fourth place, well, we won't see them till a week before Worlds in the qualifiers, the last chance qualifiers, to get to the championship. That set matters. You can see 3 and 6, 2 and 7, and a huge deal when it comes down to how these two teams are going to try and take each other. Well, I was going to say take each other out. I guess it's really just the Dragons trying to win as best they can, because they'd have the head-to-head, I believe, if the Hounds are able to win. So a lot going on, a lot of pressure on that third place match for the Dragons and the Hounds. The Ferrymen doing them a little bit of favors. As you just heard Netroid say, not a whole lot that they have to do over in theirs. It's just, do they want to finish 8 and 2, or can the Gladiators finish 1 and 8? That's the real determining factor for this next set of theirs. Tomorrow, I think the perfect sandwich. Real serious set into nothing matters set, and then a couple weeks. I was going to say a couple weeks off, but it's not a couple weeks off. It's just a couple weeks, and then the tournament, right? You have a week off, and then we're into playoffs. It's going to be a lot of fun. Road to Worlds. It's finally getting to the Worlds part of the road, and it is looking real exciting. But from myself, from Shelly, and everyone here in production, everyone here at Hi-Rez Studios, I want to thank you all so much for tuning in, hanging out, and watching all day. And we'll see you for one last time in the regular season tomorrow morning.